Joyce to see if we can get an answer. Good morning, Joyce.
Good morning, it.
All right. I need to know what game does the Queen of Hearts order Alice to play, please?
Croquet.
Croquet.
Yeah.
Is correct. Hang on, Joyce. You got yourself a 4-pack of Six Flags tickets. Pretty sweet. You can ring in the holiday at Six Flags Holiday in the Park with more than 1 million glittering lights. Is this what I said the prize was earlier?
I think you might have. Yeah.
Oh, no, I said the winery dogs. That's the lesson learned.
Oh.
All right, so anyway, we're going to give her the Six Flags tickets. Sorry about that.
Throw in a Humvee.
Dazzling holiday entertainment and thrilling rides. We'll throw in a Sibian, Steve.
Yeah, enjoy.
Plus, don't miss the new holiday market.
With a sidecar.
With Tasty Eats More open select dates through January 1st. I have a lot to get to. We're going to start with this. So Kim and Kanye finalized their divorce.
Oh, okay.
It ended
Seems like this is the 11th time it's been finalized.
Yeah, so it's been 2 years. Roughly 2 years. The pair will have joint custody and equal access to their 4 children, North, Saint, Chicago, and Psalm. However, a source close to Kim told TMZ that she would take care of the kids 80% of the time.
I imagine that's the case. Her nanny will take care of the kids 80% of the time.
West admitted was already the case in September. Kanye will also have to pay Kim $200,000 a month in child support. That's not a whole lot.
He has to pay her?
I guess so.
Well, because he is the father, so I guess, and she's really, things are tight over there.
Well, he makes a lot of money, too.
He also lost a lot recently with the, his controversial statements online.
Oh, did he lose a lot?
Well, they Adidas backed out.
Right, yeah, so some of those deals. Yeah,
so maybe he's doing telemarketing.
Well, I guess child support is different than, I'm thinking maybe of like alimony or money that the spouse would get. Child support is if the kids are probably living with her most of the time.
Well, the word there is support, right? As if she needs the support, but it's not if she needs it. He's the father, So
and he should contribute. Yeah.
So the singer will also provide 50% of the children's education and security expenses. The former couple agreed to attend mediation if they disagree on any decision regarding their...
That probably won't happen.
Oh, yeah, right?
He gets to keep the tarantula, right?
In the future. If either Kardashian or West miss a mediation, the participating party will get to decide how to resolve that particular issue.
I think she can pretty much count on that happening.
Yeah. Trevor Noah interviewed Will Smith on The Daily Show Monday night and asked him about the night he slapped Chris Rock at the 94th Annual Academy Awards. This marked Smith's first late-night interview since the incident took place in March. And he responded, and he got a little emotional, saying, that was a horrific night, as you can imagine. He said, there's many nuances and
as you can imagine
and complexities to it. But at the end of the day, I lost it, That's what he said. He continued to say, you just never know what somebody's going through. He said that he was going through something that night, but he said not that justifies my behavior at all. He later added that he was, quote, gone after he attacked Rock on stage. He said that was a rage that had been bottled for a really long time, referring to his childhood trauma, which he admitted was misplaced on Rock that night. So... I don't know, man.
Come on.
You're on the global stage. This is the Academy Awards, and you get up and do that. And Chris Rock has not accepted the apology at all.
Yeah.
No, it was not like a true heartfelt apology.
I agree.
No,
I agree.
It was a bank shot apology.
And even in this interview, he should be saying, I am sorry.
Yeah.
I am sorry. I am so sorry.
Yeah.
These things were going on in my life, and that's not really an excuse, but I want to apologize again.
He's still making it about him.
Yeah.
Well, there's enough evasiveness to make you go, come on.
Yeah. And maybe he was. Maybe he and Jada are having some kind of weird thing going on, and he's like, oh, my God. And he just wigged out and had it. But still, you need to apologize.
Yeah.
So, anyhow, this is the first time he's really spoken back and forth with someone about this.
To that level, yeah.
Yeah. So... Hailey Bieber is dealing with another health setback. The Rhode Skincare founder revealed on Instagram Monday that she has a large ovarian cyst.
Man, she gets a lot of stuff.
She said, I have a cyst on my ovary the size of an apple. She shared a photo of herself with her shirt pulled up that revealed her stomach. She said, I don't have endometriosis or PCOS, which is a polycystic ovary syndrome, but I have gotten an ovarian cyst a few times, and it's never fun. Haley, who has been celebrating her recent birthday in Japan with her husband, Justin, wrote alongside her stomach that it was not a baby, once again denying persistent pregnancy rumors that have followed her since she and Justin tied the knot in 2018. While she didn't provide any further information about her cyst, she did say that it makes her achy and feel nauseous and bloated and crampy and emotional. She said, anyways, I'm sure a lot of you can overly relate and understand, but we got this. Are you really trying to do that?
Try it again.
I got to give it a little bit more here, and now I can do it. Nah.
It's Darth Vader, gynecologist.
We found a cyst.
We found cyst. We believe it's a cyst. You may remove when ready.
I'm sorry, one more time.
You may remove when ready. Cyst.
That was a reach.
It's okay.
Can I interrupt for 1 second? I hate doing this to you, Preston, because I know you're in the middle. This is the most incredible sunrise I think I've ever seen.
Yeah.
No kidding.
This is unbelievable.
Can I come over there?
Yeah, you,
It's amazing.
you
I just-
have to.
It's really remarkable.
It's pretty.
And it's like blacked out by half the sky, which are clouds, and then beneath that are just these unbelievable colors. And I don't think I've
Skyline.
right. Thanks, Darth. I think it's really impressive.
It is.
It is really
You
pretty.
guys just wanna-
That's one of the better ones that we've had.
Why don't we
here,
read some
Bella.
Robert Frost poetry?
You guys want to go outside?
Yeah. I wanted to. Can we have school outside?
One of the perks, and there aren't many, of getting up way before the sun comes up is the fact that we've had the opportunity. I calculated it like years ago.
Yeah.
Like we've seen
Countless.
like 15,000 sunrises.
Oh, I haven't. Nick has. I sit over here opposite of my back is to where the sun rises.
You know what sucks for you, Casey, is that sometimes you get the reflection off the GSB building or whatever that building's called
Right in my
nowadays.
eyeball.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right in your
Friggin'
eyes.
I see it. You know what? When I was a kid, it used to be the big thing. My neighbor next door, all right, let's get up really early and watch the sunrise.
Yeah.
Like, let's see. It's going to be cool. Now I do it routinely.
Yeah. All right. So back to Haley Bieber.
Yes.
Right, and her
And
cyst.
her cyst. Oh, and back
Have a cyst.
to Darth Vader, gynecologist.
Get me a lightsaber.
Wait, you have to do a procedure?
This is a precision shot.
Oh my God! Could you
The
imagine?
vagina has become the master.
Kathy, can you imagine that? You have you're in the stirrups, and all of a sudden you hear.
Yeah, comforting.
It says here you're on the radio.
Oh, you're trying to make small talk.
Yeah.
All right, hike it up, sister.
All right.
There you go. You should be good.
All right. Earlier this year,
Here is your lollipop.
Haley has been open about her health issues in the past. Earlier this year, she was hospitalized after suffering a mini stroke called a transient ischemic attack, or a TIA. So yeah, she's had.
I feel bad for her.
And Justin's had problems too. He has this
What is
issue
it?
called Ramsey-Hunt syndrome.
Right.
Oh, and he's got a horrible mustache as well.
I haven't seen that.
Oh, yeah.
Right now, is
Yeah.
that maybe that's a symptom of Ramsey-Hunt syndrome? I don't
Ramsey
know.
Hunt is kind of like, is it like a vertigo sort of thing?
I don't remember, Steve.
All right.
That's a good question. That might be one of the sensations.
These
that
are
you get
very
from it. So
exotic
anyway,
things they get.
They're having some problems physically, so hopefully they'll be on the mend. All right, I do have some other stories. Samuel L. Jackson appeared on The View on Tuesday and responded to Quentin Tarantino's recent remarks about the effects of the Marvel Cinematic Universe on Hollywood. The Kill Bill creator had said that movie stars have disappeared due to the Marvelization of Hollywood, and a few great directors have echoed that
Scorsese.
sentiment. Yeah.
Yeah.
But Jackson seemed to scoff at it a little bit, which you can understand because it's a big part of his career.
It's made him fabulously wealthy.
Yeah, he said it takes an actor to be those particular characters, and the sign of movie stardom has always been what? Asses in the seats?
Yeah.
He said, what are we talking about? He said, it's not a big controversy for me to know that apparently these actors are movie stars. Chadwick Boseman is Black Panther. You can't refute that. And he's a movie star. This comes after Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings actor Simu Lee tweeted last week, if only the gatekeepers to movie stardom came from Tarantino and Scorsese, I never would have had the opportunity to lead a $400 million plus movie. So, they're great movies. They're fun. And there's room for them.
By the way, there was talk for a while that Tarantino really wanted to direct a Star Trek movie.
Oh, no kidding?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, he's got his pop culture stuff.
Ben Affleck had a special message engraved on Jennifer Lopez's engagement ring. And the Marry Me star recently revealed what it was.
Have you ever been to Darth Vader gynecologist? You will.
The silver band on her green diamond ring reads, "Not going anywhere." She explained the meaning behind this on Monday, saying that is how he would sign his emails when we started talking again. Like, don't worry, I'm not going anywhere.
MBHH. My butthole hurts.
Why did you get that?
Because it hurts.
Well, because it hurts.
It will.
If your butthole doesn't hurt now, it will.
She does have, I can see why, Kathy, you're drawn to her personal style.
Yeah.
I think she.
Oh, yeah.
She's got a good sense of that.
Very put together.
Well appointed, as they say.
She recently scrubbed her most of her Instagram account, which I never quite understand why people do that. But now there are only 4 posts.
Oh, and she was pretty. Like, she would always post pictures and videos.
Yeah, so it's really limited at this point. I don't know why.
By the way, apparently Affleck also had the first engagement ring he gave her 20 years ago, also engraved as well. She said, my first diamond ring he gave me, the pink diamond ring, it said "Sing" on it.
It's funny, though, because she looks great. I don't know how old she is, but
in her 50s, right?
Yeah. She's 50s.
I think, is she early 50s or?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, because, her face and everything doesn't, but we're looking at her fingers, and her fingers look every bit of 50, maybe even 60.
Oh, the hands, it's hard to hide the hands.
Yeah, hands don't
This
lie.
picture right here?
Yeah.
I think her hands look good.
Yeah, I think they don't. I don't think that they look bad. I just think that
They don't look as young as the rest of her?
Yeah.
Okay. I see where you're getting.
Hide your hands. Your hands look old.
All right. We mentioned this yesterday late in the show, but actor Clarence Gilyard Jr., best known for his co-starring role in Walker, Texas Ranger, and his supporting performance in Die Hard, passed away. He was only 66 years old.
That sucks.
No further details about his death are available. Gilyard's death was confirmed through a statement by the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. He had been working as a film and theater professor at UNLV College of Fine Arts. He made a lasting impression in the 1980s after a series of guest star appearances. His film debut was as the character Sundown in Top Gun. We talked about that yesterday.
Yeah. He was after Goose, right?
Yeah, he came after Goose, and he was, him and Maverick had some words. And also, he played in Die Hard, was the terrorist computer whiz Theo.
Theo!
Yes, that's right. And he had
to the Nakatomi Plaza. Want to stop off and pick up some Twinkies.
He had a bit of a gleeful menace in that film.
Yeah, you actually hated him because he was so full of himself.
Yeah, totally. And he appeared on 85 episodes of Matlock before departing that series for an even bigger role. He played Jimmy Trevette, who was the right-hand man of Chuck Norris on Walker, Texas Ranger, and he was in all 196 episodes of that
Walker
series.
told me I had AIDS.
So he was in that episode.
He definitely
he
would
have been right next to Haley Joel Osment when he said.
Walker told me I had AIDS.
Yep. So he continued to act after that finale in 2001.
Wait, the state trooper told you had AIDS?
And
What about a doctor?
film and TV shows. He was a ranger. He wasn't a state trooper, so he could dispense medical
get a
advice.
medical
as well.
degree.
Yes. The parties involved in a lawsuit brought on by an undisclosed woman accusing former Saturday Night Live star Horatio Sanz of sexual assault 2 decades ago have agreed to dismiss the case. The filing said all claims asserted by plaintiff Jane Doe are hereby dismissed with prejudice, without costs and attorney's fees to any party or against any other party.
I would never name a child Jane Doe because it seems like so many bad things happen to people named Jane Doe.
Yeah.
Dismissal with prejudice means case cannot be refiled. Both Sands and NBC Universal, the parent company of SNL, had been named as defendants in the lawsuit. In her lawsuit, the woman said that Sands began grooming her when she was around 14 and sexually assaulted her when she was 17. At the time of the initial suit, the woman alleged that Sands Sexually abused her by kissing her, groping her breast, groping her buttocks, and digitally penetrating without her consent in May 2002 after SNL parties. Sands had previously called the allegations categorically false. He was a cast member from 1998 to 2006 and was the show's first Latino cast member, by the way, but that has been dropped. Adam Sandler lit up the 32nd Annual Gotham Awards on Monday evening with his acceptance speech for the Performer Tribute Award at the New York ceremony.
Please, no.
He should just do an acceptance speech. Yeah. That's that. He said, I told my daughters, Sadie and Sunny, who are 16 and 14, that I didn't write a speech, and they said phrases like rude and you're mean. But Daddy's effing tired. Daddy works hard, so calm down. And they were like, can we write your speech, Daddy? So you got something to say? And I said, absolutely. And he goes on to read this speech they supposedly wrote.
Right, yeah.
But he said, thank you for giving our daddy, Mr. Adam Sandler, this prestigious lifetime, all-time, primetime GOAT Achievement Tribute Award. While Daddy is with you tonight, we're doing everything we're not allowed to do when Daddy isn't home, like eat yodels and try on his Spanx, or dare we say, laugh out loud at Ben Stiller movies. The last time Daddy caught us chuckling away at the Meet the Parents trilogy, he immediately stormed into the room he calls the screaming room, which we just call the shower, and bellowed out the phrase, only the Sandman makes people laugh. F every other comedian.
That's really funny.
Then he took a victory lap around his entertainment career, name-dropping beloved films like Billy Madison, Big Daddy, Punch Drunk Love, and Uncut Gems. And he said, Daddy's silly film career began in 1988, formed by two guiding principles. People in prison need movies too, and TBS needs content.
He, this meant a lot to him, this award, because he actually is wearing a suit, which you never see.
Yeah.
He shows up at everything. It's good for him, man. His reputation is as such a nice guy. And I think I've mentioned this before. When I first started in stand-up, I actually shared a stage. I was the MC for a show that featured Adam Sandler, a couple of them, at Pip's Comedy Club in Sheepshead Bay, Brooklyn.
The Hustle star was...
And we had exactly the same career.
Yeah. One of two actors honored with a performer tribute at the event, and Michelle Williams had accepted her award presented by her Fabelmans co-star Paul Dano earlier in the evening. Well, you're both award winners.
Yes.
So you definitely get that.
Absolutely.
So Deadline is reporting that Netflix is reporting that new Addams Family spinoff Wednesday just had the biggest week of any English language series in Netflix history.
I just finished episode 5 last night.
Are you
what do you
enjoying
think?
it?
I am enjoying it.
Yeah.
I thought, you guys were pumping it up so much. I'm like, all right, I'll give it a shot here. I'm really enjoying it.
It's fun.
Yeah.
It's a lot of fun.
It is. It takes, in fact, I don't want to say too much. I finished it. But she is amazing, Ortega.
Agree.
She is, you have to carry the weight of a character that is virtually constantly in close-up.
Uh-huh. And has very little emotional reaction.
But it works. And they take this school.
Nevermore?
Yeah, and make it this very Harry Potter, Hogwarts. Everybody's got something going on. There's mystery chambers and all that stuff. And I really, really enjoy it.
And it's got all the Tim Burton hallmarks that you love.
But again, like he has plenty of opportunities to be overly self-indulgent and doesn't do it.
Agreed.
Right.
Yeah.
Tim Burton, Danny Elfman, the use of music, because it's all like classical sounding music, and then you're like, wait, hang on a second, this is Metallica.
Right.
When he's playing the cello?
Yeah. Or there was another one, and it was just a little hint of a song, and I had to keep rewinding it, so I'm like, and now I can't remember what it was.
How old is she, by the way?
She is, I think she's 17.
She came out on, was it Kimmel? She looks stunning. She's going to. She's got a major career ahead of her because she's also incredibly talented.
Casey, put your closed captioning on.
Yeah,
and it will say in parentheses like Metallica's fuel.
Yeah,
or whatever.
No, I listen to everything with no, and in fact that's why I knew Metallica. But the other one, it was so subtle.
Okay,
it might have actually even been by accident.
Yeah.
But I was like, oh, that's I wish I could remember what song. But either way,
so
it is
she's
a great
20.
show. Yeah,
apparently.
20.
she's 20 years old. Okay, I was off. It was apparently Wednesday was watched for 341 million hours in its debut, with more than 50 million households tuning in to see what Jenna Ortega's angry goth child would be up to at Nevermore Academy.
You know, what's going to be good, too, is that it's going to revitalize, to some level, the goth look, which I always dug.
Yeah.
And you know, like she brings up stuff like apparently for the dance number, which is now all over social media.
It's just the best.
Susie and the Banshee and other artists that she looked at videos from and helped inform her decisions in the dance. It's all cool. I love that subculture.
So, by the way, and this is not a spoiler alert. It's not giving anything away, but they leave it open. At the end, there's definitely going to be another season,
especially with these numbers.
Yeah. So the previous English language holder was the first block of episodes for Stranger Things' 4th season, which reviewed 335 million hours at their highest. The current record holder overall, separated from the English language category, is Squid Game, which was watched for 571 million hours in its highest week, by the way. And then, do I have time? Let's see. Yeah, I wanted to get this out there. Fans of George Lucas's 1988 fantasy adventure Willow have been asking for a sequel for more than 30 years, and this week they finally get it with the upcoming Lucasfilm series Willow debuting today on Disney+. I liked the original Willow movie.
I liked it.
I enjoyed it.
The advanced reviews are not good.
Oh, that's too bad.
But you can't. Listen, you got to see it yourself and see what the deal is. The movie, it came on the heels of massive achievement, so it is discarded. Is it great? No. But I thought it was a lot of fun.
I liked it. 34 years later, Warwick Davis says that he feels humbled to return as the sorcerer Willow. He said, coming back to play this role I played over 34 years ago now is a pretty surreal moment, actually. He said, I know fans have been asking for it for years, wanting to see a sequel, and once again, Willow is called upon to save the day. I thought Val Kilmer was great in that movie.
Fantastic. And his wife-to-be,
yes.
And then they divorced eventually. She's great in it.
Played Sorsha.
Right, yeah.
So they're going to bring back some of the characters from that original film. If you remember, like, Kevin Pollak was one of the little guys.
Yeah, absolutely.
The brownies, they called them.
It also was, I think, the first movie to use that morphing technology. Remember that the witch becomes the tiger?
Yeah. Yep, I know what you're talking about. So there's a new quest and a new cast of characters available, and the first 2 episodes of Willow are going to be released on Disney Plus today, with the new episodes being released weekly. All right, I think we're going to move on to the clips. Spirited is a musical version of Charles Dickens' story of a miserly misanthrope who is taken on a magical journey, and in this clip, star Octavia Spencer talks about her singing for the movie. Here we go.
Well, at first I thought, well, it's, I sing every day in the shower. And then I realized that's not the same thing. So I was glad that we had a lot of help getting us ready and prepared to sing, because I couldn't hit any of those notes today.
Yeah! There's a lot of sing-talking, which it gets the job done. You know?
Like in Broadway shows?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, in fact, there's word that this actually might be making its way to Broadway at some point.
It should, and that was my thought when I was watching it. And the writers of the songs, it's Pashik, and I wish I could remember the other guy's name, but they're the ones who were behind the songs of Dear Evan Hansen and The Greatest Showman. So there is a Broadway caliber sort of songwriting.
You loved it.
I did. You liked it.
I liked it.
You liked
Yeah.
it. I really did love it, though. But I'm a song and dance guy.
Yeah.
Spirited is out on right now on Apple TV+. Here's the next clip. Cara Delevingne takes a frank, fearless, fascinating...
Why are they throwing all this at you?
Look at gender.
Miserly misanthrope in this?
I know. Gender, attraction, and sexual identity in Planet Sex with Cara Delevingne. And here, star Cara Delevingne discusses the essence of the show.
It represents inclusivity, diversity, feeling good, feeling confident. Beauty is confidence. And if you can love yourself and feel good in yourself, that is what the epitome of beauty is. Everyone has a different idea of beauty, but this show literally is encompassing all beauty. So I love it.
Oh, yeah. You're going to be my regular Saturday night thing, baby. Oh, yeah.
I did not know that you talked like this when she was talking.
Right.
I've never really heard her in interviews, and she speaks like this.
Yeah. Where can you watch this?
I'm not going to.
It is on it is on the BBC now.
I don't like to
Planet
check it out.
Sex with Cara Delevingne.
She's an interesting person. I
She's very good in Murder, Only Murders in the Building.
Yeah. I didn't care for her initially, and I've come around on her. I like her a lot.
All right. I'll check it out.
Yeah, it looks neat.
She's got very thick eyebrows.
She does. Yeah. Yes, definitely. They work on her.
Yeah.
All right. And that's your entertainment report for this morning. We have several things happening today. We have a secret text word, chance for you to win tickets to Tinseltown, the Spectacular at Expo Center at Oaks. Text word secret to 39333. We're going to have a meet and eat today. Casey's got an appearance tonight, or tomorrow night. He's going to be at the Bud Light Thursday night kickoff from 7 to 9 at Fireside Bar and Grill in Ambler. So we will do gift cards in conjunction with that appearance. We're going to do We're going to do it right now.
What?
Oh,
Christmas
my God.
Miracle
Christmas miracle.
passes.
You want to go?
Yeah, you do want to go. And we'll take callers 10, 11, and 12. Are you at least 21 years of age, a big fan of the Preston and Steve show, and have an ugly sweater, and can be able to join us on December 21st? I know it's a lot of qualifications, but if you are, be callers 10, 11, and 12 right now. We'll give you invites. You and a friend can attend. Only you will be qualified to possibly get up on stage at the podium and compete for the big prizes. And that's what we do at this live broadcast. We give away tons of big prizes, and we just have a good time and hang out for the morning before we head into the holiday break. It'll be at the Excite Center and Parks Casino in Ben Salem, so let's get you on board. 215-263-WMMR is the number. We also will have later on this morning Brian Johnson of AC/DC.
Legendary.
His new memoir is out, and we are going to...
On 93.3 WMMR.
They didn't know at the time actually exacerbated his problem.
Sure, yeah. He was
tiny penis. He had one testicle. This dude, no wonder.
This was a despot in the It's a perfect mix of what goes into making a completely deranged lunatic.
I honestly wonder how much of his demented view on the world had to do with the medical problems he had. You know, I mean, he obviously had mental problems as well. But
it was just, but it was all listen, if this is all as true as they're saying it is, that's certainly a stew that creates this kind of lunatic.
Hitler himself is believed to have had two forms of genital abnormality, an undescended testicle and a rare condition called penile hypospadias, in which the urethra opens on the underside of the unit.
What?
Yeah. Recently,
I pee out of a small hole near my taint. Time to invade Poland.
Wow,
I'll show you what it's like.
He declared it. Recently, a German historian also claimed they had evidence that Hitler only had one testicle. By the way, there was a song in 1939 called "Hitler Has Only Got One Ball."
What?
Wow. Who sung that?
Want me to read you the lyrics?
Yeah.
Right. Hitler has only got one ball. The other is in the Albert Hall. His mother, the dirty bitch, cut it off when he was small. Hitler has only got one ball. Goering has two, but very small. Himmler has something similar, but poor old Goebbels has no balls at all.
Wow.
That was a song in 1939.
Who sang that? Bing Crosby?
No, it was Weird Al Yankovic.
Really? Yankovic.
Yeah.
The earlier. God almighty. That's heavy duty for that time.
Yeah, big time.
The dirty bitch?
Yeah, I guess so. I don't think it was recorded. I think it was one of those sing-along in a pub type of songs.
Not like an MGM musical?
No, nothing like that.
Ta-ta-da-da, that filthy bitch. Honestly, though, you couldn't exact the kind of revenge you wanted to get on a Hitler. I mean, what could you do that would equal the horror that he exacted upon the earth? But it's also a little comforting to know he had microphallus.
Yeah, it is. It's kind of comforting to know. My son the other day, who I guess is learning about some of this stuff in social studies, had came to me and he said, you know what, there was a guy that apparently saved Hitler when he was a child from drowning, and he lived with the guilt later on with the fact that he saved a mass murderer. But how would you ever know?
And
how would you ever know? And you would be living with the guilt that you let a child die.
And you saved at that point, which is probably, we don't know if all the things that were in place to make him what he would be were there at that point. You could have saved a completely innocent which is probably the case, child at that point.
Yeah.
And then the influences of life, realizing he has a super tiny dong and farts a lot.
Right.
Yeah.
I've got issues.
Yeah, apparently. Well,
I wonder if he had put a cork in his butt, if it would have finally popped out.
It would have made his genitals larger.
In fact, I'm putting my division on this. I want a longer unit.
Charlie Sheen claims that a testosterone cream was the reason for his bizarre behavior back in 2011.
Oh my God.
That's what did it.
Yeah, right?
That was it. It turned me into a warlock. A freaking warlock. I hate. That's the thing I hate most in his vocal. I don't know.
That's ridiculous.
It's ridiculous.
He explains in a new interview with Dr. Oz that was a very specific period
of Tin Man.
Period of time that did feel very out of body and just very detached from all things real.
Almost as if he was completely deranged.
He said, I felt superhuman during some of that. He said it was
a freaking rock star.
A lot of highs and lows. Well, he did ride on a Mercury surfboard.
Mercury surfboard.
Yeah.
I've been riding it on a Mercury surfboard.
Like the Silver Surfer.
Yeah. He said, I was taking
Fantastic Four.
I was taking a lot of testosterone cream, and I think I went too far with it. It was kind of like a borderline, not roid rage, but roid disengage. The former 2.5 Men star also addressed his violent torpedo of truth, defeat is not an option tour, saying, that's the stuff that I do look at and cringe a little.
Oh, good.
It was nice to give people a bunch of slogans and T-shirts and all that. But the rest of it was a lot of work. There were things about that person that were empowering, that were vibrant, but I didn't like the anger. I tend to be victimized by my anger at times. It was, I felt embarrassed watching that stuff, watching him implode like that. And then,
you were embarrassed for him.
Totally. That was it. I was embarrassed for him. They did when his first night at the Tower Theater, one of the first shows was at the Tower.
Might have been local, yeah.
And it was just like apparently from what I heard, it fell apart. It didn't have any direction, and it was just embarrassing.
Jeff Ross told us he stepped in and did one.
Yeah,
he would have this touring sort of group of people, and then when he went to every market, he would bring in locals, and he would, for a large portion of the show, just sit in a chair on the stage
and talk
and ramble.
Yeah, and not really have an act per se. So,
and it's not comedy, and it's not drama. It's just rambling.
Yeah,
it's like Lake Wobegon days.
Yeah, exactly.
Frickin' Lake Wobegon.
We need to do a letter of the day. I understand, Casey, you are the keeper of said letter.
Yes.
Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, in the Preston and Steve.
Jesus God Almighty.
Holy crap.
I thought he fell.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's hippie Terminator.
Faster than a speeding bullet.
Bust him through that door. Hair all slicked back, shades on, looking crazy cool in his black jacket. Oh, my God, he's about to pass out. Quick, somebody.
Stand behind
Hold that man up.
Help me, Jesus.
Help me. Dear God.
All right, well, the music's already playing. So
I know it.
Preston and Steve Show brought to you today by the letter
G is in great.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so tomorrow we give away a pair of tickets in the Comcast Sportsnet suite for Jimmy Watson Flyers Hall of Fame night on Monday, this coming Monday, including a parking pass, 2 CSN prize packs, and a visit to the broadcast booth during the game. Is he passing out or is he trying to read?
Did you run from the elevator?
Did I? What?
Did you run from the elevator?
What?
I ran the whole way.
Yeah. You ran from home.
You were dedicated.
Well, I had that new sweat removal procedure, so I don't sweat.
Yeah.
So,
Got the mirror dry.
got it. I'm dry. Mouth is dry. You know, when your mouth is dry, you're pretty high.
That's right. Thank you, George. Holding puppies can be attractive to some people, but a new study reveals nearly half of women are attracted to men holding fish.
Okay.
Men holding fish?
I saw this yesterday.
What?
Like holding a bass or like a bag with the goldfish?
No, like a bass.
Like a trophy. Like you caught a really big bass and you're holding it out and you're displaying this thing proudly.
Yes.
So why are women attracted to fish holding men?
Well, this is from a fish app called Fish Brain.
Okay, well, they have something to. They have a vested interest in it.
But they analyzed Tinder photos, all right, used by 18 to 35-year-old men in Florida.
Oh, well, there you go. There's a lot of fishing in Florida.
Yep, exactly. And they found that 22% chose a photo of themselves posing with a recently caught fish.
I saw a hunk holding a fish. He was so sexy.
Researchers then polled more than 1,000 members of a college sorority to see how they felt about the photos.
Look at this dude holding the fish. He's like a Chippendales dancer.
And they
I don't think the fish has any friggin' thing to do with it.
Be holding a severed head.
Hey, I saw a picture of a guy with a 12-inch dong holding a flounder.
Yeah.
Man, fish are sexy.
This guy is no shirt and he's completely sculpted. I mean, he's cut up as you can possibly imagine.
I normally wouldn't give this guy the time of day, but he's holding a flounder.
I didn't even know he was holding fish.
Yeah.
Here's a pile of dead kittens.
Yeah. Looks like he has an otter in his pants.
So they polled these college sorority sisters, and they found that 46% said they found the photos of men with the fish sexier compared to those who had photos without fish.
Get Henry Fonda. Put a picture of Henry Fonda from On Golden Pond up there.
Hold him, Walter.
Am I getting you turned on? You see my droopy man boobies? And my chicken gobbler neck? Am I getting you all hot and horny?
He'd be holding a trout, right?
Yeah.
Which is Walter, the one they caught in the movie.
Are your panties swimming yet? Leave me alone, you crazy old bitch. I'm going to go turn on some chicks. See him with his shirt off and the jeans.
The study was...
I pooped myself. I had a bran muffin and the motion of the power boat made me defecate. Loosen my bowel. And you always had that pain, that old guy pain look.
Yes, you're right.
There's about 7 different things that are incredibly painful going on in my body right now. They start just above my taint, and then it's ending right mid-chest where I'm currently experiencing a full-blown heart attack. Along the way, one of my nuts hurts. There's something in my stomach. I don't know what's going on. And I think I have a tapeworm.
Can I see that pain look again?
Let's go down and go after the big bass in the pond. You know how the old guys are like, I'm going to go look for the remote. Am I sexy? I look hot, don't I?
All right.
The great thing about my wife is that she shakes so much I get handies whether I want them or not.
Come on.
Oh, my
No, man.
God.
That was not intended to go to completion. And I just called. That's my morning win.
An unintended handy is this morning win.
I mean, we can wrap it up on that note.
Yeah, I think we're good.
Men holding fish are sexier
Yep,
than
there
men
you go.
who are not holding fish.
Who knew?
That's something I noticed, and I thought I'd share that with you. Japanese great tits, particularly vocal song. Japanese great tits.
Okay.
All of a sudden, Kathy heard that.
What?
Particularly vocal songbirds.
Oh, like a
bird,
titmouse.
okay.
Like
it's a bird.
Yeah, a titmouse.
A titmouse is a bird.
Wow.
Yes.
Not a mouse. Yeah.
And
right.
a Japanese,
Come on, you filthy-minded
Now I'm
bastards.
bored again.
and Japanese great tits are birds.
That's cool.
Not on the sites I go to, but proceed.
They also use compositional syntax in their bird calls, according to a new study published Tuesday in the Journal of Nature Communications.
So the Japanese tits are smart.
Yeah, great tits are talking. I mean, they're actually speaking to each other,
Wow,
which is
I'm
pretty
amazed. They seem to be sort of roundish and fleshy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, the birds.
Yeah, we're looking at a
They are
picture.
kind of round.
Roundish and fleshy.
Look at this picture of great tits of a great tit right here.
What is that part in the front of the great tit that sticks out a little bit from the rest of the great
That's
tit?
the beak.
the beak.
It's not a nipple.
No.
They're hairy too.
They're not hairy.
They're fuzzy.
feathery.
They're fuzzy.
You know nothing about
They're
Japan.
fuzzy tits.
So anyhow, this is the lead study author, Toshitaka in Suzuki.
Look at tits.
Said in an
favorite the bird.
said in an email, our study shows for the first time that birds, like humans, use the rules of syntax to chat with others. This finding reveals an unsuspected degree of semantic complexity in avian vocal communication.
To what level do they say? Do they liken it to like a porpoise, or I mean?
I can only speak about the tits.
Okay.
Birds twitter, chirp, peep, warble, and sing to communicate the location of food of a food source, to warn the danger is near, or to woo mates.
Oh my God.
That was WMMR.
All right, thank you, Kathy. So yesterday we had talked about the story. It was The Rock, Dwayne Johnson, had gone back to a 7-Eleven in Hawaii, where he was living at the time when he was younger, and he would like daily go in and steal king-size Snicker bars. And it's dug into him for years. He felt bad about it, and he wanted to make good on that. So he went back, he bought up all the candy bars they had, and he essentially gave a whole bunch of them and said, here, give these to people that are coming in today. He was trying to make amends.
He felt bad. It's something he did. He would he'd get the big one, like literally every day, Preston, you're right. Also impressive, the video, that's probably got to be the greatest 7-Eleven on earth, the one that's in Hawaii, right?
I haven't watched the video. Is it pretty awesome?
Well, yeah, he's going in, he grabs up everything, and but he's making it clearly was weighing on him.
Yeah. I know it's weird though, and I hate to say something negative about this. Okay. I'm going to kill this, but the issue isn't you buying more stuff. Like, I would maybe give money that you know what I mean? Like, you're just buying a product. So if you really wanted to make amends, I would say, hey, here's a couple $1,000. I'm not going to buy anything from you. Do you know what I mean? Like, because
I've donate.
I mean, come on.
I know what you're saying.
I know.
It doesn't play as well in a video, though. You know?
Yeah. Anyway, so it's kind of like what we did with Casey's Big Adventure.
Yeah, you had an issue.
Yeah. I had stolen the musical instrument, the claves, from my high school, actually from my junior high. And Casey was driving across the country. I'm like, hey, I've had these things for like 40 years. Can you take them back for me? I always felt bad about it. And I really did. I seriously did. I'm like, oh, it was senseless. It was dumb. I never got any use out of the thing that I stole.
And you've also been a big proponent of getting musical instruments into schools, and that was directly contrary to your desire.
So, but when I was a kid, I wanted them, and I took them, and so I felt better when given the opportunity to return those. So, here's what I'd like to do. I'd like to see if anybody listening right now wants to confess to these things that they have done in the past, or maybe share us how you have done this before. You've gone back and you've made good on something.
To make amends. Something that haunts you.
Yeah.
It can really, like, that's a perfect example. It's stuck in your craw for all that time.
Kathy, will your mother return all of those books to the library someday that she has kept for 50 years?
No, you know what? As she found them, she returned them. But we were, I guess that wasn't technically considered stealing, but we were, that was something we didn't do. Like my parents were like, it is not yours. Even stealing from a store or stealing from others, like it was just something we didn't do. So there was never, I wasn't a big stealer. I didn't take things.
Right. 215-263-WMMR is the number. So you can confess, or you can share your story of redemption if you'd like to. But we'd like to hear about this. Marissa's got something she wants to share.
All right. And it feels good to get this off my chest. I used to steal stickers from Zany Brainy.
Stickers from Zany Brainy, you slut. No. How often would you do that, Marissa?
A lot.
Okay.
Like almost every time we would go, you would buy sticker books. You guys remember sticker books?
Okay. Yeah.
And when they first made them, they didn't completely seal the plastic on the books.
Dumbasses.
And the books would come with like 100 stickers in them.
Yeah.
So I could just slide my hand in and steal like 2 little 4-packs of stickers.
So you were actually stealing from other people. You weren't necessarily stealing from the store, because you were stealing from people who bought the books.
Who were buying the books.
And they
would only get like 92 stickers instead of 100.
In her defense, it was the one bright spot to her, a counter to your street walking days, right?
I still have those sticker books. Is there something I could do with them that would make it better? Because Zany Brainy does not exist anymore.
No, I don't know. But listen, all those years, it's something you feel bad about.
I think about it every single time
right.
I drive down Lancaster Avenue in Wayne. Every time.
And do you remember the people you stole them from? Were they people you knew?
Whoever bought those sticker books. So Zany Brainy was a store.
Okay.
She was robbing.
She would still purchase them, but find that some of it was okay.
They were short change stickers, and I apologize to anybody who bought a sticker book from Zany Brainy in the late 90s.
I have to imagine that somebody purchased one of those things and brought it to a kid who might be in the hospital.
Yeah.
And that's all they wanted was a full collection of stickers.
They came up
a few short.
It's terrible.
And I a couple of years ago, I tried to make amends for this one as well, and I'm going to try and do it again because it just didn't. I didn't get any takers. But when I was in high school, so if you swam for Father Judge High School between the years of 1991 and 1993,
Father Judge High School, your I believe your home pool was Lincoln High. Here's the deal: I stole a Walkman from somebody's locker. You stole a Walkman from someone's locker. Now that's pretty.
I'm an a-hole.
Has it haunted you?
Dude, theft.
Here's the deal. I still I have a therapist that I see every now and then, and I literally was talking about this with her last week.
Wow.
I'm a garbage human being.
You're not.
I've always been a garbage human being. I do care about people, but sometimes especially when I was younger, I would do things that I knew was wrong. It's one of the freaking commandments, and I still went to Catholic school, and I stole a Walkman from this person. I need to make it right. I can't take back what I did. It was a horrible, terrible thing to do.
So we'll take the first 50 callers who claim to be that person.
No,
and
here's the deal. Here's the deal.
We'll give you some Snickers.
And I said this before. There was a very specific tape in the Walkman. If you can tell me exactly what was in that Walkman when I stole it from you.
Okay, so you have a way to sort of make sure and validate that this is the person. You remember that.
You went to
No
Father.
one's going to remember that.
Maybe. Let's throw it out there.
Cass, it was very, very specific. So here's the deal. You have to meet the prerequisites. You went to Father Judge High School between 1991 and 93.
Should a stool sample be provided as well?
Yeah, I would prefer that. Yeah. But and here's just a note to anybody out there who's a little bit younger. If you think it's wrong, don't do it because it will haunt you most likely for the rest of your life.
Most people who aren't now, mind you, some people find out, man, I enjoy this, and then they become Bernie Madoff. So,
but I say this to my children all the time: regret is a bitch.
But for the most, it really is.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's
regret doing something and
mistreating
not doing
people. All those things.
Yeah.
They if you're built the right way and your mind is in a right place, that will be something that's luggage you carry with you.
All right, I want to clear this up. Father Judge High School, 91 to 93. You were on the swim team?
I was on the swim team. So I stole it from a swimmer from
a swimmer's locker. It was a Walkman. It had a cassette in it. If you remember what cassette was in that, let Casey know.
I will make it right 1,000 times over.
1,000 times over?
Wow. Maybe double time.
What would someone do with 1,000 Walkmans?
Well, if they wanted to,
I need to make it right.
They wanted to change that into a monetary thing, you just need to find the price of it. You'll buy them 1,000 or the equivalent of it.
No, I mean I literally will buy you a big screen TV. I don't.
Wow.
I don't know.
So, this is therapist level stuff here. We're talking.
We're rebuilding you. You're not a garbage human.
Let me go to calls. I have Brian. Hey, Brian. Good morning.
How you doing? Oh, man, holy crap, I'm on your show.
Yes, you are, Brian. Welcome. All right, you want to share something?
Yes, I do. In Downingtown, Pennsylvania, where there's a giant shopping center, there's a Home Depot now. It used to be a farmer's market down there at the time, and I was in my late teens, and I was in a cover band, and and I didn't have any money, zero money. So me and the two guys from the band went into this music store that was in there. And those guys said, we'll distract the owner. So they went in, distracted the owner, talking about microphones. And I was sitting there playing a Nuno Betancourt Washburn.
Wow.
And I was right by the front door, and I kind of was actually playing it, and I slid it up so the head of the guitar was by my face. And I walked right out the door and ran to the car real quick and just slid the guitar underneath the car. I slid under the car, and I heard, all these footsteps, running. I'm like, oh, shit. Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Oh, golly.
Hang on.
Yeah.
All right, so you heard all these footsteps running after you got in the car, and then?
I was under the car. I was literally under the car, like hiding. And here it was my two buddies. We hopped in the car and we took off. And that was 20-some-odd years ago. And, man, I felt bad ever since. And like you said, Preston, if I could have returned the guitar, I would. But it's not there anymore. So eventually, eventually there was a guy that was playing guitar, and he didn't have any money years later. And I just said, here, take this guitar. I have an Ibanez. I'll take this one, and I'll give it to you.
Did that help a little bit?
Yeah. It's still on my mind. It's still on my mind. Just, I mean, not every day.
May I recommend something, Brian? That this gentleman that you gave that guitar to, call the police and rat him out.
There you go.
We'll do, Steve. Absolutely.
No, I know. Listen, but you make mistakes in life and stuff like that. You sound like a good guy, and it's bad. And maybe make a donation if you can too, if you really want to, to a school music program or something like that.
Well, that's what my son's in the guitar club in middle school now, so I actually now have gifted him my Ibanez acoustic guitar, so he goes and uses that.
There you go.
Yeah, kind of retribution, I guess so. All right, well, thank you for at least admitting that, Brian. We appreciate it.
And thank you for having me on the show. Man, it's been so long.
Awesome,
it's our pleasure, man.
That's great. I'm happy we can make Brian's day, man. Thank you, bud. Let's see. Hang on. Rob's girlfriend's mom worked at Zany Brainies.
This could be help for you, Marissa.
Hey, Rob, you're on the air.
Why don't you forget the moose?
Yeah, for a moment.
Brilliant.
All right.
Why don't you forget the moose for a moment?
All right, Rob, what's up, man?
Hey, I don't really have much to share, but Marissa, if it helps, a struggling mother of two once worked at Zany Brainies in the late 90s.
Damn it.
I'm only kidding.
So you just want to pile on the guilt, that's all.
And Rob, from what you said, she jumped off a roof.
Yeah.
If it makes you feel better, I will tell her that you personally apologize.
All right. There you go.
Thank you very much.
All right,
and you know
thank you,
what?
Rob.
I just Googled Zany Brainy, and it's now an online store. So I think I'm going to buy some Christmas gifts for the kids in my family.
All right,
Support
make
there.
A legitimate purchase.
I mean, you won't actually be able to help the people that you stole the stickers from the things they purchased, but you can help them out.
Steve, there's stickers right on the front page. I feel terrible.
There you go, man.
Go to Chris next. Hi, Chris. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. How are you?
Good, man. All right. So, are you admitting something this morning?
Yeah. So I was probably in 5th, 6th grade with my neighbor, and we would drive our bikes down to like EB Games and GameStop.
Yeah.
They had one right across from each other, and EB Games had all their Game Boy games and DS games in like cardboard wrapped in like cellophane. Well, I would open up those games and then go to GameStop, trade that in for store credit. So I was pretty much like a little mini boss.
Yeah.
And we took our one friend in with us, and he was the one who put his actual name and phone number as the trade-in person.
Okay.
So they got called. His mom called my mom. They had the police down.
Oh.
I had to go and like give them my name that I used. All my store credit was gone, which was about like a couple $100. And they said I got banned from the store. But about a month later, I went down there, and they actually had all the games now in like hard glass cases.
Okay.
So I feel like I'm the reason that they put it in there. So I feel like actually I did a due diligence.
You actually did them a favor by pointing out a security flaw.
Exactly.
So what you're saying is that GameStop owes you money.
Yeah. Exactly.
What is your guilt level on that stuff, Chris?
It was pretty high, but at least all the stuff went back to them. But
it does. Listen, so yeah, and that's like that moment when you were running a little syndicate is what you're running there. I mean, so that carries a little bit more, I think, weight. But wow,
may I ask what you do for a living now, Chris?
I'm a construction worker.
Okay, all right. I was going to say maybe he went into
By the way, what was your favorite Game Boy game?
I mean, I grew up in the 90s, so Pokemon was always my favorite.
All right.
All right. Well, thank you, Chris. Chris actually got busted. So
by the van.
Let me go. Let's see here. This is, by the way, this is keying off of the story from Dwayne Johnson used to steal candy bars all the time from the 7-Eleven. He recently went back and made a huge purchase, and he's trying to make good on that.
Case, just a quick reference. Did you say years ago that you would clip cowtails from Wawa, or is that you just buy them every day?
No, I buy them.
All right, okay.
Yeah. No.
But I think that was in a conversation about people getting banned from stores.
That's it. Okay.
And somebody I remember Casey talking about the cowtails, and somehow or another there was a tie into that. I want to go to Tom. Hey, Tom, good morning.
Good morning. How you guys doing today?
Good, buddy. What's up with you, bud?
So I'd like to make a confession. In 1986, I walked out of school with all the marching band symbols. I sold them. This has been on me for years, since 1986.
All of them?
So,
how do you?
All of them.
Those things are heavy, man.
Yeah.
Oh, I gathered them all up, put them in a jacket, put them in my trunk of my car.
So
I sold them right away. And all these years later, it still bothers me. But in return, my son does go to the school now, and I'm paying tuition. So
okay.
Yeah, but you're supposed to
pay tuition.
You're supposed to pay tuition.
Yeah,
all right, Tom, we have two plans available at the school. You can either steal our symbols or pay tuition.
Yeah, when I called around to get prices, how much they were worth, they wouldn't give me prices and said you can't buy these symbols. You know, they were marching band symbols. You can only get them through a Zildjian supplier.
But you can make a donation to the band. I would
do
imagine.
that.
Yeah.
Make a, if you still carry some guilt. I'm not sure it sounds like you do because you're saying you're paying tuition. But if you do have that, make a donation to the music department. Might be kind of nice.
They would appreciate that.
That hell is
Listen
that.
to you. Yeah, I don't know about that.
I don't know about that.
I feel bad, but not that bad. Where I actually pay for the things that I stole.
That's like going to confession, right? And they go, "Okay, your penance is say 10 Hail Marys." Well, I'll say 5.
Yeah.
By the way, cymbals for at least drum kits are insanely expensive. Like just a regular crash cymbal can cost you like $150.
Wow. So he got a lot of leverage there.
You need to go make good, dude.
We're about 10 sets I probably took.
Oh my
10 cents.
God.
Yes, make a donation to that music department if you can.
We're not letting you go on this one, all right, bud?
Okay.
Oh, you know
Sorry.
what?
Yep.
Go to GameStop and steal some Game Boys.
Yeah.
By the way, I showed Kathy a picture this morning.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of.
There was a guy, I think it was in Florida. He was a shoplifter. And shoplifters usually will hide what they're stealing.
Yes.
Or they'll try to be incognito by pushing a whole a shopping cart out, and
Not anymore.
They just think they're they just think they're taking their stuff out to the car.
Right.
This dude, I kid you not, Steve, he was dragging like 50 purses behind him.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's ridiculous.
There's footage of a guy
It's hilarious.
going into, I think it's a San Francisco Rite Aid with a huge, like a construction bag that they use on a work site for garbage.
Yep.
He Santa Clauses it over his shoulder, gets on his bike in the store, and rides it right out.
This guy's not even putting it in a bag. I mean, like, it's hilarious.
Wow.
So, yes, and...
my guess is he's not going to feel bad about that.
I don't think he's going to feel bad about it. Let's go to Justin. Justin, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, it.
Good morning, it. What's up, man?
So when I was 7, I was kind of like a little klepto, and I wanted these Power Rangers where you flick the belt and like the helmet would come on, and I didn't get it for Christmas, so my neighbor did, and I slowly stole one by one for weeks, and he would get in trouble because his parents would ask where they were, and he had no answer for it, and I would pretend like I didn't know. And he got in trouble a lot, and I still feel bad to this day. So I hope if Joey's listening, sorry, Joey, that was me. But then,
Justin, do you have a way? Do you have a way to contact Joey?
Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah,
you could probably find him on Facebook or something.
Yeah, I found the Power Rangers on eBay, but they're like $200 for the set.
You don't have to give him the Power Rangers back.
Just apologize.
You can apologize.
Yeah.
You can confess and apologize.
Yeah, so fast forward, you know, in that same time there, I go to Kmart with my dad, and I come home. My dad's going, "Where'd you get bubble gum?" And I had bubble tape and Batman stickers that I stole from Kmart.
Oh, boy.
And my mom ended up putting 2 and 2 together that I was stealing, and I didn't know that she knew the captain of the police So she set up this meeting where I had to go to the police station at 7 years old and sit across from the captain of the police, and he's explaining to me that what happens if you get caught stealing. And then they put like an undercover cop in a jail cell, this huge dude. And he shows me this guy, and the guy's like shaking the jail cell, and I cried immediately.
Scared straight.
Scared straight.
Oh, man. Yeah. To that day, when I was 16, I tried to steal this little tiny, like, black phone book, and I would shake, and I just couldn't.
It worked.
It worked,
Put you on the straight and narrow.
Yeah. All right, well, we'll reach out to Joey if you can. All right, Justin?
Yes, sir.
All right, take care, bud. We'll see you.
Funny, when I was in high school, I sold newspapers outside of the Mass every Sunday, and that was my gig. And usually, I guess it was like the 11:30 Mass or whatever, my buddy Matt and I, we would, because we made money doing this, so we would pre-collect our tips, right? Yeah. You didn't get tipped out until everything was over, but we knew we'd make like $10 or whatever.
Is this when you stole from the poor box?
No, I did that already. But this was somebody stealing from me.
All right.
So we would take a couple of bucks out of the box, and then it would just affect our tips later on. But anyway, what we didn't, so we ended up short every single Sunday, and we didn't know how this was happening. We were like, every week they're like, you're $20 short, like you're $30 short. And we didn't find this out, that this guy, every time we would go to breakfast, he knew that we would do that, and he would go into the money envelope and he would steal money from us.
Wow.
And we didn't find this out until...
That's our scam.
Yes. Yeah.
I mean, but we weren't... I mean, I guess by the letter of the law, we were... But we weren't. Like, we were just stealing from
You were taking out a loan.
We were taking from ourselves. We usually get paid out like $20 or whatever. So at the end of the morning, we would make like $10. But this guy... When he knew that we were leaving, he'd go right into the back of the church where we would put the money thing, and he would take money out. And
no character.
No, no, I can't judge. I live in a glass house.
For just a couple of more here. Let me go to Wally. Hey, Wally, good morning.
Hey, good morning. You guys rock.
Thank you, buddy. All right, what do you want to confess to?
Well, in high school, and anybody that's listening that went to Great Valley, Phoenixville, or Springfield high schools in the late 70s, early 80s, and bought marijuana joints off me, they weren't marijuana.
Oh my gosh.
What were they, Wally?
You know what they...
I would take a double wide, put a little bit of pot, some seeds, and mostly black tea. So it smelled like pot. It looked like pot.
And you had seeds in there?
Wally, what year did you graduate from Great Valley?
I graduated from Northern Chester County Technical School, NCCTL.
Oh, so you just sold to Great Valley.
Yeah, these were
Dude,
they seem to need pot.
You guys at the tech school get all the best weed.
You get good weed, man.
It's gotta be.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, man. It was funny. There were friends of mine that tried to buy these joints off me that I refused to sell them to because they didn't want them to kick my ass.
Wally, so to make amends, if you could find the people that you sold to and maybe give them some free cocaine might be kind of nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, free cocaine, that's too expensive.
All right. Thank you, Wally.
Financially, it just doesn't make any sense.
I want to get this one last call. I know we got to wrap up, so this is going to be a quick game. I'm going to go to Reenie. Hey, Reenie, good morning.
Hey, how are you? Good morning, Ed.
Good morning, Ed. All right, so your confession, please.
Okay, this is a bad one. So I went to Catholic school as well. I went to O'Hara, but where I went was Chestnut Hill. I don't want to say the school because my dad was a teacher there.
Okay.
And my sisters went to school with him, and there was a chapel in there. So he was a baseball coach and a drama teacher, so we would hang out after school. And me and my one sister would go into the chapel and eat the host. That was...
You would eat the Eucharist?
Yeah, so what?
Yes.
So did we.
It tasted
Yeah, but you were eating them during Mass.
Yeah, no. Because I was an altar boy, and yeah, you just grab a fistful of them. You got to make sure they weren't consecrated, right?
Right, they weren't blessed.
Yeah,
They
you're
weren't
fine.
flesh yet.
Yeah, they weren't flesh yet.
But you were treating them like Triscuits.
Yeah.
Yeah, little wafers. So it was a good afternoon snack.
Okay.
So-
Casey says that's okay. I don't know. I'm not a Catholic, so I can't pass judgment on you on that.
So
And
I'm
then you
going to hell. It's okay.
take some money out of the poor box and go see a movie.
Yeah. All right.
Sitting there in the theater
Thanks,
eating
guys.
Eucharist while
Thank
you're...
you, Reenie. I appreciate that. Okay. All right. Well, thank you for all of your confessions. And by the way, John and Nick, who have been on hold for like 20 minutes, let's make sure we set them up with something I appreciate.
Should I
you
absolve
guys
them quickly?
Hanging on. Sure. Absolve them if you like.
Oh,
go. You are officially absolved, Nick and John. And we'll get you, what are we going to give them?
We have these stickers from Zany Brainy.
I got a Walkman for you. No, this is a WMMR T-shirts, the NASA style T-shirts.
Very good. And make sure you check out our Rock Shop because we have these cool shirts and products that you can purchase. So thank you guys. We appreciate that. I want to take a break because we're going live on Fox Good Day and I don't want to mess up that time. So we'll be back as well with a bizarre file and some totals from Camp Out because the collections continued with Acme through Thanksgiving. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve.
Walk around during the day with your mouth open probably would end up in your mouth anyway.
Yeah.
So you almost have to actively avoid ever tasting a lot of these foods.
So apparently I'm going to try a whole ton of food that I've never even tried in my life. I'm not all that interested in food. And when I am interested in food, when I am hungry, I want to eat something I'm comfortable with, something I know. So I get what I know, I get what I like, and I move on. And then a lot of stuff I've never tried because of the way it looks, the way the texture looks like it would feel in my mouth. They're shocked and mad at me for some reason that I haven't had a strawberry. Or they go, you know what, I'm just like you. I'm just not interested in wasting any time or money on something I haven't had before, because the risk of not liking it, like I said, I just go with what I know and what I like.
I think Chuck is a little nervous about this. I mean, he's gone 43 years without ever sampling any of these items, and now we're going to make this happen. I think melon has a very mild flavor to it.
Let's go with the...
Fine, show me a melon.
Let's go honeydew.
All right, he's saying cantaloupe. Jay's saying cantaloupe.
Is this cantaloupe?
Cantaloupe is outstanding. All right, Chuck is now eating cantaloupe. First time ever.
Cantaloupe.
Juicy.
What do you think?
It's good.
It's good. And you've never tried it.
That's pretty good.
All right. I know you want to eat
mine.
Isn't
One
that
down.
good?
There we go. Good.
Cantaloupe is outstanding. Now, you want to try something completely different and have a cucumber?
Just stay away from the hair and fur and all that stuff.
Go. All right, cucumber.
No, we're gonna get to the hair and fur. Cucumber, he hasn't had it yet.
This is very
eat the whole
mild.
thing
or bite?
Bite half of it. Just
no, it's very mild. There's virtually no flavor to it. I don't trust a thing you say.
Just take it's extremely mild. It's great.
But I could use a cucumber.
I love cucumbers. All right, so Chuck is sampling the cucumber.
Seeds in it.
Yep, but they're edible.
You don't like seeds, right?
No.
All right.
You can get what's called an English cucumber that doesn't have any seeds in it at all.
Got a funny accent.
And socialized medicine.
Yeah. What do you think of the cucumber?
Tastes like nothing.
Yeah. You know what's great? A little salt on it, man.
Ugh.
Outstanding. What do you mean?
Salt.
You know what you do? You
cucumbers?
put a piece of cantaloupe on each side of it, and it tastes great.
He's never had a strawberry.
All right, this to me is one of the holy grails. Now, are these in season? Because
from Florida.
Okay, when they're in season, they're sweet and they're wonderful.
Get one of the really red ones.
Really red.
That means more juicy.
This has green on the end. Is that okay?
A used feminine napkin.
See, this scares me.
Don't use that one. Cut the tip off of the green.
You circumcise
it.
Just get another one.
Pick a different one.
That's better.
All right.
Now just take a bite.
Now, those are seeds, right? Are they hard?
No.
Those little seeds?
No.
Seeds?
Well, they might be to you, but most...
He's nervous about the strawberry.
I'm excited that I might like it, but I'm afraid to bite it. Just stick the whole thing in your mouth.
I'm excited that I might like it, but I'm afraid to bite it.
It's so good. They're one of my favorite...
That's my
fruits.
first album. Yeah,
Go ahead. All right, he's doing it. First time ever.
He doesn't like it already.
He touched it. He touched it to his lips and said he didn't like it.
Bite it.
I don't like the feel of it.
Shut up and bite it.
Put the whole thing in your mouth. Just do it.
Just do it. Go.
Go.
Go, 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 go. All right, he's chewing on it.
Bits in it. It has little bits in it.
Just chew it up.
He doesn't like it.
No, it's like sand.
It's like sand.
It's a strawberry.
No, dude.
No, because of the texture, huh?
No, the sandy bits.
Quick question. The sandy texture of it overrides whatever pleasant taste it might have.
They're like little crunch. They feel like bugs or something.
So the question is, does the sandy texture override the taste of it?
It ruins it. It ruins
if these are odd.
Yeah, I'll give it.
Strawberries.
It was juicy and tasty, but when you find those little... Do you like a Nestle Crunch bar? Yeah. Think of those as like crunches in a Nestle Crunch.
Well,
now finish it.
We have
try mango.
Let's do mango.
See, that's not the same as that other yellow?
Here, wait, hold on. Let me, because
Usually orange is more ripe.
here, yeah, do this piece right there.
Okay.
That's all right. Okay, go ahead.
So what is this again?
This is mango.
Mango.
You've heard of this before, right?
He's like a little kid. He touches it to his lips.
He's shaking. Now that is a fantastic fruit.
It's like tangy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's tropical.
Yeah, it's not so bad because
it's citrus.
No seeds or crunchy bits.
Do you want to do raspberries? Because they have what Chuck says is fur on them.
He won't like them, but let's have him try it. And they're loaded with seeds, too.
Oh, man. Oh, no way.
You can see little pubic hairs on them, right?
I would think they're bad.
And little bits of or raspberry often end up stuck in your teeth, Chuck. You're not going to
look dirty or something.
No, it's actually good.
Try just a tiny
one.
Yeah, I just ate one. Yeah, go
tiny
ahead.
little bit of one.
Just like a small
By
bite.
the way,
No, put the whole thing in your mouth.
By the way,
Put it all-
raspberries with chocolate, fantastic.
All right, listen. I'm earning my pay here.
Yeah, you are.
I mean,
come on.
All right.
I don't think you're going to like it, but go for it. 1, 2, 3, go. All right, it's in his mouth.
That is disgusting.
All right.
They're going to spit it out?
He spit it out.
Raspberry earns the distinction of the first fruit.
What is that?
Being spat out.
That's terrible.
Wait, we didn't do blackberries yet. You want to do a blackberry?
So is it better, worse than raspberry seed?
You're not going to like it.
You're not going to like it because of the texture.
Similar
because of the seeds.
Yeah.
Go.
Just to say you've tried one, okay?
Yeah.
That's why we're doing this. We're not expecting you to like everything.
We
At
don't
least you
even
just
understand.
Tried it.
Preston, you would agree. We don't even understand why we're so fascinated with this. But it's to just never have tried one.
What do you think?
Terrible.
Yeah. All right.
It was like a 5-year-old kid.
But now you know.
He's spitting it out. He's spitting it out.
Now you know.
So raspberry and blackberry he hates.
All right. Casey wants you to try grapefruit.
Here's the thing, though. I think he should do the kiwi first
We're
because the
gonna
grapefruit is so flavorful and citrusy.
It doesn't matter.
No?
If
Okay.
he cleanses the palate.
All right, go ahead.
Casey's been biting at the
Isn't
bit.
grapefruit like dangerous? No.
If it has a hand grenade attached to
There's
it.
like medical commercials that tell you if you're eating grapefruit, you can't take
No,
this medicine. How do you eat that?
Yeah.
You can eat it like an orange. It's an appetite suppressant.
Excuse me.
I was eating lots of them
Sorry.
before the prostate cancer. So
right before.
You're terrible.
Grapefruit. All right, go for it.
Cheers.
Cheers. Both of them sucking on a grapefruit. Chuck's waiting for Casey to do it first. Go ahead, Chuck. I don't care for grapefruit unless it's got sugar on it. Yeah, right? Yeah, Chuck doesn't like that at all.
I knew it.
It looked like a kid that had had lemon in his mouth for the first
I've never
time.
liked grapefruit, and I agree with you, Preston.
Throw it
It's
away.
only good if you have sugar on it.
Oh, that's terrible.
Isn't that nasty? And people eat them like crazy.
I know.
All right.
I hate you.
What's up next?
You're going to need to wash your mouth out.
Yeah,
That's terrible.
Have some cantaloupe. You like
take,
that.
Take some water right there.
Have a bite of cantaloupe. That actually would be a good cleanser.
Yeah, it is.
Ugh, that's terrible.
All right, so we're going to do the kiwi next, and then we're going to do red grapes.
Kiwi, here we go.
Here it is. Pop it in. Should be very tender.
Very
Like a love song.
All right.
the bits in it, man.
So you have a thing with the bits.
The taste is okay.
Okay.
Strong, very strong.
Yeah.
All right.
But those little crunchies, you don't like.
You actually.
It's like, Jimmy's on ice cream or something.
Will you eat something with poppy seeds on it?
Yeah, everything bagel.
Or sesame seeds and stuff like
Sesame
that?
seeds I like, yeah.
Think of it like that. You know? I mean, these seeds don't really have any flavor. They're just part of the texture.
I could think it's filet mignon, but it's still bitty and crunchy in my
Well, let me
teeth.
ask
like
you
an
this.
everything bagel.
Would you eat popped white heads off someone's scrotum?
Grapes and then pineapple.
Hold on.
Red grapes. He's had green grapes.
Okay. Grape. Yep.
Okay.
Grape.
Red grape.
Seedless?
Should be.
Good.
Yeah, right? Good. Thumbs up.
Yeah.
Bonus.
Another one.
Thumbs up. All right, he's having
He's having
another
one.
How about that? That's going to be your latest snack food.
Accepting red grapes. The pineapples that I used to have all the time, Chuck, were from a can when I was growing up, and I hated them. Once I had fresh pineapple, the world opened up to me.
This is the sweetest fruit that you could possibly try.
All right.
It is so good. Love pineapple. First time ever trying it. Very juicy. It's running down his... What do you think of that, Chuck?
Beard.
Come on, man.
That's good. Real good.
Yeah, isn't that real good? Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah.
You've been letting these things get by you in life.
All right.
Never, ever had pineapple before. Fantastic. And he likes it.
And
Like
never
it a
have the
lot.
canned. You always have to have fresh because the can, they put a syrup in it that just F's it up. Natural, fresh pineapple is glorious. All right.
Really good. You changed my life.
In summation, cantaloupe, pineapple, grapes, mango, you liked.
Cucumber was good.
Cucumber was good. These are things he's never, ever, ever had before.
Right, and I was right the whole time about the bits in the hair.
Bits in hair, F you
That's
up.
his thing.
So he doesn't like berries. And that's pretty much it. Berry and kiwi.
And kiwi.
Yeah.
USA! USA! USA!
Anne Hathaway. Kathy, this is for you. You hate her.
Yeah.
She doesn't want the paparazzi making money off her baby bump, and so she took to Instagram on Monday to share a photo of herself rocking a bikini with her pregnant belly on full display. I've not seen this yet.
I did.
How's it look?
Looks pretty good.
Yeah, she look all right.
I think
she still looks annoying.
She's actually taken the time.
Annoying.
I'm with you.
She's taken the time to, I think, let people calm down about her.
Yeah.
You know, like she's trying to stay out of the mainstream a little bit.
She wrote, happy 2016 to my beautiful Insta friends. So posting a bikini pic is a little out of character for me, but just now, while I was on the beach, I noticed that I was being photographed. I figured if this kind of photo is going to be out in the world, it should at least be an image that makes me happy and be one that was taken with my consent and with a filter.
She's right.
So she did it. Actually, it's pretty smart.
Who's she married to, or who's her boyfriend?
She is married to Adam Schulman. They got married in 2012.
And what is he? Craft services?
They've been together for 4 years, so before they got married. This marks the first time that Anne has publicly acknowledged her pregnancy since it was first reported in November. So
you know what? She's really good in the Batman. Verbal skills? I would say exemplary. On a par with yours right now.
Do you believe in the study, Steve?
That people who will wake up on the early side? Yes, I do. I think you, by sheer force of will, you have to make it happen, especially in what we do and what you guys are doing. You've got to be conversant because it becomes readily apparent you're not able to do it. And so it does train you to start thinking on your toes early. And I think and sometimes people will come in here and and Preston, they'll say, how can you guys be up like this and be this conversive? You have to. It's part of the deal.
And Preston, I also think of it like our days are front loaded, so I think we're pretty like you're on target and on energy early in the morning. End of the day, it's a lost cause for me. How about you, Preston?
I don't know.
I don't want to talk about it.
I don't want to talk about it.
I feel like it. No, yeah, I know. Yes, but by the time we are done, when we are done, I'm like, I'm done talking.
I'm out of words.
I'm
done
run out,
talking.
Literally run out of words. But it can definitely be a bit much.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
I will say that though. I mean, I will say I've used all my words for the day. That's it. Daddy he's just going to sit here in front of this giant box of moving pictures and not say anything.
Of course, just last week we did a study that said the exact opposite.
Of course.
I know.
Yeah. And I'm waiting for the next study about how eggs are bad for you again. So it goes back and forth. But I think from our anecdotal evidence, yes, I think waking up gets your mind wired and primed to go. And to what you were saying, Karen, it's the same thing, is that at the latter part of the day, you become a mime. Yeah.
How was Thanksgiving for all of you?
I had COVID, so that was lovely.
Yeah.
They stopped doing turkey a long time ago and now get a disease every year.
That's common.
Pretty low key, and everybody kind of took it easy. It was nice.
It's very low key. It's your favorite holiday, which is the big
absolutely.
problem,
it's my favorite holiday of the year.
Really is,
it was not as fun this year, but nonetheless,
you still have Arbor Day.
Yeah, it's coming up.
Yep.
Oh,
is it
Flag Day? You get the mulligan on it. You get to do it over.
That's right.
Fix things a week later.
Holiday mulligans are necessities. Yes.
Thinking on your feet and stuff like that. Where do you suppose that term came about? Thinking on your toes.
I think it was sponsored by Tom McCann. I think it was the where does it come from? What's the derivation?
I don't know. We'll have to look it up.
Yeah. Is there some sort of internet resource?
We did a segment with the mayoral candidates. We're up to 8, and you're throwing your hat into the ring.
Yeah.
You know that's a boxing term?
Yes.
Oh.
I did that.
Yeah.
Okay.
You threw a hat in the ring if you want to get in there and fight.
I could see that. That's like toe the line. That's that as well. It's same with boxing. You would step up to the line, would put your toes on the line, you're ready to fight. So
toe.
There you go.
How about that?
Yeah.
All right, you quick thinkers and
Buck
conversive
here.
people.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Bye-bye.
Love you guys. All right, we'll see you later. little bit of a delay there. In
There was.
Our,
What do you
back
mean?
and forth.
Just kidding.
I don't know what you're talking
No,
about.
what are you talking about?
All right. So we skipped traffic, so let's get into that right now and see what's going on so far this morning. Kathy, what you got for us?
An accident on the 42 freeway. It stopped between the Black Horse Pike and Creek Road. 2 lanes are blocked. 55 northbound heavy Deptford to the 42 freeway. Schuylkill eastbound slowing from the Blue Road into Belmont and then the Boulevard to the Vine. Westbound Passyunk to South Street, the Boulevard out to the Blue Road. 95 northbound. An earlier vehicle fire at the Betsy Ross Bridge has a slow back to the Vine Expressway. It is cleared. And then also from Bridge to Cotman, there was an accident in there. That's cleared. South on 95, slowing from Cotman through to Bridge. Kelly Drive at Girard Avenue, there's an accident. Pennsylvania Turnpike eastbound, slowing Willow Grove to Route 1, an accident off to the shoulder. And then 422 eastbound, backing up from Oaks to 23. This traffic report brought to you by Whole Foods Market. Ready to bake? Select 365 by Whole Foods Market. Baking essentials are 25% off with Prime through December 13th while supplies last. Shop in-store or online. Terms apply. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
2 things, and this might be a conversation for another time. I know we have a bizarre file and the guest we're going to talk to, but do you guys ever get that? I looked over and I got a text message at this very second, and it says, your account, it is Amazon, your account has been locked. Follow this link to secure your account. Do you guys get these?
Well, yeah. The thing to do is, if you can, on air, give your banking information.
Yeah, that's what I'll do.
You ignore it.
Oh, I know.
Anything like that. And there's one that comes from Apple as well.
I get them all the time.
Yes, it's ridiculous.
I can't stand it.
Just click the link through a work computer. I think, I think they said it's okay.
And whatever they send you back, open it up on the system.
Yeah.
Don't those tutorials we watch say to click on that
We
link
did a
and
training.
follow it all the way through?
Yes. Click the link, follow it all the way to the
I
end.
kind of like those tutorials. They're actually kind of entertaining. The dude who's like the slacker in the bathroom.
They are fun.
He makes me laugh every time.
They're at least somewhat entertaining.
Yeah.
You are correct.
Yeah,
about
we
that.
actually work with a guy who looks like that guy. I don't know what his name is. He's on the MM Army. But he looks like Bad Judgment.
Okay.
That's the guy.
Gotcha.
Bad Judgment is one of the characters by the way, in our training. And then this other thing I want to mention, and then we'll get into the B file. Somebody texted in and said, just want to point out, the Flyers snapped a 10-game losing streak last night after hearing Fly Like the Flyers.
That is correct.
We played it yesterday.
Very observant.
And that is something we may have to consider.
When are they playing again?
Tomorrow night.
Are they playing tomorrow?
We'll have to play tomorrow.
Okay.
Casey,
We don't play it today.
No.
Right?
Just play just a little bit.
You imagine if they go on like
Yeah.
Slap shot. Slap shot.
I love this.
Fly like the Flyers. Till I fly. Fly like the Flyers. Flying, Flyers fly. Gonna fly like the Flyers. Gonna fly. Flyers gonna fly.
Okay.
Yeah, man. It's
Maybe tomorrow we'll play the whole thing.
Yeah.
That's audio mojo.
And then we'll see if it works.
Yeah.
And if it works, we'll continue that. And it doesn't have to work every time, but if it works the majority of time,
if it works enough,
then we'll take the credit.
Works all the time, half the time.
Casey takes the credit.
Yeah.
All right, bizarre file time. Here we go.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, this morning. Sorry, I'm scared. Number 3. There we go. This new system, where the music comes up as random on my faders. It's not random, but you have to. You never know where it's going to go.
Right.
All right. Anyway, brought to you by Manhattan Bagel. Let Manhattan Bagel take the stress out of your holiday, breakfast or lunch, delivery or takeout. You gather, they cater. Visit manhattanbagel.com to order. The Spanish Coast Guard has rescued 3 men who stowed away on a tanker that arrived in the Canary Islands from Nigeria, and they did it by balancing on the rudder just above the waterline.
Whoa. How the hell?
They rode all this way on the rudder of the ship.
Wow.
In a photograph distributed on Twitter by the Coast Guard on Monday, the 3 stowaways are shown perched on the rudder of the oil and chemical tanker Elthini 2.
The captain gave him a stern warning.
Oh! My man!
They don't bow down to anybody.
Hey!
The Maltese flagged Althini 2 arrived in Las Palmas in Gran Canaria on Monday afternoon after an 11-day voyage from Lagos in Nigeria. So they were on that rudder for 11 days.
They probably want a sandwich or something.
The men were taken into the port and attended to by health services for dehydration and hypothermia. A journalist tweeted, "This is not the first and it will not be the last. Stowaways do not always have the same luck. Perilous crossings in the Canaries from North Africa have increased dramatically since late 2019 after checks on Mediterranean routes were tightened."
11 days on a freaking rudder.
Yeah, on
a freaking runner.
In October 2020, 4 people stowed away on the rudder of an oil tanker from Lagos, hiding for 10 days before they were discovered by police as the vessel came into Las Palmas.
In moderately rough seas.
Yeah. How could you survive?
How?
Yeah, I don't know. Speaking of seas, this took place on a lake, though, but around 200 people have been rescued after they were stranded on a large chunk of ice that broke away in a Minnesota lake.
Oh, man.
This has happened a number of times because these chunks are so huge, you may not even know it happened.
The local sheriff's office said that the people adrift on Upper Red Lake in northern Minnesota were fishing when the ice broke. Anglers were surrounded by up to 90 feet of open water. They added that all those who were stranded have been safely rescued. Adam Studnitsky, one of the area's owners of JR's Corner, an ice fishing resort in the area, said the ice with the southwest wind just shifted and it broke away in some spots.
You're out there on that ice, they got caught.
Mr. Studnitsky said that his team, with the help of emergency responders, were able to safely evacuate anglers using an ice bridge over a narrow part of the open water. Mr. Studnitsky.
He's kind of like an ice bridge over troubled water.
Said incidents like this occur every once in a while at the lake during this time of year, and the anglers were calm as they were evacuated. The sheriff's office warned in its press release that early season ice is very unpredictable, so you need to be careful. Speaking of being careful, this guy wasn't. A man in Turkey has been reportedly shot and killed by his own dog on a hunting trip after the pet stepped on the trigger of his shotgun.
This has happened a couple of times.
Yeah, it has. Özgür Grevekoglu died in Turkey last week. Local police originally took one of his hunting companions into custody. Mr. Grevekoglu was loading equipment into the trunk of his car when his dog jumped on the back of his friend, stepped on the trigger of the shotgun. A 32-year-old hunter who reportedly became a father just 2 weeks earlier died from a wound to his stomach before paramedics arrived.
And there's pictures of him, and he obviously loved the dog, and he's hugging the dog and all that. It was an accident, but dogs will take cars and take them out of park. Yeah. They'll do these things. You got to watch out.
His 38-year-old friend was not identified and subsequently released from custody on Sunday, but the police are still investigating. He was seen frequently posing with game and several hounds on his social media, but it's unclear if any of those dogs are responsible for the deadly act.
And he just made arrangements to return a Walkman to a guy he'd stolen one from Preston. It was
goodness.
It just didn't work out.
Tragic. A judge accepted a plea deal Monday for a man who randomly killed a Florida couple in their garage 6 years ago. You remember this story.
This lunatic.
And then chewed on one of the victim's face that will send him to a mental hospital for treatment. So it's a plea deal that this guy's getting. Austin Haruff. Yeah, pleaded not guilty by reason of insanity to 2 counts of first-degree murder and other charges in the 2016 slayings of John Stevens and his wife, Michonne Stevens. He also seriously injured a neighbor who tried to help.
We heard it was Basel, right?
I think this was the same guy.
Same dude, right?
Haruff, who attended Florida State University before the attack, will be committed to a secure mental health facility until doctors and a judge agree that he is no longer dangerous.
Yeah.
If the trial had gone forward, Haruff could have faced life in prison, so he's going to be in a mental institution.
Do you promise to not eat any more faces?
Yeah. A number of family members of the slain couple expressed anger at the decision and made victim impact statements directed at Haruff and his family. The defense team and prosecutors as well. The agreement worked out between the defense and the prosecution avoided a trial that had been scheduled to start on Monday before the judge, Sherwood Bauer, had been expected to last 3 weeks. The judge said Haruff will remain in the county jail until he is taken to a secure mental health facility, and then they'll monitor him.
It's a horrible story.
Yeah. And then we'll do one more. This is pretty wild. A Buddhist temple in central Thailand has been left without monks after all of its holy men failed drug tests and were defrocked. 4 monks, including
Chunky monks,
an abbot at a temple in Bung Sam Phan district tested positive for methamphetamine on Monday.
You heard about the Bung monks? They're junkies.
Yeah. The Bung monks have been sent to a health clinic to undergo drug rehabilitation. The temple is now empty of monks, and nearby villagers are concerned that they cannot do any merit making, and merit making involves worshippers donating food to monks as a good deed.
Are these the monks that take a vow of addiction?
That must be them. More monks will be sent to the temple to allow villagers to practice their religious obligations. Thailand is a major transit country for methamphetamine flooding in from Myanmar's troubled Shan state via Laos.
So they were all defrocked.
Yep. Yeah. All right, there you go. That is what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. All right, so we have someone we're going to check in with now. Obviously, the Camp Out for Hunger has come and gone, or has it?
There's an element that was going on after the fact because of the generosity of this particular corporation.
Yeah, a few years ago, we started partnering with Acme Markets. It's been several years now, but since we have had the pin pad collection where you at the checkout can actually make a donation, has been a game changer. And we made an announcement on November 8th. Am I going to do the original monetary stuff, or should we bring our guests on?
Well, yeah, if you just want to give like where we were and where we had left it.
Okay, the total donations cash was $1,078,254, and that included $613,000 from the Acme Markets campaign.
Right, just amazing.
So they carried that on through Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
And so there's more to be had.
Yes.
Well, of course, you're leading right up to the most active time for shopping leading into Thanksgiving, and they availed that to us, and that's amazing.
So we are going to get on the line now to get to the added donation numbers.
Right.
And we have our guests ready to go. So please welcome the VP of Operations at Acme Markets, Dana Ward. is joining us. Good morning, Dana.
Hello.
Hi, Dana. Thanks for joining us today.
Good. You guys just gave me a promotion. I like that.
Oh, what's your actual title?
Manager of Public Affairs.
Oh,
Manager of
Well, you
Public-
are now VP of Operations, according to my information sheet.
You are also now, I'm making you an ambassador to Japan.
All right. I didn't know Dana.
Yeah.
Good work.
Congratulations.
Konnichiwa. Wow. No, Dana, sorry about that, by the way.
No worries.
So do tell, the collections continued after Camp Out for Hunger, and what can you tell us about that?
Well, I mean, obviously, you guys were right. Leading up to Thanksgiving is the busiest time of the year, which is why we like to continue to do our camp out donations for the extra 2 weeks after we close down the on-site store. And, you know, as usual, your listeners, our shoppers, they all come through for such a wonderful cause. And we are now at a grand total of $875,000.
We are on the way to the big mill.
So to spell all that out, so we had 613,000.
Holy hell.
All right, and then the total now is $875,000. That means another $262,000 was donated after the Camp Out for Hunger was already over.
Come on.
That is correct.
Oh, that's phenomenal.
The amount of people that will be fed, and for the amount of time they will be fed, because of obviously, and I know you're in awe, Dana, as well. You said that the customers and the listeners of the Preston and Steve Show, and just in general, people at that point will make the decision: do I want to donate to this charity? Well, they did, and it's going to be feeding people throughout the rest of the year, and then well into next year.
Absolutely. I mean, this money isn't just going to feed people for the holidays. It's going to feed them through the winter. And as we all know, it gets cold in Philadelphia and the surrounding suburbs, and people need it. They need to get off the streets, and they need food.
Wow.
It's amazing.
That's huge. This partnership is so fantastic. Dare I say a game changer, really.
It absolutely is. And you know what makes it so wonderful, Dana, is that it really speaks to just the simple generosity of the individual. It really just, together with what you guys have been able to facilitate and make it work the way it does, it's the perfect union. Because, and the fact that it's through Acme, it's through the market, it's through all of that, where people are thinking in that way anyway, it's so perfect.
Absolutely. I mean, we are Philly just like you guys are Philly. And, we just want to take care of our neighbors. And this is the best way we can do it. And to your point, that pin pad has made things so much better. And we just continue to raise so much more money by using that pin pad. It's so easy.
It's genius. It's absolute genius. We love it.
Thank you so much, Dana. That's wonderful news. We will continue to share that with everyone so they are aware of what a great partnership this is with Acme Markets and how much you guys appreciate the area and how much the listeners chip in to help. It's wonderful. So thank you, Dana. We appreciate that.
You're welcome.
And good luck with Japan.
Yeah, please. Congratulations on that as well. All right, Dana.
I'll let you know how it's going.
All right, good luck with everything. That's huge. So to add even another number to that means that the new monetary total for 2022 is $1,340,254. Going to Phil Abundance. And that's in addition to the 2.8 million pounds of food.
So I'm sorry, can you give the figure donated after camp out ended just at Acme? That you just
$262,000.
That is unbelievable. Yeah, that's a remarkable amount of money.
Yeah, so thank you guys. Thank you everyone who went by Acme and participated. That's wonderful news.
The funny thing is that I'm a part of that.
Me too.
I go every time.
That's where I donate.
I hit the button every time.
Yep, it's easy to do. Yeah. It's very, very easy to do. Wonderful. All right, with that, we're going to take a break. We're going to come back in a moment. Don't forget, Brian Johnson from AC/DC is joining us. But you know what? Who is here today? Now we have our friends with the Fireside Bar and Grill. Casey's going to be there tomorrow night for the Bud Light Thursday night kickoff. Would you like a $25 gift card?
Yeah!
Be caller number 12 at 215-263-WMMR. They're in Ambler, all right? You can find them on Bethlehem Pike, and Casey will be there tomorrow from 7 to 9. Stop by because you can win a pair of tickets to watch the Eagles play New Orleans Saints on New Year's Day, a signed Boston Scott helmet, courtesy of Bud Light, and other swag as well. Click events at WMMR.com for details. But caller number 12 will set you up, and we'll be back in. It faded out again, Casey.
Okay.
So we'll our new system, we're working on it. So we'll come back in just a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
93.3 WMMR presents
Chat with Kelly Ripa when the cameras weren't rolling.
What?
No. It's not the way it sounds, and we all will understand this. Regis had a mandate. She said, absolutely no talking off camera.
So save it for the TV, right?
Yeah.
I'm such a professional.
She tells the New York Times about her dynamic with Philbin. She said he had almost a superstition about it. You save it for the show.
Save it for the show.
She said,
Kelly, look at me right in the eyes. Save it for the show.
She'd said, I'd be like, good morning. And
Shut up!
He'd say, save it for...
Shut up. Shut your mouth. Shut.
Save it for...
Shut the mouth now. Shut up.
You weren't very nice about it.
Look, shut the mouth closed. Shut. Now.
So she would... he would say, save it for the air.
Save it for the air. Shut.
I swear to God.
I will kill you where you stand. I will cut your whole goddamn head off. I just purchased a scimitar. This very reason. To just slice your head off. So shh.
After he left live,
nothing.
Michael Strahan came aboard and his unexpected eggs from Good Morning
She
America.
Can't understand what he says, so.
So it didn't matter.
So it was her saying don't talk, yeah. Shut up.
Just put your slicker on and talk to that slob.
Ari Lewandijk Jr. is about to meet 29 potential future wives.
Oh, boy. Is he the new Bachelor?
The Bachelor season 22 is about to kick off, and in the running this time are 4 Laurens, 2 Brittany's, and 3 real estate agents.
I am Brittany, and I'm just looking for that someone special.
The 36-year-old race car driver, there you go, was first introduced to viewers on season 8.
Hey, would this show work with ugly people? I mean, straight
not
up.
at all for 1 second.
Can they just try it? Can like a smaller, lesser network just do it with ugly people?
No, they did. Rock of Love.
No, I mean like actual ugly people.
You know what? They have shows that are average people, like that Married at First Sight thing.
Yeah.
And those people aren't. So they're just kind of average looking. So and people watch that, but it does have the added level of they've never met before and they're going to try to stay together.
Regular people, it's just you have these stunning people. Many of them very loose sexually.
Right.
You have these dream dates that no one on earth ever goes on, but people on The Bachelor and Bachelorette. Yeah. And that's
Could
why
you
people
imagine,
watch.
like The Bachelor shows up, and then you got 20 or 30 bachelorettes, and then
Mama June Shannon gets out of the limo.
Some of the bachelorettes are like, you know what, I'm out. You know, so immediately the 30 goes down to 20.
Well, that would be cool if at the point, but they've already it's the formula works so well.
I know.
It's been on, even though it's 90,000 different iterations of
This
it.
is season 22. Yeah, and I don't know how many
it's
different
showing no
versions.
signs of slowing down. Bachelor, Bachelorette, Bachelor in Paradise.
Imagine Casey, if the Bachelor shows up and he looks like that doctored picture of Tom Cruise that makes him a little fat. And he's wearing a baseball hat
or booger.
Yes, something like that.
It's not gonna work. So anyhow,
I have to go. The limo's still running.
Yeah.
People with great personalities, all
no one
across
cares.
the board. Yeah.
Look at this picture here.
Yes.
That guy.
That's it. I love it.
I'd tune in. I totally would have watched that show. At least the first episode.
You know, it's a fantasy for everyone. I got just what love is really like.
But if you're one of the girls and you show up and Fat Tom Cruise is waiting for you instead of Ari Lewandowski Jr., you got ripped off on that season. You're
gone.
Yeah.
You're out of there. So anyhow, he was first introduced on season 8 of The Bachelorette when he vied for the affection of Emily Maynard. So he goes,
love you.
He goes,
I want to be with you.
He goes,
forever.
I love you.
I love you. I look into the future and I see you and I together, like two people together.
Poetry.
I want to walk down the aisle with you, the same aisle, and get married. I want to write our own vows and use ventriloquist dummies to convey them.
Please welcome Mr. M. Night Shyamalan.
Hey guys, I like the music.
Like that?
That's a cello actually played through, through an electric.
Oh, that's really cool. Yeah,
make it sound like a growl. That's,
really?
That's
music from Split. Yeah.
Yeah, this was. Hang on, wait.
Yeah,
now you can hear it.
Yeah, and the composer actually plays the cello. He played it himself, like in a bathroom, like off the tiles, and you can. Anyway.
Who was the composer? No.
Wes Stortson. I got him from the HBO show The Jinx. You know, making.
Yes.
So just an amazing talent.
I want to talk about, or ask you about Split, and so I don't want no spoiler alerts, but I recently went to a screening of Unbreakable. Do you look at Unbreakable differently than you did 10 years ago?
Split and Unbreakable are very, very connected, and they've always been. Even when I wrote the original movie, both these movies were in my head and actually on paper.
Okay.
So it was just one of those things when I started doing smaller movies, which give me a lot of creative control, and for me, whether it's even just in my own head, a sense of being able to be daring and different and original and not worry because the budgets are low and I can do something that's unexpected. I felt like, wow, I could do this other part of this story in a very unusual way. In fact, in a way that hasn't been done before, which is not even tell you how it's connected to something else unless you come see the movie and then forbid it to be mentioned in the marketing. It was really strange, I'll tell you, because I write only originals, but this is the first time I've ever written something where I already knew the characters, so it was very bizarre. Like, as soon as I started writing, I knew all the characters' voices and how they were going to react. So it was a very different process. And,
Okay.
Yeah, really interesting.
Well, speaking of that, I apologize, but how did you come up with all the different voices and characters for the one character in Split?
Yeah, James plays, if you guys haven't seen it, Split is about James's character and who suffers from DID, and he has 23 personalities, and there's a 24th one coming, which is a very threatening personality. And in this movie, he plays... I don't want to tell you how much because I think it's going to be fun, but it's an enormous number.
But that's crazy to have to come up with 23 characters for one.
You know what? Really, it's not any different for me as a screenwriter because they are who they are.
Mm-hmm.
So
they're real characters. They're just being funneled through one person.
Yeah, it's James that has the problem. I have to. I'm just writing different characters.
I watched the Blu-ray had a different ending. Which I find this stuff fascinating.
Yeah.
And one you didn't go with, and it was the exact right call to go with the one you went with. But do you when you shoot those things and you actually just sit there and see them side by side and run them, do you go, that's it, or are you back and forth?
Well, I mean, part of art is listening, right?
Yeah.
So you can have an agenda. Again, if I write you this movie about you guys, you 5 guys right here in this thing, I can have an agenda. Oh, I want Preston to be this person and that person, and but you have to really listen, because the character of Preston or the character of Kathy will start talking to you and telling you something, and if you're being arrogant in the process, it's literally in a relationship, and if you're not listening to say, oh wow, the Kathy character wants to be the dominant character, doesn't want to be the way you were thinking of her, and so it's listening to it and making the movie and looking at it, you go, wow, I thought James's character was going to do this, or I thought Bruce's character was going to go this way, but actually it's Sam's character that wants to do this, and that process of, I've gotten better at listening.
You sort of step aside and let the voices come. I know it seems very
it all
bizarre,
sounds really, bizarre
and overly artsy, but I would understand that when you're writing for multiple characters, I mean, they're all living within you.
Yeah, so James, we were doing a scene, and just a random moment, just to give you a sense of what I'm talking about, and James was playing the 9-year-old boy, and he did something that he didn't know he was going to do. He was walking down the street, and he did something with something on the side of the building, and he a half second before he did it, he didn't know he was going to do that. Right? And then he did it, and then he reacted to it, and like a 9-year-old, and it was hilarious and wonderful, but he didn't pre-think that. He was being the character and listening, basically, is what I'm saying. What does the character think? Oh, wow, the character's eyes went to this thing that happened to walk by. And that in that same way, being present as, having empathy. I guess as an artist, that's really what you're cultivating, is your ability to have empathy. I've always, coveted the opportunity to do something where there was a pre-existing mythology and something so well thought out. Why Lord of the Rings and Harry Potter and even Star Wars, Lucas's Star Wars, why it's so effective is the backstory has been thought out so much. The backstory is the front story. All that work has been done, and when you guys see something on television or a movie that rings a little hollow, that's because the person walked in the room and that person didn't exist before they walked into the room.
So with that kind of just leaving things, just letting it funnel through, can we expect to see Glass face off against Stuart Little?
Maybe.
Is it possible?
Yeah, it's possible. I wrote Stuart Little for you fans out there. That's why that joke actually is funny.
I'd like to thank you. I'm a new member of the board of directors of the Greater Philadelphia Film Office. I work with Sharon Pinkerton now. So I came on board this year, and now I've been brought into the fold of all things film and television in Philadelphia. What she does is amazing, but it's people like you that still highlight this area as a place to film, a place to create, a place that's got wonderful landscapes and backgrounds and all that stuff, and trying to to keep that coming into the area.
Yeah, I love it. I mean, obviously we shot a scene with Bruce down in South Philly, and we were in this house, this row home, and we came out and there's 2,000 people outside. And they were like bringing us cheesesteaks and pizzas. By the way, I ate it all. So it was so good. I mean, I'm a Philly boy. I mean, I'm a classic Philly boy. It's October. We're gonna win the Super Bowl.
Yes, we are. M. Night Shyamalan, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, man. Yesterday, we got on a discussion for a moment about weird phone lines.
Yeah,
I remember. Yeah, well, what was it?
It was you.
Yeah, there was a number we used to call that would just. And it was something stupid to do as a kid. That when you would call it, it would dial or it would ring once, and then it would pick up and it would go. I mean, over and over, nonstop.
It had to be like maybe for service guys working on the lines, like a calibration thing.
Maybe that was
something like that.
Something along
and you
those
happened
lines.
upon it.
No, but the reason I brought this up is because Steve came across now. One of the things is not just free phone lines like the time and temperature and 800 PHL gate. There was a time in history where the 900 exchange was quite popular, and those were paid phone calls. You mentioned celebrity ones.
Yeah, we have a couple of them.
You ready for this one?
Yeah, which one you have?
Here we go.
Audio Entertainment presents pop music's new sensation, Paula Abdul.
call me. I've got news you can use.
Straight up. She's going to tell you
Straight up, man.
You straight up call her now.
She'll tell you where she had her nose done.
And you should, because opposites attract.
Call 1-900-909-1800 now.
Call me twice and I'll send you an autographed picture.
You and Paula together. Just $2 the first minute, 45 cents each extra minute. Kids ask your parents' permission. Paula's on a rocket to stardom.
Call me now and find out why.
Pick up the phone. Call 1-900-909-1800.
We're watching the video. She was hot back in the day, man.
What if you called her up, though? Yeah, what do you want?
Yeah. Look.
Paul, I'm a big fan. Yeah,
WMMR.
Thanks, Kath. We're going to be talking to Brian Johnson of AC/DC in about 30, 40 minutes or so, which is really cool. Looking forward to that. I've never seen AC/DC live. I have not. Though I've loved them for years.
I saw them at the Spectrum one time. It was great.
So quick story, and I know we're going to talk about some other things, but when I was a kid, and I was probably in like, 8th grade or something like that. I wasn't old enough to go to concerts on my own, and AC/DC was coming to town. It was for those about to rock tour.
Yes. Wow.
Amazing album. So I wasn't going to the show. But a friend of mine's older brother was. And so I had asked him if he would buy me a shirt, which was a big deal, getting a concert shirt back in the day.
Oh, yeah.
I wanted an AC/DC concert T-shirt. He came back after the show and told me, dude, they sold out of them. I couldn't get you one. I was like, oh, man, bummer. And it was around this time of year. So Christmas rolls around, and I get, for Christmas, I get an AC/DC T-shirt from my mom, and she told me that she had told the brother of my friend to not get me a shirt because they had already gotten me one for Christmas. And I'm like, Mom,
what the?
It was a concert shirt. It wasn't just an AC/DC shirt. It was from the concert.
I hate you so much.
I disavow any relationship to this family.
Not your son.
It pissed me off.
Yeah.
I'll be honest.
But Mom didn't understand the concert thing.
I know.
I hope you open-hand hit her.
I did not open-hand hit her. I hate you. I hate you more than anything in this damn world. I love that.
This was a guy who was reading some sort of
dreams. Yeah. No, they were texts or something like that. That was it. I hate you. I hate you more than anything in this damn world. But anyway.
You're all good now, though, right?
Yeah. I still would like it for those about to rock T-shirt. I should see. I should get one. I should get myself. I should treat myself.
You could probably get you could probably find an authentic concert shirt from that tour if you really wanted it.
Those are crazy expensive.
Yeah.
I have looked at those.
Right.
Like I remember looking at because I have a really cool one of my absolute favorite shirts is a Police Ghost in the Machine 1982 tour shirt, but it's a recreation.
It's a mock.
Yeah. It's a recreation or a mock.
Yeah.
But I went looking for it and found the actual ones from the tour. They were ridiculously expensive.
Well.
So I found a replica, and it's great, and I love it. So that'll work fine. So I'll have to find out for those about to rock replica.
Yeah, I saw AC/DC in 2000 at the Spectrum. It was a great show. I just started working at MMR, so I was in the promotions department at the time, and a few people on the promotions department, we were able to get tickets, and they passed out light up devil horns to everybody in the audience. So there was a moment in the night where everybody had these light up red devil horns. It was really cool. But I remember being at that show because I'd never seen the AC/DC before. I don't think I've seen them since. And I was like, I can't believe this is a job that people get to do and go see bands like this.
Yeah.
It was a really fantastic show, and I miss shows at the Spectrum. That building was not great with like bathroom access and things like that, but it was a great place to see shows.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I will talk to Brian later on this morning. I won't bring up the T-shirt thing to him.
Ask him for one.
He wants to talk about. I was like, maybe
what are you talking about?
Yeah.
Just keep going on about his shirt.
Well. Maybe he could give me a shirt. We'll have to see.
Well, your mother made a mistake, so can we move on?
So I guess I noticed a couple things that I thought were worth bringing up to you guys this morning.
The noticer's back.
Yeah.
He's been noticing things. He was down. He was sick. He had extra time to notice.
And
wait
now,
till you hear what he noticed.
All right, this first thing that I noticed is it's taking the robot AI thing to a terrifying new level.
It was already at a terrifying level.
Steve, listen to this, though. Engineers say they have invented a robot capable of building almost anything, including new versions of itself.
Yeah, I saw this.
Yes.
Replicating, they're able to replicate.
The self-replicating robot was developed by a team from MIT who claimed the robot could practically and economically assemble anything from a vehicle to a building. They said it could build a structure, or it could build another robot of the same size, or it could build a bigger robot.
Of course it would.
Using artificial intelligence. The robot is able to figure out complex tasks and organize swarms of bots.
Oh,
I don't like that word.
Swarms are not good.
Needed to build a structure without them getting in each other's
So
way.
what they're thinking of is, where you could literally, where you see workers up on scaffolding high up, you could send up robots to do all this stuff. I got it.
Right.
However, as we said countless times before, this has been the foundation of so many apocalyptic science fiction stories. And we had yesterday, Preston, when you were doing the Webster's word list, I forget what word was on, sentient, I think it was. And there was that software developer who exposed that one of his own creations had become self-aware and was basically acting like an 8-year-old.
Yeah. Yep. It's pretty terrifying. And by the way, with robotics and all, and I understand them, they're really cool and necessary for some things, but at some point, some of the robots are taking away jobs from human beings.
And that's a big issue.
There are people who have to fix the robots, maintain them, and operate them, but they can also take a robot that will do the job of 5 or 10 people.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, like VCR repair.
And even, these autonomous delivery vehicles and things like that.
Well, that stuff takes away
You're
jobs.
talking about people losing their jobs, and I'm fascinated in one sense, and on the other one, I'm like, well, hang on a minute here. You know what I mean?
They have designed a robot that will kill the people whining about losing their jobs.
Oh, well, there you go. Less whiners.
So, yeah.
So the system involves tiny identical subunits known as voxels, which are essentially
You can't see without his voxels.
They are the volumetric equivalent of a 2D pixel.
Yes.
These voxels are able to transmit and receive both power and data from other voxels in order to build and operate. A paper detailing the research titled Self-Replicating Hierarchical Module Robot Swarms was published in the scientific journal Nature Communications Engineering. Now, a gentleman, Aaron Becker, an associate professor of electrical and computer engineering at the University of Houston, said, "This is the first work I've seen that attacks the problem from a radically new perspective, using a raw set of robot parts to build a suite of robots whose sizes are optimized to build the...
Sweet. So weak.
Is he also manning the uncontrollable Hive of Killbot project?
Are optimized to build the desired structure and other robots as fast as possible.
No.
I know.
There is actually real-world incredible applications to a lot of this stuff.
Sure.
But show me anybody who can take a look at that Boston Dynamics dog, especially the one where they mounted a machine gun on it, and say, ooh, that looks fun.
There was, I also saw a story I think it was out of San Francisco, where it might be the San Francisco PD, I'm not sure, they have okayed the use of weapons on robots. Now those
Francisco, that's fun to say.
Now those are like drones; they'll be manned.
Yes.
But they want to be able to put weapons on them.
Was it Chicago that had an issue? And I think they voted it down, where they were going to take those probe robots that are on the tracks that go into a crime scene or a hostage situation. They were going to mount a shotgun on something like that.
Maybe.
And they voted to not do that.
Yeah. Well, these guys have given the go-ahead on it.
Yeah, why not?
So, we'll see how that goes. And I understand taking officers out of...
It's my favorite town. It's got tons of poop and killbots.
Okay.
Tony's back.
That's right, man. It's our best hope for the future. It'll stop you from pooping if you know you'll be taken out by a killbot.
But I understand taking officers out of harm's way, but just, guns, robots, wow, AI, all of that stuff put together.
They're already using drones that are, in faraway lands that are equipped with all sorts of bad things.
Yeah, so, all right. Well, anyhow, they now have the self-replicating robot with artificial intelligence.
The fact that it can build something bigger than itself, I think, is tremendous. So it can build its own Luca Brasi.
We're on the way to the Matrix, gang. That's where we're headed. All right. Let's see what else we noticed here. So Jeep has launched a contest name for one of its upcoming electric SUVs.
So how soon before Jeepy McJeepface is the number one entry?
Right. It's pretty much standard.
Yeah.
When they're naming anything to do the McFace thing.
I have a question about Jeep owners, but maybe I can ask it at the end of the story.
Right.
Okay, well, you've got a few of them here.
Right.
I have one, Casey and Marissa.
So
Jeepies.
go
ahead and ask it.
When you talk about it's a Jeep thing you wouldn't understand, I was on the Blue Route yesterday and I was behind 2 Jeep Grand Cherokees, and I was thinking, are they excluded from it's a Jeep thing you wouldn't understand because they're not driving Wranglers?
Yeah.
All right, so it's a Wrangler thing you wouldn't understand.
Well, there's Wranglers and Rubicons and other ones. So
Right.
those the Cherokee is an SUV,
right,
of types. The Jeep is a different type of vehicle.
Yeah, I mean, when I think of like a classic Jeep, I think of the Army Jeep, the Wrangler, the Rubicon or whatever. Yeah. But that's sort of its own little subset within the Jeep.
Like the
world.
only Jeeps that get the Jeep wave
Right.
are Wranglers, the Unlimiteds, and actually the Gladiators.
But there's a few other under the Jeep name, the brand
If
name.
it looks like a Jeep
right.
cracks like a Jeep.
Yeah, no, if it's got like that Jeep grill, that
By the way,
get the Jeep wave.
Do you know, you mentioned that, do you know the Jeep duck thing?
Yeah.
No, I do not.
I got ducked.
Did you get ducked? I've not gotten ducked yet.
Is that getting pants?
I'll explain in a second. Have you gotten ducked? Do you even know what that is? No. Okay.
All right, so the Gladiators apparently are not part of the duck.
Okay, so it's customary, if you are a Jeep owner and you see someone else's Jeep parked somewhere, is to leave a little rubber duck.
Wait, why?
I don't know. I don't know the origin.
Do you keep rubber ducks in your car?
We don't, but we have them at home. Do you? I need to put some in the Jeep. So we gave for Chuck's birthday. I think it was this year or last year. We gave him a whole bunch of rubber ducks because he's a Jeep owner.
All right, so but he's a Wrangler owner. And I'm an outsider looking in. So I'm not
in that case, you smear a diaper on the side of it.
I'm not trying to split hairs here, but can you be in a Jeep club if you drive a Grand Cherokee?
Now that I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't think so. I think it's pretty exclusive to that Jeep. What we know is just when you say a Jeep, not a Jeep Cherokee or a Jeep, those the other, versions. Did Jeep also make an Eagle? Was that way back in the day?
Caca.
The AMC Eagle?
Nah, that's what I'm thinking of.
Yeah.
All right, anyway.
You and I are in the Rolls-Royce Club, Preston, and we if you come across another Rolls-Royce, you leave a little corgi on the car.
Hang on a second.
Delightful.
Here. So Mike is wants to say something about Jeep owners. Hi, Mike, good morning.
Good morning, It.
Good morning, It. What's up, buddy?
Hey, man. The Jeep Cherokees are 100% included with Jeeps.
Jeep Cherokees are 100% included?
They are treated the exact same as like a Wrangler, man.
Oh wait, I give you a Jeep wave then? Is that what you're saying? When you're driving in the opposite direction and I see a Cherokee coming at me, I give it a Jeep wave?
You 100% can.
Huh.
Are you a Cherokee owner?
I am a TJ owner, a Wrangler.
Okay.
Yeah, into the Rubicon.
All right. So
I'm learning. I didn't know.
I've never heard about the duck thing.
I didn't think that because I don't wave to the SUVs.
Yeah, me neither.
Yeah, so like the Patriots, I wouldn't. Because they're not really capable like off-roaders.
Here we go.
And this is like racism at its best, right? It's like everybody needs to feel superior.
You picked a level of racism you're comfortable with.
Yeah.
So look, I don't like it either, but I mean, it's kind of like the Harley guys.
Yeah.
They won't do the bike wave to anybody who's on like a Honda, right?
That's not true. I've gotten waves from on my Vespa from Harley riders.
From Harley riders?
Yes.
Like weekend
awesome,
Harley riders, or like Bill Weston types.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
When you go to bike rally, there's a little creamsicle colored moped.
When I went to Sturgis.
All right. Well, thank you, Mike. We'll take that into consideration. I appreciate it, man. Hang on a second. Let me go to another Mike. Yo, Mike. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. Sorry to bother your work.
Now, what's up, buddy?
Hey, I am a
Jeep Renegade driver, which is not the same body type as you all, and belong to a user group on Facebook for our type, and we've been ducked.
You have been
You've
ducked.
been ducked.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I mean, I have not personally been ducked, but this body type has been ducked.
Some in that community.
But y'all don't wave to us because you're too cool.
Okay.
Mike, do you keep ducks in your vehicle?
Nah, I don't. It's again, we're like the bastard son of the Jeep family. So
All right.
It's a tough one.
You're the Fredo of the Jeep family.
Yeah. All right, thank you, Mike. By the way, a bunch of texts calling in saying the Mike before was wrong.
Yeah.
Like this says, Cherokees are included in the Jeep clubs, but you don't wave.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
So you can go to like a charity event like Camp Out for Hunger if you drive a Cherokee, if you're in the Jeep club.
Yes.
But you're not really
gonna get ducked, and you're not gonna get waved to on the reg.
Yeah, you got to keep it real.
Yeah.
Know your place.
And press. I'm gonna have to duck you. Oh no, although you do it like anonymously.
Duck your brains out.
Duck you so hard.
Yeah, I don't think
I got ducked my first weekend.
Duck you so hard.
Yeah.
I like the duck thing. I think that's cool.
I think it's cute.
Yeah, but I think you should let like a stranger do it. I don't think it should be your friends.
Some people are texting in saying the duck thing is stupid. I think it's cute.
I like it.
What about leaving cold cuts?
Yeah. I don't know who ducked me. I can only assume that it was either one of my neighbors on the street or maybe Chuck came over.
Or Santa Claus.
So you remember for a while in my neighborhood, I told you people were cheesing.
Oh, that's
cars.
right, cheesing.
Not cold cuts, but they were throwing.
And that can ruin the paint.
Slices of cheese. I don't think it ruins it. It's just difficult to get it off. Anyway, so back to the fact that they're having this naming contest.
Oh, yeah.
So Jeep unveiled 2 concept vehicles in September that preview vehicles that are going to go on sale in 2024, for the model year anyway. The Recon is a Wrangler-inspired off-road vehicle, while the Wagoneer S is a street-smart performance SUV slated to debut with a 600-horsepower powertrain and a driving range of 400 miles between charges. However, while it has been positioned to be part of Jeep's new Wagoneer sub-brand, which currently includes the full-size Wagoneer and Grand Wagoneer, the S name is just a placeholder. So the Wagoneer S is not going to be its final name. And now Jeep is asking for fans for suggestions on what to replace it with in an online contest. And the winner will get a week-long vacation for 4 to Jackson Hole Mountain Resort in Wyoming worth $40,000.
Wow.
Submissions are limited to 50 characters or less. And the contest is only open to U.S. residents, age limit of 18. There are some restrictions depending on what state you're in.
It's the S class, you said?
S class, yes.
So how about the Swunt?
No, with the Wagoneer Swunt. So entries will be accepted through December 2nd, so you got just a couple more days.
I need to see a picture of this so I can get some inspiration.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're a visual person.
Yeah.
Don't wait till the last minute. If more than one person suggests the same name, whoever was first to enter will be the winner.
How about Mother Ducker?
Mother Ducker.
I like that.
Okay.
Do you guys see these, the Grand Wagoneers? They're
I have.
$100,000 cars.
Is that what they are?
Yes.
Wow.
Dude, yeah.
For a vehicle like that?
Yeah,
I like the look of them, though.
They do look good, and I guess maybe they're trying to compete with like the Range Rover or something.
Okay.
Real luxury SUV.
No wonder Wrangler owners aren't waving at them.
We're not allowed to. They're like, don't look at me.
Please look in the other direction.
$100,000. It's and that's some larger SUVs, man. They're going for that much money. It's if you would like 25 years ago, if you would have said that SUVs are going for $100,000 and they weren't a Range Rover,
right,
or some Rolls Royce massive rollout of some type of a luxury SUV.
You get into the upper tier cars, yes, the regular, the ones that that you would figure would be in that range. Not these vehicles.
Before like the early '90s, SUVs were considered like blue collar, not high class vehicles at all. Like, and there was a switch that was made. I remember being in college and people started like driving these that had money, and you're like, wait a minute, this is. I thought this was. People that were rich didn't drive SUVs, and then the entire ethos changed.
They're loaded now. I mean, like the F-150s, right?
God, yeah.
I mean, they're just crazy elaborate.
Somebody texted and said the fact that Chuck hasn't started his own rubber ducky company called Chuck's Ducks is a bit disappointing.
It is.
Yeah, so maybe you get started on that. Chuck's right in the other room right there. All right, let's see. I noticed some other things.
You noticed other things.
Yes. All right, let's see. You had mentioned motorcycles.
Yes.
And Sturgis and all that stuff. Well, The number of organ donations and organ transplants goes up markedly during large motorcycle rallies.
Really?
According to a newly published analysis led by researchers at Harvard Medical School and Mass General.
So bikers tend to want to donate their organs?
The research shows that in the regions where the 7 largest motorcycle rallies were held through the U.S. between 2005 and 2021, there was a 21% more organ donors per day on average and 26 more transplant recipients per day on average during these events compared with days just before and after the rallies. Steve, not signing up.
Yeah.
But I mean donating. Yeah. So people who needed their organs harvested.
That's wild.
So large-scale motorcycle rallies attract hundreds of thousands of attendees, and previous studies have shown that these events are accompanied by increases in traumatic injuries and deaths from motor vehicle crashes.
So that's it. Okay.
Yeah.
I'd like to see the figures on that and where this is happening because it's not reported on, right? Like, they don't, Sturgis happens every year, and it's not like, Sturgis just ended. And
listen,
and,
if you need a kidney or whatever, buy a Harley and head on out.
Yeah, just hang out.
Yeah.
Hang out around Sturgis.
No, I'm just keeping my eyes out.
All right, Casey, so here you go. During the days on which rallies were held, there were 406 organ donors and 1,400 transplant recipients in regions near the events.
Wow.
During the 4 weeks before and after the rallies, there were 2,332 organ donors and 7,714 transplant recipients in those locations.
That's got to be what Lungapalooza's about.
Lungapalooza?
Yeah.
So they compared the dates of rallies with the dates before and after the rallies to rule out the influence of other factors not related to bike rallies. The researchers also compared figures from the rally locations with other regions not affected by the rallies, and then looked at trends in the rally regions at other times of the year.
So the increase in potential accidents or the increase in actual accidents ups the amount of available organs for donation.
Yeah.
But that also says that a lot of people who are bikers sign up to donate organs, which is very nice. Yes.
So a text message says, I work in orthopedic trauma, and we call them donor cycles.
Donor cycles.
Instead of motorcycles.
A few people are texting this in.
No kidding.
Yeah.
I mean, it is
dangerous.
You do not have nearly as much protection if something happens, no matter whose fault it is. It's you're taking a bigger risk than being in a car.
You remember Pat Croce's accident years ago?
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
It was just a freak accident at like a gas station.
And they were just getting started. I mean, it doesn't take much. I mean, one of those things just falls on your leg, and they're heavy. They're very heavy. You can have a really bad accident that way. But, yeah, that messed him up for a long time. His rehab was extensive.
Like I think his foot was just basically hanging off.
Yeah, it was like in his boot.
Awful.
Yeah.
So they also compared the demographic and clinical characteristics of the donors and the quality of organs donated during rally and non-rally times. They found no significant differences.
They say that during Jeep rallies, there is a marked increase in breast augmentation.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
Well, let's have a rally. So the key characteristics of transplant recipients, such as how long they had been waiting for an organ and how severe their illness was at the time of the transplant, were also similar whether there was a rally happening or not. This finding, the researchers noted, indicates that the increase in the number of organs available was not enough to relieve the critical shortage of donor organs that the nation faces, even for a brief period. So I just thought that was a weird stat I'd never heard of before. All right, we have time for one more?
Yeah, okay.
Or what?
There was a...
notices that maybe he has time for one more.
But the noticer's assistant...
I noticed the call for
There's
you.
a phone call.
Yeah.
All right, so...
Lil noticer.
Let me go to Murph. Hi, Murph. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Great. What's up, Murph?
Not much. I just wanted to let you know that I rode my motorcycle to the Sturgis rally this year. And if you check the website every morning of the rally, one of the first things at the top of the website page was the number of deaths the day before due to motorcycle crashes.
No kidding.
Wow. And what, I mean, on average, how many a day?
I I think the highest number that they had in a day was like 6.
Wow.
So let me ask you: are these mostly just bikes that are spinning out, or are there collisions with other vehicles? What
collisions with other vehicles and motorcycles that lost control and went off the road.
Oh wow!
So it was a combination of things. I went before the pandemic, so I guess like 5 years ago. Again by myself, and one of the people that I was camping with, he lost control and went down a 100-foot embankment.
Oh my
man!
Thank goodness he didn't die, but he was really effed up for quite a while.
How many people were standing around him waiting to get some organs?
Interesting. All right,
I had no idea.
Appreciate
no
it, Murph.
idea.
Yeah, you know what? It stands to reason.
Yeah.
But I don't ever remember hearing about the fact that there's a fair number of fatalities or near fatalities.
Listen, I love motorcycles. When years ago, and I would ride them occasionally, loved it. However, out on the open road, the notion that you don't have that protection around you, at least some sort of frame or something, is I don't trust people when I'm in a car.
I was a dirt bike guy when I was a kid. I had a few different ones and rode a lot, but I never really have been fascinated by street bikes.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I never got the bug, but and I have.
Wind in your face, open road.
I have driven them a couple of times, and I just feel too exposed. Out amongst the cars, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
it feels really, really dangerous. But some people, absolutely, it's what they live for.
Get out on the mountain road.
They're free.
Find a nice roadside soup stand.
They do like instead of a bar crawl, they do a soup crawl.
Yeah, soup on a motorcycle.
Yeah. All right, that's all we're noticing for now, folks. Yep, that's all we have time for because
goodbye.
Bye-bye. Because we have Brian Johnson of AC/DC coming on in about roughly 15 minutes or so. So let's take a break, but not before we give away another gift card from our friends and Casey's friends at Fireside Bar and Grill. And they brought by some great food this morning. The roast pork sandwiches. Oh, man. Yeah. The chicken cutlet sandwiches.
Oh, yeah.
The hoagie tray.
Oh, yeah.
The Fireside famous wings.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so Casey's going to be there tomorrow.
There's their commercial. They should just sell it that way.
Tomorrow night from 7 to 9, it is the Thursday night kickoff, and I have a $25 gift card. We'll take caller number 17 at 215-263-WMMR. It's hosted by Casey and Bud Light, and you can score Eagles tickets and custom MMR Bud Light T-shirts, signed Eagles merchandise. All courtesy of our friends at Bud Light. Click the events at WMMR.com for details. We'll be back in a second. Brian Johnson when we return.
Preston and Steve
on 93.3 WMMR.
MMR's early Christmas gift.
Here's another music one for you guys. Here we go.
Audio Entertainment presents Warren.
Yeah, we like to rock and roll. We like to do a lot of other things, too.
Call the Warren.
We like to rock and roll. We like to do a whole bunch of other things, too.
Like what?
Like, I don't know, like walk around, eat food, look at TV sometime.
Yeah?
Sleep. Yeah. It's the Rock's lifestyle, man. My buddy has a car. We'll drive around in it.
A car?
Yeah, car.
Kind of car?
4 wheels. Steering wheel. Got it all, man.
All right, let me play it from the beginning.
Manual windows, CD player. Not at this time, right?
Not at that. It would have been a cassette player.
Record player?
Yeah.
Back seat, it skips a lot because, you hit bumps.
Right, here we go.
Audio Entertainment presents Warren.
Yeah, we like to rock and roll. We like to do a lot of other things, too.
Call the
Yeah.
Warren.
We like to rock and roll. We like to do a whole bunch of other things, too. Just unless you think we're just very narrow and just do rock and roll. We do our banking and stuff, too. Grocery shop.
Yeah, we like to rock and roll. We like to do a lot of other things, too.
Call the Warren Rock Line.
We'll give you the warm, hard facts on our personal lives. Our fans always.
Warm, hard facts. Just like our units, like our penises.
Yeah.
Come first.
Just $2 the first minute, 45 cents each additional minute. Kids ask your parents' permission. You'll get the latest on tours, videos.
And what town we blew up last.
Call and hear a new message every day.
What town we blew up last?
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Hang on.
In what town we blew up last?
Call in here a new message every day and learn how you can leave your personal message from Wart.
Or anything else you've got on your mind. Call us and find out what goes on behind tour bus doors.
Oh, let me tell you, last time we blew up, New Haven, Connecticut.
Yeah, we like to rock and roll. We like to do a lot of other things, too.
And they probably made a ton of money off their 900 number.
Last town, Little Rock, Arkansas, man, blew it up.
Wow.
Well, it's actually still there. It's just figurative speech. People, that's some of the stuff we do other than rock and roll.
Figures of speech?
Yeah. Actually, my father burned down his carpet business for insurance money. I don't even know why I just said that. That would be in the list of other things we do besides rock and roll. We make huge mistakes that will send our family members to jail. That was stupid. Learn about more stupid things we do by calling that number.
Oh, my God.
Call it twice and I'll let you know what happens behind closed tour bus doors. We're sleeping. Because been on tour where we blew up Little Rock and New Haven. I guess I'm sort of in a loop here. I should have written down some notes. Initially, this had a whole thing.
Little Rock and New Haven?
You blew them up. Don't even look for them on a map, man. White them out. Warrant.
Yep.
It's a shame about your dad.
Yeah, that was a huge mistake.
The inventor of the vibrator actually heard a voice that said, if you build it, they will come.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
It was amazing.
Wow.
It's like Field of Dreams.
I know. It's just like
Field
that,
of
isn't it?
Screams, Preston.
Same thing that ended up happening with this particular thing we're about to do. It was a dream we had. The dream has been realized, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for the Prickyard 500. In the corner of the Preston and Steve studios stands a track that is ready to receive racing apparatus. It is called the Prickyard, and the 500 comes from the $500 in cash that we're going to be giving away. All right, Nick is on location at the track, which is about 8 feet away from where I am right now.
We can see him from our vantage point, which is 8 feet away.
You guys are up in the sky booth.
Yes, we are.
How is the weather trackside, Nick?
That's beautiful out. You should see it from down here, Preston.
Yeah.
It is gorgeous out, and
you're close. You're close to the track, and I got to say, I have to imagine it looks pretty spectacular from where you are.
Perfect conditions for racing.
Yeah.
All right, so let's meet our racers, if that's cool. We're going to start with our first one, and then we'll explain how the race is going to happen. Let's go and meet Aaron. Hey, Aaron, how are you?
I'm going to race the Duracell Pink Nightmare today.
Oh, my God. Now, let me tell you something. What I'm looking at there, if I was into this stuff, I'd get that sucker. That looks like it does everything.
I'm fairly certain this will break concrete.
Hey, Aaron, is that a jackrabbit?
It's something, all right. I have a jackhammer. I don't know.
All right, nice to go. All right, and let's meet our lone male contestant this morning. This is Michael. Hey, Michael.
Wow.
How you doing, man?
Hey. From Newtown Square, and today I'm riding the purple pocket power pen.
Purple pocket power pen.
Purple power pocket pen.
Now,
purple pocket power pen.
It's really the fact that you can say that quickly is pretty impressive. Yeah. Preston, do you know the story? They are one and only male, and we said, the question went out: do you actually use this? Well, I'll ask you: do you actually use this?
Yes, I do.
Is it used in the back door?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. We got
prostate stimulation.
Okay.
Oh!
We don't need all the specifics on that.
To be honest, I wanted to know too.
Yeah,
I wanted to know too.
Okay.
Why don't we talk to the next contestant?
All right, let's go to our next contestant. Our next contestant is the lone anonymous contestant, and she's actually wearing a mask. We have a stormtrooper helmet on.
Yes.
Did she bring that, or is that ours?
I think that's ours, and we want to welcome Miss X. Good morning, Miss X.
Good morning, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks. All right, and tell us a little bit about what you have there. Do you have a name for your vehicle?
This is the Powerful Purple Rocket.
Another purple
and
name. Okay.
Just letting you know, this is my mask.
This is your
mask.
Okay, fair
You're
enough.
a badass.
How confident do you feel in winning this race?
I think this thing's pretty powerful.
Okay.
So I think this is going to be no competition.
Okay.
All right.
Hey, Rachel.
Hi, everyone. My name's Rachel.
Nice to meet you. And
Hi.
Rachel, what do you have there? What's your vehicle?
I call this is what I came for.
This is what I came for. That's a perfect name.
I like it.
I don't want to handicap the race, but I think this one is going to come in dead last.
I think so too.
Because of the shape of it.
It's not.
It's not designed for racing. It may be designed for pleasure, but
it may not go anywhere. We'll find out in just a moment. And then last but not least, our final contestant is Valerie. Welcome, Valerie.
Hi there. My apparatus is the purple banana.
The purple banana.
The
And purple.
Purple seems to be the color of self-violation.
4 of the 5.
Yeah.
Nice. What we're gonna do is, I tell you what, ladies, start your dildos. Ladies, start your dildos. Are the racers ready? Yeah. All right, Marissa. In 3, 2, 1, let's go racing. And they're on their way. Wow, one has jumped out. Nix, whose is that?
That's the middle track, race number 3. That's Miss X. Oh, no, it's Michael.
It's Michael.
The lone man. Oh, the abomination.
Oh my God, the man way out in front.
The giant pink one hasn't even left the starting line.
He's just sitting there spitting out of control, not moving at all.
Michaels is almost
He's
to
almost
the
to
end.
almost to the end, almost to the end.
Ladies and gentlemen, from race number 1, we have a winner.
Oh my God. And let me tell you something
Okay.
here. They laughed when they said, "Oh, a guy's going to be a part of this."
I know.
They said, "Hey, really?"
Yeah.
And remember, we were mocked. We were actually people would point to us when we walk out in public.
Yeah.
You're actually going to let a man in this. Dominated.
All right, are all the racers ready?
Yes, indeed.
And 3, 2, 1, let's race. And they're off.
Oh, it's a much closer race.
Oh! Michaels is headed out to a huge lead. I can't see it all, Nick. You're going to have to describe what's going on.
Michaels is out to a big lead once again, Preston, although there is one in the lane number 3 that has been catching up, but it looks like Michaels is inching closer to the start-finish line, or to the finish line, I should say. I believe he's going to take number 2.
Valerie looks like she's in second place there.
Heat number 2 once again goes to Michael.
Oh, he is dominating.
He's off the track.
Wow. All right, and the ladies have started them up again. And ladies and gentlemen. All right, Nick, are they in place?
They're in place, Preston.
All right, final heat of the Prickyard 500 in 3, 2, 1, let's race. And they are off.
Wow, this one's off to a closer start than any of the races thus far.
There's a crash.
Yeah, it looks like we do have some rubbing going on, and rubbing's racing, especially when you're really rubbing it hard.
Rubbing to the point of being chafed, Preston.
Yeah, it's rubbing is something you can expect.
Oh, who's out there? Who took a lead?
It looks
Michael.
Michael.
Michael's
Once
out in front
again.
You are the man.
Wow, Rachel's has crossed lanes, but we got another winner. Michael just again crossed the finish line. Unbelievable.
Earnhardt of dildos.
Yeah. Our number 1 winner by far. 15 points, way out in front, undisputed champion of the Prickyard 500. It's Michael. Hey, friend, you're a smart shopper. You know this, right? Window Nation. And I want to mention this because if you're a short smop,
If you're a short smop,
short smopper.
I think any short smop knows a savings when they see it.
I think we've lost Casey. Smart shopper is what I meant.
Yes.
The best time to purchase a car or home is when the interest rates are at their lowest and you save a lot of money. What if I told you, short smopper, that my friends at Window Nation are offering 0% financing on all windows for 5 full years.
Listen, you don't have to be a sharp smopper to know that that's a great deal, especially because if you have a lot of windows. My wife and I just signed up with Window Nation. We have a lot of windows to replace, and they are going to do a great deal for us. They are absolutely the experts.
And you are a sharp smopper.
I am a sharp smopper.
Free windows as well right now. For every 3 windows you buy, you get 2 additional windows for free. There's no limit on this. Call Window Nation today. Get your new windows installed just in time for the holidays. Go with the team that's installed over 350,000 windows and was ranked recently 5th in the nation for window replacement. 0% interest for 5 full years and 2 free windows for every 3 you buy. 866-90Nation or windownation.com. That's 866-90Nation or windownation.com. Tell them that Preston and Steve sent you.
All kinds of rock.
The one and only Mr. Michael Ian Black.
Yes. Hello.
How are you, Michael?
I am blown away by the traffic report.
Just watching you do it live to me is unbelievable. Just a string of words just blazing out of your mouth. Just words, 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 words. You say them with such confidence. Even though you're reading it, you're clearly reading it from a screen.
Yes.
You have all the information in front of you. I don't know how you do that.
Well, thank you.
You will be amazed at how many people, I mean, and we're talking top-level actors and directors, sit there in awe of Kathy's traffic abilities.
It's amazing
Even
to see that.
politicians
Yeah,
who
even
speak for a living
politicians.
have commented on that. And your screen over there, by the way, I couldn't do it. It's not all verbatim. She kind of, it just gives basic information.
Much of it is wildly inaccurate, but it does present nicely.
Oh, I never find traffic reports accurate at all.
You want to try it? Do you want to go over to her
yes.
screen? Do you really?
Okay, pull up a screen.
Okay, go over there to
right,
Kathy's.
I think Michael
microphone.
impresses me as someone with a very competent ability.
So
here.
you're just going from here to where? All the way down?
Well,
Did you
no,
read
I don't.
all of that?
I don't
She
go.
picks out.
Yeah, like I'll pick out. I don't do everything, and I don't go in.
Which to pick? How do you know? Like, how do you even prioritize Pennsylvania Turnpike? What WB? What does that mean? Oh, westbound. Okay. Pennsylvania Turnpike, westbound west of Willow Grove. That's exit 343 to Fort Washington. Backed up, 12 minutes. I can't do it.
He's gone. He's out.
I'm just staring at it. Where? This one?
Yeah.
Over on the Vine Street Expressway, I-676, westbound between I-95 and Broad Street, an accident that has been cleared away. We did have a 2-minute delay, so you might want to watch out. I don't know.
That was good.
That was not bad.
The amount of panic I felt in that moment.
It's pretty
the
good.
stress of that. How long did it take you to learn how to do that?
She's
You know
still
what?
learning?
Still learning. The first time I ever did it, I was on TV, and it was probably the worst experience I ever had.
All right, that makes me feel better
Yeah.
that you're just not a natural at it.
I had the weather guy at the time over at the station I was working for called me afterwards, and he was like, "Look,
You're through in this business."
No, he goes, "It happens to all of us. Get past it." 93.3 WMMR.
All right, thank you, Kathy. Our next guest is on the line. He's got a new book out. I love this guy.
He's great.
We've had a chance to speak to him before, and it's just a great conversation. It is called The Lives of Brian, and it's his story.
Yes.
It's about him. Please welcome Mr. Brian Johnson to the program this morning. Brian, good morning to you, sir.
Hey, listen, congratulations. 64 years as a rock station. Boy, you guys are the best.
Well,
thank you.
sir.
Yeah.
Been around for a while. Hey, listen, speaking of ages, I have a quick story I want to tell you, Brian, because you'll love this. This was a few years ago. I was in the car with my mom. My mom was like 80 years old at the time. I'm driving. That song that I was just playing, For Those About to Rock, came on, and I had it kind of somewhat turned up, and we were talking, so I reach over, and I turn it down a little bit for her, and my mom, without pausing for a second, 80 years old, reaches over and turns it back up. And I'm just, she loves you guys, and I just thought it was such a great moment right there. But, yeah, man, congratulations on the book. And
Well, thank you.
I've not had a chance to read it yet, but really, this is not focusing on AC/DC. This is more about you, and eventually gets to you being in the band. Am I correct about that?
Well, why I did it was a lot of people really didn't know. They thought I just got the job and there's this new guy, and which really was not true. The adventures I had trying to get out of a coal village, to get into music, and it was a long, wonderful, exciting adventure to get up to that point where they thought that I was good enough. I mean, there's even a chapter where me and Bon Scott met in 1973, but we didn't know who I didn't know who he was or him, me, but we played, his band supported my band in Torquay.
Wow.
And he was touring from Australia with his band, and we got to know each other, but it wasn't until years later, and I went, that's the same guy.
Wow.
And so there was some weird stuff like this going on, and some wonderful stories, that we just enjoyed together.
Brian, do you cover it all? Because what I love asking people, especially in the world of music, is what their first concert was that they went to. Do you touch on any of your early days of going out to see live shows?
Oh, absolutely. I remember the very first show I saw. and it was a horrible little place called, a little hall in Bladen, and it was status quo.
Status quo, okay, sure.
And they were very young, and they looked very angry because they were from London, and somebody had booked them into this nasty little hall. But they went on stage anyway, and I couldn't believe it. They were, they really rocked the joint, but there was hardly anybody in. But I'll never forget that show. It's like the first show with AC/DC I ever did. It was just, for me, it was terrifying. To have this new album, to have all these songs that I hadn't sung before, and it was a place in Belgium. And there's a whole chapter on that in Namur. And it was just that feeling like, Bond had only been gone 4 months or something, and I just knew his fans were going to win. And they were. But I stepped out on the stage, and there right in the middle of it all was Welcome, Brian.
Oh, a big sign.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, I just got goosebumps, and then I think that was when that photograph was taken, actually.
Wow.
And I just, the photograph on the front cover of the book, where I'm really trying hard, and
it's great. It's great.
Well, you know what? You are you've turned out to be, you're joining AC/DC took the band to another level. Nobody could have seen that coming because it was such a juggernaut beforehand with Bond, and Bond was such a force. But one of the things I've been impressed with is your lyric writing. And the fact that you dove right in and wrote songs like Back in Black right out from the get-go. Where did that come from, your ability to write in prose and poems and things along those lines?
Well, I don't know. I remember in the book it'll tell you as I was going to the Bahamas. You got to remember I was working in a shop 2 weeks beforehand, and Malcolm came up to us and he said, "Hey, John, could you write the lyrics?" I said, "Well, I'll give it a shot." And honestly, and it's like, when we got there, we knew we had to do this album quick, and Malcolm would give me a pad of paper, a little cassette player with the rough of the song that they'd done. And the first one was Shook Me All Night Long.
Wow. That's so amazing.
For All Night Long, that's a long title.
Yeah.
And, of course, the only thing I know about is cars. So what I wrote was she was a fast machine. She kept the motor clean. She was the best damn woman that I ever seen.
What an iconic line, too.
That's so great.
This is the best.
Speaking of cars and speaking of your love for them, and I know your collections and the ones that you've owned have been pretty legendary. Is there one currently that sits in the Brian Johnson must get, must find, must own list?
No, I just got it. I just got it. The new Ford GT.
Oh.
You cannot buy them. You have to be invited to get them, which sounds kind of posh.
Yeah.
But I was in England having dinner with someone, and somebody said, "That's Jim Farley. He's head of Ford." I went, "Get out of here." He says, "No, it is." So I went up. I says, "Hey, Jimmy, is there any chance of me getting a GT?" And he said, "Well, I'll try me hardest, but we're nearly finished making them." But I'll be the next morning, I got a call from Detroit or something, and they said, "Yep, we'll build you one."
Oh.
And I got the third last one built. So yes, I'm absolutely, and it's brilliant, and it's American, and it's designed by Americans. The engine, everything's American on it, which is about time, because the Ford GTs, the GT40s, there were a lot of English stuff in there.
Yeah.
But, yes, it's mine, and I'm proud. And the registration number is GT USA.
Oh, wow.
Put that on, yes, sir.
Yeah, that's awesome.
There's a collection of rock stars that are in that car collecting group. I know, like Sammy Hagar is a big one. Neil Peart, who passed away a few years ago, collected cars as well. Are you friends with some rockers that share this passion?
Yes, Mark Knopfler is a very great friend of mine, and he was a brilliant racer, Mark, and his collection of cars, mainly he has Alphas and Porsches, Alfa Romeos from the old days, from the 30s and 40s, and and stuff like that. And he's a fascinating character because he's a bloody quick driver.
Go ahead.
Sorry, it's just, and my old car's a 1929 Bentley 4.5 liter.
Yeah, gorgeous vehicle. I have to ask you, Brian. You talk about coming from a blue collar town, and to be where you are now. Did that seem sort of an improbable thing? Where when you expressed desires towards becoming an entertainer, was that encouraged or was that looked down upon?
But it was frowned upon. Not frowned upon. It was just laughed at. I mean, there was a saying: the only way you could get out of a coal mine in town where we were was if you were a good sportsman, or if you were lucky enough to be on stage, and that was the only way you could get out. It was pretty hopeless.
Yeah.
You were you were factory fodder, and that's what was told to you. Don't get any ideas above your station, and all of this kind of stuff. And I'm afraid that's what it was like. So when I started, I remember the funniest thing of all was my dad. My father's an old sergeant major, and it's in the book. He caught me singing. And he says, "You like the sound of your own voice, do you?" I said, "Dad, I'd like to be a singer professionally." He said, "A singer? You?" He said, "Listen, son, there's only one singer in the world, and he's called Johnny Cash, and you don't know Johnny Cash." And that was me putting me place.
Wow.
Oh, that's so
hilarious.
When you first began singing, because now your style is very distinctive. It's very raw. It's very powerful. But did you have a different take when you began? Were you a little more soulful, a little more smooth?
Well, if you listen to the early Geordie songs, there's a lot of people listening to them now because, they suddenly realize we did some good songs. And if you listen to Hangman, the movie with Pacino in it, you'll hear a version of House of the Rising Sun on it, which I did, by Geordie, and a lot of people were stunned when they heard me voice from 1973. And if you listen to it, it's quite amazing. And the other one was on a TV series here, which I've forgotten. It was a song called "Oh Lord," written by our guitarist Vic Mountain. But House of the Rising Sun, a lot of people rate it as their favorite version. So you should have a listen to it.
Absolutely.
Okay. And can you find Gordy on Spotify and streaming and stuff like that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, you can get it on there. But it was the track that they used in Hangman.
Okay. All right. I will have to check that out. Brian, we're so happy for you. You're a great guy. I'm a huge fan, and thanks for all the great years of music and touring and all this stuff you've done, and excited about the book.
Well, appreciate it. Thank you so much, the pair of you lads, and I'm sorry if it's snowing and cold there.
It's rainy.
It's all good, but thank you, Brian. Brian Johnson, guys. The book is The Lives of Brian. He's awesome, man.
I was just a real guy.
You know who he's good friends with is Craig.
Guess?
No.
Ruby.
No.
Shoemaker?
Comedian Shoemaker.
Yes.
They're really good friends.
And Brewer is right. Is he not related?
I have no idea.
I don't know.
I think there's some circuitous relationship. If you could look up, Nick, between. I'm almost positive. I know there's a spot-on impression.
Anyhow, he's a dude I would love to hang out with.
Yeah.
And plus, you got to love that Scottish accent.
Yeah.
It's just the best. You lads, how you doing? So very cool. Nice to spend a little bit of time with Brian Johnson. But the book is called Lives of Brian. I would like to check that out. So we got a few minutes to sit and chit-chat a little bit. Do we want to ask Romano over here what happened to her?
I think we could. I think it would get. I think people. When I explained what had happened, my wife nearly passed out. So
I haven't
to
seen.
me, when you explain what happened to me.
Yeah.
I haven't seen the damage here.
It's pretty much, it's like growing back already. So, but it was, I have a picture of it. I can show it to you. I basically snapped my nail off. There was
Which finger?
The middle finger.
Of which hand?
My right hand.
Okay.
Which I couldn't really use. I still can't use it as much because it just hurts so bad. It still is throbbing. But yeah, the nail got caught in my boot. Like as I was putting the boot on. Yeah, and I felt the nail obviously snap off. I screamed, but then I felt the nail in my shoe, like I was standing on it. And at that point, my nails were long. I had let them grow long. I since cut them short because I have one bum nail now. But it was for something so small.
Oh my
I
God.
couldn't believe the pain that it brought me.
There are I've had a few occasions. So I have psoriasis, and psoriasis can affect your nails. It's there's the fungus, not the fungus, but the stuff, the plaque that happens can get underneath your nails. It makes your nails very, very brittle. And it happens on my toenails and my hands as well. And if I have let it grown out just a little bit, and if I like have it stub it or something like that, the pain is absolutely enormous that comes from that. And you're thinking, and I had one time this was not psoriasis related, but I had accidentally, I'd kicked something or my pinky toe brushed up against something and it ripped the nail off. And my pinky toe is tiny. It's itty bitty.
Doesn't matter.
But the concentrated amount of pain in that tiny little bitty area is excruciating.
I had to take Advil.
You lost a whole nail?
I would say probably 2/3 of it.
Wow.
Now, fortunately, my nails grow so fast, so but it's still really sore. I cut them all down, Steve. So it was the middle one. Okay.
So when that happens, and also what you don't think about is that it's tearing out of the sides as well.
Well, so what was the worst part was like the underneath. So like the nail came up off of, like what's underneath. So all that like tender skin was exposed, and like and then the aftermath.
It's like a fresh burn.
Like each time I hit it on something, not even hard, just tapped it on something, or every time for whatever reason, every time I opened the refrigerator door, I would hit it, and I was like, oh, mother.
Did you put it in any sort of bandage?
I ran it under the water, and it hurt so bad I couldn't even do it. I was like, I'll deal with like whatever afterwards. I couldn't put it under the water. I wrapped it. I was by myself. So
did you sleep with your middle finger elevated?
Well, I was like, I think I might pass out.
Just in bed with it, flipping the constant bird.
Well, I mean, I had to wrap it, and I mean, it was a little elevated, I would say.
Well, I guess there's a reason that a torture technique is ripping out people's fingernails because
and bamboo shoots under the nails, the whole damn thing. Yeah, it's excruciating.
And like the feeling, even with the Band-Aid on, I could feel. So this was also a terrible part of it. I could feel the like chunk of skin hanging off. So it was like had this been elsewhere and not on my nail, I think I would have needed stitches. Do you know what I mean? Like it was so deep, and like it was just a chunk, like the tip of my finger was basically hanging off. And the thought of like what was going on, I was like, this is making me sick.
Yeah, Claire was getting woozy.
By the way, we'll take calls on the tiniest itty bitty little injury that just hurt like to the nth degree.
You figure you get your arm ripped off, that's going to hurt,
That's
right?
gonna hurt.
Why is it that these small things, like a fingernail, a paper cut, why do they hurt like a mother effer?
So bad.
Why do we still have toenails at this point? Like,
just to look cool.
Fingernails, have a bit of utility to them, and you can scratch stuff or whatever. Toenails, Preston, I had a similar thing happen to not my pinky toe, but the next one up. I guess your ring pinky or whatever. Ring toe,
middle pinky.
Not the middle toe. The guy to the left.
Yeah,
on my left.
Gus.
Gus.
Your ring toe.
Gus, my ring toe, and it was just awful. And I looked down at my toes, and I'm like, I don't want these nails anymore. Get rid of them.
You just had an interesting point I've never thought about before. Okay, so we have 5 digits on our hands. We have 5 digits on our toes. I've never once thought of my big toe as a thumb.
Right.
I think of it as more as a pointer.
It's a penis.
It's the
as a penis.
He's the general.
But if we lay them out, you know, it would be the thumb would be equivalent to where your big toe is.
But the thumb,
which is the one that goes to market.
I know it's opposable and everything, but still, and it's the biggest one, like your big toe.
I had a friend like,
but I think of my big toe as my pointer toe.
This guy could almost grip stuff with his toes. It was like
I've seen people
like a simian,
like a gelfling. Yeah. From Legend. Like, it was just, he could, like, swing from trees and stuff.
Yeah, and you also do have a good point, and I never thought about that. Why toenails?
I know why.
We have fingernails, and we do use them to pull things apart or to open things or whatever, to grip stuff.
So when you clip your toenails, you have something to braid into your ear hair.
Oh, okay.
That makes sense.
Oh, okay, it's ornamental.
It's ornamental.
Okay, I didn't even think about that. I was thinking more practical, but then we can't forget the ornamental side of things.
I hate trimming my toenails. I'm sorry.
Really?
I don't want,
I actually like it. It makes my socks fit better.
Pedicure, man.
You got to set aside time for it, and you're like sitting there, hovering above the toilet or wherever.
Oh no, I do it in the bidet.
Yeah. Pain in the ass.
All right, so let me go to some callers here. We're talking about a tiny, itty-bitty little thing that is insanely painful. And I'm going to go to Michelle. Hi, Michelle. Good morning. Gadzooks. Michelle, what's up?
I just want to tell a story. I used to work in a deli, and the lunch meat I had on the slicer was so long, it was past the slicer, so I had my hand kind of wrapped around it.
Oh, I'm already getting nervous. Okay.
Right. So my hand had slipped down the meat, and I fed the top half of my finger literally to the slider.
So you sliced sliced your fingernail off?
Oh, the whole thing, yeah.
The fingernail?
And it was so bad when I got to the hospital, there was no skin to stitch. So it was an open wound until it healed.
So you sliced the entire end of your finger off, or just the fingernail?
No, like the tip, from the tip to my first knuckle.
Oh, okay. That's a little bigger.
Yeah.
That's a big cut.
Yeah.
But that's horrible.
Yeah, it was pretty brutal. But 2 days later, I had to go to a funeral at my grandfather had passed, and my uncle's a Catholic priest, so we had it at the church. And my family was going outside, for some fresh air, and I'm walking by, and this group of nuns grabs me by the arm. They're like, "Oh, you're Jerry's niece," and grab my finger. Okay? No. And what am I supposed to do in a church? I'm not going to, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I politely, aggravatedly, in tears, said, "Get the off my finger."
Oh, my God. All right. I thought you were going to say they took the fingertip and buried it in the casket.
Right, yeah.
All right. Thank you, Michelle. That's horrible. Slicers, like deli meat slicers, make me nervous.
So occasionally,
just even looking at them.
It's not pain, but it makes my spine run cold. If I'm shaving or moving a razor and it catches my nail.
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about.
It's like,
yeah. And that's not, it doesn't hurt.
It doesn't hurt.
But
it just is.
I sliced off a small point of my Kathy, you can still see the scar on my pointer finger.
Smell that.
Smell this. Put it in your mouth. Suck on this for like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
I was making a turkey sandwich and sliced it right off, and there's nothing you can do.
Yeah.
You can't put it back on.
No. They're not going to airlift you for you.
Right? Yeah.
Our index finger man, the best index man from Zurich is in town.
Right.
All right, let me go. Scott has a story of perspective. Hi, Scott, good morning.
Good morning. How is everybody today?
Wonderful, buddy. What's up?
Hey, real quick story. My father was in law enforcement for 43 years, and I'm originally from Tennessee. That's where he lives. He's retired now, but I called him one day, and he said, I said, "What's going on?" He said, "Let me tell you something." He's like, "When I was 7, my father was shot in both legs, and I was yanked out of bed in the middle of the night, sent to the hospital, see how he's doing. Make a long story short, he was hit by an oncoming car, has a stainless steel plate in his arm. And when I called him a couple of years ago, he said, "You know what? I got up, went to the bathroom in the middle of the night, stubbed my big toe." He said, "I've been shot in both legs. I've been hit by a car." He said, "But that takes the cake." He said, "I laid in bed for a couple of hours, couldn't take it anymore." He got up, went to the emergency room.
Oh, yeah?
Wow. And what do you do, honestly? With the toe, what do? They don't... They don't put a cast on your toe.
They didn't do anything.
Yeah.
It just amazed me that, he went through Vietnam, he went through 43 years as a police officer.
But the toe.
And hit by a car, and you hit that vacuum cleaner, and that was it.
It's crazy.
Thanks, Scott. I appreciate it.
That's
well,
good
sometimes.
perspective.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I've told you, and this is a big one. You talk about, what do they do? I guess they can check to see if, blood has built up in the area. Because my dad dropped a railroad tie on his big toe
for sport.
For fun.
Nice, crazy.
And it swelled up really big.
Yes.
And I told
you told him he lanced it basically.
He did. He took a paper clip.
I know.
And heated it up on the stove. And he lanced that thing. And the blood shot all across
Kathy,
the room.
I remember you saying that he said it tasted like syrup.
Yeah, it was very thick. Yeah.
I had to hold myself together. I really was like, okay, is this going to be okay? Is my finger okay?
Yeah.
I was carrying my son into the car. He was probably 2 years old at the time, maybe not even. And he had one of those aluminum water bottles. It's not even that big, but it was full of water. And he dropped it right on my big toe.
Oh,
it hurt so bad. And I'm holding him, and I just wanted to scream and yell. But I'll never forget. I'm like, and it's my toe. It's not a big area.
Yeah. It's my toe, bro.
I've broken bones. I've, turned ankles. I've done but that one, I could not believe how bad it hurt.
It must be the way the nerves are bundled or whatever it is, but it is certainly lightning quick and powerful.
They have to be close to the surface or whatever it is, or there's a large bundle. I'm not sure.
I'm a little bit sadistic, though, because I do get pedicures quite a bit, and I get ingrown toenails. And the lady who does my nail, she digs in there, and I'm like, oh my God, this
one of the worst experiences was when we had our makeover on TLC, Preston, and they gave us really in-depth manicures. Yeah. I'm like, oh my God, this effing hurts.
I was not a fan.
Why did they give you?
They gave us a full makeover.
They did a makeover.
Yeah, it was a makeover story.
Oh,
yeah.
I was thinking of the home makeover show.
No.
It was extreme home makeover, and they gave us colostomies.
Did they want your hands to look good on TV? I don't understand.
I don't get it. Move that bus.
Yeah. What was I going to say? There's something to do with the toe. All right, anyhow, let me get another call here. I have Dom who's on. Hey, Dom, good morning. Dom, are you there, bud?
No, it's Bob, actually, but yeah.
Oh, Bob. Oh, hey, Bob. Bob. What's up, bud?
Bob.
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
Great, man. What's your story?
I can associate with Kathy's little injury. I was down in Florida, and when you get up from the beach and you have all that sand on the bottom of the chair.
Yeah.
Well, I decided to take the chair down to the beach and down in the waves, and I'm thinking, I'll dip it in the water, take the sand off. As I dip it in the water, a bigger wave came, caught the bottom of the chair in the water, and it ripped my right toenail off, my big toenail.
Oh my God!
Oh, your big toenail! Oh my God!
Totally off. Yeah,
and
talk about pain and burning, huh?
I'm sure, and you've got salt water going into it immediately, which is probably good for it. But
sharks
cleaning it out, but it's wrong.
Oh well, God. And then you had to walk through the sand to get back.
Oh my God!
Exactly.
Yep. Was it bleeding, Bob? Was it bloody?
Yeah, not massive blood, but there was definitely blood coming out from the root of it. And when it happened, I screamed, and I think 40 people around me looked at me like I saw a shark.
Right? Yeah.
The odd thing is when you get something like that, when you're I have had my pinky toe pop off, putting on a sock or something. But it didn't really bleed.
I was expecting way more blood.
Yeah,
I couldn't believe how little there was.
Right.
Yeah, same thing happened with my pinky toenail. Nothing. It was no blood.
Right,
it was weird. It ripped it clean off, which is really strange. Let me see here. Okay, this is different. We're talking about a very small area that causes quite a bit of pain. This is Scott. Hey, Scott. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Good. What's up, Scott?
Good. I just got to tell you, my 5-year-old calls us the Butthole Show because of Steve.
Oh, that's really sweet.
I take that as an honor.
Oh, right. And if he's looking for me in the house, he goes, Yoo-hoo!
Oh my God,
The
that's funny.
Butthole Show.
That's adorable.
That's great.
Absolutely incredible.
All right.
That's so good.
Butthole Show.
What's up, man?
I have a wart on the end of my thumb, and it is wreaking havoc on my entire life.
Oh.
It's like almost like it's ingrown, kind of. So, like, if I press on my phone, I can't text with my right thumb. It's, first world problems. But when you're dealing with managing people and whatnot, and you're sitting there texting with your left thumb.
You know what? And warts are like the great mystery. Like they don't know
They
what
don't even
causes them, and sometimes they never go away, or at least you can stick around for years and years and years.
Or you can buy for like $5. You go into the CVS and buy a wart remover. Like they have these things that will freeze them,
but sometimes they come back.
Yeah,
and you can't.
And sometimes
get rid
it
of
doesn't always work.
I've had him. I've gone to the dermatologist and had him burnt off. That's a joy. Let me tell you. Talk about concentrated pain.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because they use liquid nitrogen, and it feels just like a needle.
Yeah,
pretty much that they're sticking in there and moving around.
And then did you have like the blister grow around it? Yeah, and then eventually that falls off.
Yep.
Balls fall off.
Scott, have you tried to get it burned off?
I did the compound W. I did some of the over-the-counter stuff, and nothing's working. I almost was to the point one night where I was just going to use nail clippers and just.
That's my dad's method.
Yeah.
Wait.
Or he would gnaw it off. Yeah.
What about? Did you hear about the duct tape?
My dad that's the first thing he said. He's like, duct tape, it's fine.
Yeah, but and they say to
and I
use.
was like, I can't use my phone with duct tape on my phone. He doesn't even have a phone.
Wait, but they say to use like a nail file first and kind of get like the first layer of the skin off, then put the duct tape on, leave it on overnight, and then rip it off.
And so what?
Bring up the nail file. I'm gonna bring that back to him.
All right.
Yeah.
Good luck, Scott.
So does
Thanks.
that work?
Oh my God. I have heard that the duct tape can work. It's like compound W. It might work. It might not. Hang on. We got to go. I was hanging on to this one. Let's go to Kate because this will be tough to beat. Hi, Kate. Good morning.
Hey, how are you guys?
Great, Kate. So you have a tiny little bitty, wound or pain thing, or you would think it's small, but a lot of pain.
Yeah.
What's the story?
Just a paper cut.
Okay.
So my friends and I, we were at the Reading Terminal Market, and we went to the 12th Street Cantina, and my girlfriend was so excited to see me because it had been like 2 years, and she has this menu in her hand. It's thicker than normal paper, but not quite cardboard, and she's like waving it because she's so excited, and she straight up sliced my eye.
She paper cut your eye?
The white part of my eye, like the sclera. So so like you could see it bleeding. So it was literally a paper cut in the sclera of my eye.
Oh my God.
So you had a floating red spot in the white part of your eye for a while, correct?
It was a line.
Yeah.
Oh
my
It
God.
was a line that was probably about the length of my pinky nail. Like it was a long paper cut. And Via, if you're listening, hi.
So do you, I assume, did you go to the doctor for that?
Dude, I didn't know. I was a stupid ass teen. Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
Stupid ass.
Wow. And how long do you think that that little scar stuck around for?
It took like a couple of months, I feel like, to completely go away. It actually wasn't as bad as you know how some people will like pop a blood vessel in their eye?
Yes.
Like their whole it wasn't as bad as that. It just stayed that red line.
Okay.
So at the point that it happened, was there significant pain?
Yeah, I just have a really high pain tolerance.
All right.
And I also didn't want to make her feel bad.
Right.
Okay.
And you just ordered tacos. So there you go. Wow, man, that's heavy duty.
Yeah, thank you, Kate.
Jesus.
Appreciate it. I remember what I was going to say earlier. Casey was talking about going to get the pedicure, and you kind of have a sadistic.
It hurts so good sometimes.
Yeah, yeah. And I was thinking that's kind of like working on a zit or something like that.
Right, and you work it out.
And even though it hurts, you know that you're going to get some kind of relief out of getting that taken care of.
When you pop it,
right.
Yeah, it does. It is a relief.
Is it kind of like that?
Yeah.
Yeah. But better.
Let's see. Oh, yeah. Hang on a second here. Let's go to Marty. Hey, Marty, good morning.
Hey, good morning.
Hey, what's up, Marty?
Hey, I got the best. I split my thumb open on working a saw, so I go to the hospital to get stitches.
Mm-hmm.
And the doctor walks in and says, he says, you're going to need stitches for that. So he walks out. He comes back in with this huge male nurse. And as the doctor's preparing, the male nurse raises up the side racks on the bed so you don't fall off.
Mm-hmm.
And he says, the nurse says to me, "You might want to grab onto this." And the doctor looks at me and says, "This is going to hurt."
Oh, no.
And I'm telling you, the most pain I've ever had in my life as he put these needles in twice.
So he put the Novocaine needles hurt more than the actual injury?
Way more. I've never felt anything like this. I wanted to hit the guy. As soon as the doctor pulled the needle out, he stepped back. He knew.
Yeah.
And I looked at him. He's like, "I told you it was going to hurt."
I told you.
Steve, have you ever had stitches?
No.
Okay, I've had them a couple times, and
I mean,
yes,
I've had oral stitches.
No, but they have to when you have an open wound, they have to put the needle directly in there. And I had it on my head and on my elbow one time, and the one on my head was, and I was only 5 years old.
Oh, geez.
And I remember that.
You know what?
Vividly.
My son,
Thanks, Marty.
he split his chin. I had to take him to the ER to get stitches, and same thing. But he didn't flinch one bit. Now they sprayed it with like a topical lidocaine or whatever, and then
it helps
dulled it a little bit.
Yeah,
but
Jace had the same thing, and when they put it, now of course I didn't watch, I couldn't. The liquid was like shooting out the other side of it.
Is that when you passed out?
No, I passed out.
When did you pass out?
Although that was another set of stitches that Jace got, and we went to the doctor's office, and he was like, "Well, we'll just get started." And I was like, maybe we should wait a minute. And he was like, "No, we'll just get started now." And I was like, all right. And then sure enough, he was like, my problem is watching it. I watched it and I saw the needle pull his skin together. And it's not like immediate. I was there and then I'm like, oh, here we go. And I was like, hey guys, just so you know, I'm passing out.
Oh, no.
Like I can announce it each time. I know
feel so good.
I know it's happening. And then I woke up to the nurse going, get her juice.
Get her juice. That was Kathy.
Some wine instead.
Carter had banged his chin on the side of a pool, and his teeth went through his. And so this was down at the shore case. He was in Avalon, and so we went to the hospital down there.
Cape Regional.
Yeah, that was it. And they did not numb him properly. To this day, I think we traumatized that kid because I kind of knew it because they got started sewing him, and it was clear that he was not numb. And they were just like, we're in this too deep.
Well, it's like a beach hospital.
We got to finish this now. And so they stitched him up, probably a good 4 stitches with I don't think any pain relief at all. I felt so bad for him.
You joke, it's a beach hospital, but I have always said if any one of us needs to go to the hospital and we are at the shore, do not take us there. Take us back into the city. Just sit me in the car.
Have you been there a couple times?
Yeah.
You want to the beach hospital?
Yeah. They accused my parents of child abuse because my brother burnt his feet on
the sand?
on a heating grate in the house. And came in and it looked like he had been walking across a waffle iron.
Yeah.
And so the ER doctor was like, call the cops on my parents.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
You never heard of the song Walking on Waffle Iron? I'm walking on waffle irons. Oh! And don't it feel hot?
Let me go to Paul. Hey, Paul, good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
I should probably start off by saying that I've had 2 knee replacements. I've had back surgery. I've had neck surgery.
Okay.
And then I got bit by a spider. Oh, my God.
Wow.
What kind of spider? Was it a recluse?
Yes, it was.
Yep.
Wow.
Where did it get you, Paul?
It got me on the top of my foot. I had an open wound on my foot for 3 months. It wouldn't heal.
Yeah.
The pain was just incredible. And, I mean, the wound got bigger, too. I was like, should this be getting smaller as I heal?
Paul, that I would know a couple of people who have been bitten by recluse spiders. First off, the pain thing that you're saying is horrible, and then also managing the wound after is a big issue.
It really.
Yeah, it can necrotize.
Really
yeah.
My buddy Charlie got bit by one, and I remember we were both worked in radio, and I remember looking at him through the glass. He was on the air, and he was sweating. And he just looked horrible. I'm like, what is wrong with you? I'm like, I got this fever. I just feel like crap, whatever. And the next day, I went to the hospital, and sure enough, they found it was a brown recluse had bitten him, and it was on his thigh, and there was a hole eventually formed there, and it started, the tissue started dying around there, and it'll take you for a ride big time. But that sucks, Paul. But a tiny little spot, extremely painful. it can blow you away. All right, let me go to, now we're getting into another territory. Bill's been on hold for like 20 minutes.
All
Let me
right.
go to him. Hey, Bill, good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Hey, so I can relate to a few of those stories, but one that, most people don't realize is a kidney stone.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
And they're
Yeah, I had
teeny
a
tiny,
4
almost like
millimeter
grain of sand sometimes.
Exactly. I think it was less than 4 millimeters. I was in the hospital for 2 days being flushed out with fluids. And
I hear the actual passing of it isn't as bad as when it just originally breaks off from the kidney.
No, the actual passing is a relief. I mean, it looks like you were giving birth when it comes out. But yeah, that's not fun.
All right. Sorry, we're not laughing at you, Bill.
No, I understand.
Thank you for the call. That sucks. I know people listening. Hey,
Theater of the mind.
Yeah, that's a fear of mine, getting one of those things.
Yeah, so there's a movie called 2 Days in the Valley, and one of the characters actually has a kidney stone issue, and that's the first time I had ever even heard of anything like that.
Yeah.
And then I did a little bit of research, and I found out that, there's a lot of things that you can consume that will lead to that, and one of them was iced tea.
Powdered iced tea.
Powdered iced tea, and I was like, I
Remember
stopped
that.
drinking it. I used to drink that we always had a pitcher of iced tea in our...
This conversation is literally making me queasy. I mean, seriously.
Should we stop? Or?
Well, no, you don't have to, but like,
we do, actually.
Okay,
No.
but this has been difficult to listen to.
My wife Claire was literally starting to turn white as I was describing
Yeah.
Kathy, because that's one of the main phobia fears of hers.
Of all-
having a nail clip off that way.
Of all the calls that we got, which one would you want the least?
Oh man,
Because that paper cut in the eye one,
Yes.
that one had me freaking out.
yeah,
a little bit.
that was nasty.
That's a good question, man. I don't know.
The recluse. Yeah.
God.
I don't know, man. I've stubbed my toe sometimes and thought that my half of my foot was going to fall off. So I can commiserate with that.
Which one would you want?
Like that. But I mean, it's happened so many times to my goddamn pinky toe.
Yeah.
Where it's just, you just brushes something and wham, it's like, what? I just want to cut it off.
It seems like such an after-the-fact toe.
Yeah.
I
But
know.
apparently you need them.
I've told you, but now you don't need them. My mom doesn't have pinky
Oh, that's
toes.
right. Yeah.
Yeah.
She gave away. There's a big car
It
giveaway.
was a car sale.
And part of Toyota-thon is
those-
getting a
Wait, was it in the jar?
For those who don't know,
Toyota-thon.
my mother had what are called hammer toes, and they had to be removed. And for some reason, I was like a baby. I don't even know if. And anyway, she had them put in a jar. They gave them to her. They used to give you your medical waste back in the day.
Not a problem.
And she had them in a jar, and they sold the car and left them in the glove compartment.
Oh my God.
Somewhere, somebody's got a pair of glorious toes. All right. Thank you for your calls, and we apologize to those who've been on hold for a long time and haven't had a chance to get to. But we need to give away some other goodies to other callers. We have a $25 gift card to Fireside Bar and Grill in Ambler. Casey's going to be there tomorrow. We'll take the 10th caller at 215-263 WMMR. He's going to be there in conjunction with the Bud Light Thursday night kickoff.
Good food.
All kinds of prizes to win while Casey is there. You can enjoy Fireside's expansive menus and family-friendly dining room. They also have a real wood fire brick oven and over 26 TVs and special $8 Philly menu during the Philly sports games. Fireside is the best place to catch all the games. So like we said, caller number 10, you get that $25 gift card, and Casey will be there tomorrow, 7 o'clock, 7 to 9, 215-263 WMMR. Coming back with the Bizarre Files. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
4 o'clock in the morning.
Right.
But still, I was
Well, that's the
mortified.
time to train.
4 o'clock in the morning.
Right. Clearly.
Right?
You know what always amazes me though with that skill set is the people who do the weather reports and have just the green screen and are pointing at things. I could not do that. I have no.
But there's a logic
ability.
to that there isn't to the trap. If you can see the weather just to the side on the monitor, and you're a trained meteorologist, you can understand that certain symbols mean certain things. But if you're just looking at a string of words like you are, somehow you have to make sense of that and assimilate it on the spot. Look. What I do is brilliant. Let's not mince words. What I do is genius on a level that you can only imagine. But what you do is a skill that probably anybody can.
You know what, Michael? You know what? The worst part.
In a way, that was a very touching compliment.
Was that a compliment?
Yeah. The worst part about traffic is when you're waiting to hear the traffic and you're waiting to hear the road that you have to either avoid or get on. And then you space out, and you're like, oh, my God.
You missed it.
What did she just say? She just said my road, and I wasn't paying attention.
That happens with me with the weather report. The one day that I'm looking to have the information for is the day I invariably glaze over and don't listen to.
Right. Well, there exists now, or maybe it's just coming online, technology where you can plug what you want into, apparently it's your telephone.
Exactly right.
And then it will actually tell you what the weather forecast is going to be. And if you miss it, you can do it again.
We are creatures of habit. And so we end up like you default back to a kid waiting to see if your school is closed.
That's right.
It's all
Michael, do you live in Los Angeles?
I live in the Connecticut section of Los Angeles.
Connecticut is a little further east.
Very East LA.
Furthest most eastern town or state in California.
Well, let me ask you then, how did Michael Ian Black, little Michael Ian Black, who's growing up on the shores of Connecticut, California, how did you end up in entertainment? What was the path that led you there?
I, as a very young person, I was 9 years old, and I was sent away to summer camp, and I did a play there. I don't know why. I think because there was a girl I had a crush on.
Of course.
Who was doing the play.
What camp were you at? Tecumseh?
It was not called Tecumseh. It was called Camp Najiwa.
Okay.
A Jewish camp with an Indian name. And
that's so unique.
It has a better ring than like Camp
Comanche
Shivowitz or something. It's just
Camp Shivowitz. Well, it's the joke because that's where the Indians send their kids.
Camp Cavalli.
And then I did it, and then I came home that summer, and I was like, Mom, I'm going to be an actor.
Yeah.
And then, she was like, whatever, because I was 9. But then I never wavered from that. So I'm now living the life choices made by somebody who could not tie his own shoes.
But it's interesting because you're a writer, you're a performer, you've directed. You have these sort of things that present themselves to you. Like my focus was originally going to be television and try to do the radio came along. I'm like, oh, this is what I've been looking for. This is great. But I think the thing that I've found with many people is that, and we've said it time and time again on the show, at a certain point, you say, am I going to do this? And then you eliminate safety nets and just go for it.
Well, I never gave myself the safety net to begin with.
Okay.
I think most parents encourage their kids to, get a degree in something or have some kind of backup plan. And I knew that if I did that, it would be too easy to do the backup plan and not do the thing that I wanted to do. So my feeling is that when I started, everybody said, show business seemed like an impossible way to make a living. I didn't know anybody in show business. Nobody in my family was in. It just didn't. It seemed so remote. But crazily enough, as I've gotten older and into the business economy has changed, people in creative professions in a strange way have an advantage because we're used to hustling, we're used to doing stuff, and these jobs, at least so far, can't be outsourced. So in a weird way, my profession is more stable than the professions that were stable when I was a kid.
It's more merit-based. It's more, that makes sense.
In my case, not so much merit. It's just the fact that I'm gorgeous.
Yeah. It's just the sheer...
I guess that's merit in its own way.
Yeah,
but I'm just gorgeous. So I've just been very fortunate. Just in terms of my cheekbones, I've been very fortunate.
Yeah. Jackie Bam Bam, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. All right.
Yeah, there's a little delay, but I'm here. Take a look at this guy. Can you see him?
By the way,
Friday the 13th. Hi, Michael. Whoa.
It's Halloween, and it's Michael Myers.
And then we have a chain-wielding maniac from the Bates Motel, and actually two of them. One of them has a scarecrow mask on. Another one has just a psychotic-looking face. So, Jackie, they look like they're ready to go, man.
Can you smell the gasoline from here? I'm ready to play with some dangerous toys. I'm ready.
He's so into this.
Jackie?
We're going into the house right now.
Okay. Damn
now,
it.
we heard that our birthday boy
might be awake, so we have to go with a different tactic.
Okay.
Oh, no. Okay. Okay, you guys ready, Jackie?
Here we go.
All right.
On 3.
Go ahead.
Everybody ready. 1, 2, 3.
There's no one in the bedroom. It's an empty bed. Are they in the wrong room?
Where did he go? How did he work on it?
Wait.
He was supposed to be here. We had scouts.
Don't drop the F-bomb, please.
There's nobody in the bedroom.
Amazing.
There's absolutely no one in the bedroom.
Go to the bathroom. I think he's taking a piss.
His bed is made.
Let's go in the bathroom. He might be.
Yeah, he'll never see you coming.
Yeah. Oh, my.
I don't think his bed is made. He didn't sleep in that bed last
I
night.
don't even think he's there.
No, he's not.
Look at how confused everyone looks.
Where's our boy at?
I feel bad for the guy.
Preston wants to say hello to you.
Oh, here, hang on. I'll bring up the phone line. Hi.
I am utterly disappointed.
Is this Jimmy?
I don't know how this happened. I'm like shaking here because I'm so angry.
This has never happened before. I can't. Well, we've done enough of these. Eventually, it was bound to happen.
I think it's great.
Well, you know
It's
what?
just
I
typical.
say he doesn't get his chainsaw.
I'm wondering about that too.
Yeah.
You know?
I think they're starting up the chainsaws again, guys.
There's no need to start up the chainsaws again right now. Is there?
No.
Yeah.
I think we can just move on to the next one.
Wow.
The next cemetery, away we go.
That's fake.
He's fake?
Yeah.
You sure? Michael, be careful, Michael. Happy Halloween. I'm here.
Are you ready?
All right, let's go. Okay. There's a deer head. There's some saws. Oh, this guy's really into horror movies. Now, let's get everybody upstairs.
Up the stairs again.
It's a tight staircase.
Yeah, it is.
There's Jackie's ass crack.
Jackie's ass crack.
Yeah.
Tight like the crack of my ass.
Okay, we're going to go on 3. Okay. We ready?
Yeah. We're ready.
Ready?
I'm always.
We're going to go on 3. Hold on. 1, 2, 3.
Start him.
Happy Halloween!
She completely covered herself up.
Chainsaw wake up.
I see that.
Somebody got you.
God damn it, Joe.
God damn it, Joe.
Is that Curry?
Hi.
Hi, Curry.
Good morning.
Is this Carrie?
Yes.
Carrie, say hello to Preston and Steve.
Hi.
Hey, Curry. Good morning. How are you?
Hi, good morning.
She can't hear with the chainsaw.
Hey, Curry. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, yeah, this is courtesy
Is that
of
my fire
Steve.
alarm?
He wanted, I think. Yeah. Oh my God, that's right. They have gasoline operated devices. It's probably setting off your. It's okay. There's no real fire. Just gas fumes. You'll be okay.
Hey, Kathy's asking if she has clothes on. Do you have clothes on? Are you? There you go.
Hi, honey.
Curry, do you have clothes on?
No, I don't.
Well, that ought to teach you.
Hi. Seriously, like a whole ton of people in my
A whole lot of people.
Try not to drop any curse words. We're live on the radio right now.
Well, not how kick face.
Her boyfriend just took the battery out of the fire alarm.
Okay.
Very good.
Remember to replace it.
Yes.
That was nice. Room's a mess.
That would have ruined it.
If I cleaned up the mess.
Yeah. So apparently you're a big.
She's half naked. The other roommate just came downstairs. Hi, y'all.
Not half. She's fully naked.
Say hi to Preston and Steve.
Are you
Okay. I gotta bring the audio down because they're cursing way too much.
She's the unhappy roommate.
She looks like the unhappy roommate. So listen, Curry, this was courtesy of Steve. He says that you guys, both you and Colleen, are big horror fans. So we thought this would be a fun way to get you up on Halloween morning. Do you agree?
Yeah. Now the shock's worn off, this is pretty funny.
All right, cool. And to fellow horror fans, have a great day today and put some clothes on.
And then I have one last story. That's it.
Man, this is we're left high and dry now.
Ray Donovan alum Paula Malcolmson and Da Vinci's Demons Blake Ritson are joining Sci-Fi's Superman prequel called Krypton.
Really?
Yes.
This is interesting.
Well, that's why I brought it up. I knew you would find it interesting.
You finished strong.
Which is set to premiere in 2018. The show will be set 2 generations before the destruction of Superman's home planet and will follow his grandfather as he fights to save his House of El from chaos.
What if Superman's grandfather, though, was just an accountant on Krypton?
Okay.
Not as exciting.
No.
Here's some deductions you probably had not considered.
Episode 1.
You have to do estate planning. Right. You have to. You can never know. Look, the planet could blow up. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but the planet could blow up someday. Right, crazy. I know, crazy talk. Blah, 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 blah. And here you are, and then the planet blows up, and we don't, things go awry. It happens.
I wonder what his name is. Kal-El.
Sal.
Maybe he's Mel-El.
Sal-El.
Sal-El. Krypton, CPA.
Thanks for having me over today, folks. This will take about an hour. Have some documents for you to sign.
No, but I never wanted to get a trampoline once I had kids. I'm like, I don't think so.
Well, you hear too many stories.
Too much liability, too.
Yeah. Oh, the neighbors? Oh, yes.
Everywhere I lived, there was always at least one in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
And you could just go use theirs.
But these places sound, because it's not just the floor, it's the walls.
Well, you jump from trampoline to trampoline, and they've got padding in between them. And then, yes, they have some, Steve, that are at an angle.
Yeah.
Now, they have very specific rules about what you can and can't do.
Okay.
As far as, and there are little videos that are running that you can't, do flips off of the ones that are off of the.
Oh, you can't?
I'm pretty sure. Kathy, did they have like a video running? I'm thinking of Sky High, they have it.
Yes. No, they had something when we were waiting in line for the obstacle course. They had a video running.
Because I was so bummed that I couldn't, because I went to the Sky Zone.
Yeah.
And I couldn't use that one. I was like, all right, we'll start it here at the foam pit, and then I'm going to go over to that one where they have trampoline walls. And I never got to do the trampoline walls.
Here I go.
I need to go back there because when I what's that place called? Get High?
Get Air.
Ricochet.
Get High.
That's a different part.
Get High are open Monday through Wednesday, noon to midnight.
Get High.
Because I went there to pick my son up from a birthday party, and I ended up jumping a little bit just, because it was the end of the night. Everybody was kind of getting their shoes on. So, I had to.
You went for a jump.
I had to impress the kids.
Gonna go for a quick jump.
Look at this fat guy jump.
Somebody's texting in next mixer, trampoline park.
I think so.
That would be cool.
Party or something
we can
like
all
that.
leave with sprained ankles and hurt backs.
And another potential to hurt ourselves, I want to have a roller skating party sometime.
Yes.
That's been has to happen.
It has to. Can I wear a helmet, though?
Yeah.
All right. You're not going to make fun of me?
Well, of course I am.
I need like wrist guards.
Casey, I've been when we do the river rink ice skating. Casey always wears a helmet to that, and I just find it funny because it's nothing but kids and one adult skating around with a helmet on.
I want a roller skate. An inspiring story from Touchstone.
Oh no,
he wasn't like the other children.
Oh dude,
he was a full-grown man with his own children. The story of Helmet.
with his own children.
We're going to call you Helmet. I'm got a helmet on because I like to roller skate. Daddy-daughter night. Wait a second, you have children? Dear God.
Dear God.
I just, you
feel safer.
I feel safer. I don't.
I ride a helmet when I ride a bike. I wear a helmet.
You ride a helmet. I ride a helmet when I wear a bike.
It doesn't go very fast.
Thanks, Kath. I want to reiterate something, Case. I don't know if we still have the info sheet from Acme.
Oh, yeah.
From earlier this morning, because we had Dana on from Acme Markets, and I may have accidentally thrown that away. I'm not sure. But anyhow, it went from the donations monetarily when we had the end of Camp Out for Hunger was in the $600,000 range from people who had donated at the point of checkout. And they continued that campaign at Acme up until the day before Thanksgiving and brought in that time an extra $262,000. And so the grand total from monetary donations, courtesy of you shopping at Acme Markets, was $875,000.
Yeah.
Add that to the total money raised. It's now $1,340,000.
Yeah.
That goes. That's in addition to the 2.8 million pounds of food. So it's just a huge year.
Staggering numbers.
Yeah.
And if you can try to wrap your mind around it, because it almost gets away from you, but you're responsible for that. You did that, and it's an amazing thing.
Yep, and we thank you so much for it, and we thank Acme for partnering with us, but that's just massive. So wanted to make sure we pass that along again. All right, it's time for Bizarre File. Oh, wrong button. What? Okay, here we go.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Steven Star Restaurants. Gift memorable experiences this holiday season with a Star Restaurants gift card. Good at over 30 restaurants. You can shop today at STARRgiftcards.com. So the TSA recently shared photos on Twitter that showed a cat they found inside a checked suitcase on November 16th at JFK International Airport. The suitcase was destined for Atlanta and ultimately to Melbourne Orlando International Airport in Florida. Luckily, a TSA agent spotted the cat in an X-ray of the bag.
He's a cat.
And removed the animal before the luggage made it to the pressurized cargo hold. A TSA rep said on Twitter, on the bright side, that cat's out of the bag.
Hey!
And safely back at home. So, yeah, we're looking at
you can see clearly the cat. Yeah.
Oh, that poor thing, but he's going to be okay. We had a friend, in fact, it was
Jim McGuinn.
Yeah. Had moved from St. Louis to here and didn't know that their cat, Homer, had crawled into the back of the moving van.
Yeah.
And they had to leave.
Yeah.
They had to leave. They couldn't find the cat, and they thought maybe he just ran out or unfortunately got hit by. And they got here and unloaded the truck, and the freaking cat
Oh my God.
It's amazing.
was in the moving van.
I thought I lost my cat one time. My wife went on a work trip, and I had her at the airport. I'm like, dude, can you please open your luggage because I can't find the cat anywhere, and there's a good chance that she went in there. And as it turns out, she didn't. But
you thought there's at least a possibility.
There was because I couldn't find her anywhere.
All right, here's a story. I didn't know that reptiles like beer, but the Brisbane North Snake Catchers and Relocation out of Australia shared a video to Facebook that shows rescuers responding to a report of a snake trapped in a beer can in Brighton, Queensland. The venomous red-bellied black snake's head was stuck inside of a can of Victoria bitter beer.
Wow.
Rescuers had to use tools to cut through the can and save the snake and found that there was a dead frog inside of the can, which likely drew in the snake.
Yes, that was the attraction.
It's believed that the snake was trapped inside for a few days, but every now and then you see animals with a jar on their head or something like that, and that's what this was.
Thanks for getting that off me, man. Jesus Christ.
It's dark in there.
Yeah.
So this is a problem nobody saw coming. Authorities in Belgium's port of Antwerp have intercepted so much smuggled cocaine that their incinerators can't burn it fast enough. And this, in turn, has led to another problem. There's so much seized cocaine in storage that gangs are reportedly plotting to steal some of it back from the authorities. They are working on solutions right now, which could include building more incinerators. And the Brussels Times reports about 100 tons of cocaine were seized at the port last year.
They talked to a nightman at one of the, the houses there, warehouses.
And 110 tons are expected to be seized this year as well.
This is a vicious cycle, isn't it? You confiscate it, they re-steal it.
Yeah. And then you have to go to the night guide for comment on it. I'm sorry, sir. What did you see?
He might be going after some of that cocaine himself, it sounds like.
No, the paper says that
Sorry, I didn't catch that. Could you say that one more time?
The paper says that about $5 billion worth of the drug is what the street value is. Wow.
Billion.
Yeah.
He agreed with Rocky.
Yeah.
It's like $1 billion.
On
Will you?
These guys just have a conversation.
Will you? It's meet the putts instead of meet the press.
Yeah, meet the putts. All right. On November 15th. A front desk worker opened up.
Where y'all going? What
the hell is going on?
Yeah, serious.
We're hopped up, man.
On November 15th, a front desk worker opened up Circle C Dental in Austin, Texas. Maggie Kiefer said she immediately noticed that the office did not smell right. She and her colleagues determined the smell was coming from the staff bathroom at the back of the building. And upon investigation, they saw that the toilet had exploded.
Oh, my God.
Oh, God.
The Austin Fire Department investigated and could not offer a solid explanation either. Kiefer had another theory. She found a news story about a toilet that exploded in Oklahoma after a lightning bolt struck an apartment building, traveled through an exhaust vent, and then hit the toilet and blew it up. Though there's no record of lightning the night before the exploded toilet was discovered in Austin, it is possible that there was some not recorded by weather radar. The other theory is the vent fan in the ceiling somehow fell and caused the damage. But luckily, there were no injuries.
That's crazy.
They walked in, and the toilet had exploded. Pretty wild. All right, and then we'll do one more story, and we will wrap it up. Let's go with. No, I've got some negative ones. I don't like to end on really like.
You
bad
want us to be
ones.
happy?
Oh, here's a nice one.
All
Okay. Alandria Worthy was in labor and on her way to the hospital when she asked her fiance DeAndre Phillips to pull over so that she could go to the bathroom. So he stopped in an Atlantic area McDonald's, and instead of leaving with Big Macs, the couple left with a newborn baby girl. She said, I went into the bathroom and my water broke. It was an experience because it happened so fast. So Worthy started screaming, and Tanisha Woodard, the general manager of the location, came out to help. Woodard was surprised by what she found. She said, I thought they were joking. I opened this door. I didn't see anybody, but I saw feet under the door. I opened it, and she was on this toilet lying back screaming.
Oh, God.
And then I knew to tell my crew we're having a baby today. So Woodard notified two colleagues, Shakira Kegler and Keisha Blue Murray, and all three readied in to help and deliver. She said Shakira grabbed the phone, dialed 911. Keisha ran looking for her at the door. And by this point, Phillips went into the McDonald's to check on his fiance and found her surrounded by the three female employees. He said she was on the toilet screaming. And he said, I was like, just breathe. I got her on the floor, and I took off my clothes. The ladies at McDonald's, because they wanted to use it to help deliver the baby. And the ladies at McDonald's were on her front side, holding her hands. I had her feet up, propped on my knees. We told her to push 3 pushes.
You were looking at the picture.
She was a fighter. Nandy Phillips was born after 3 pushes and 15 minutes later.
Do you want an apple pie with that?
So he said, I was on the phone with emergency dispatch. So they were telling us what to do through the phone. And that was the good thing that we had so many people there because I wouldn't be able to multitask if I was on the highway in the car and the traffic.
You both worked for McDonald's. I assume you delivered your fair share of babies, right?
Usually on Sundays.
And I love this. The McDonald's employees immediately gave the little girl a McDonald's-centric nickname. Woodard said, I said, we're going to name her Little Nugget. And so Philip said, yep, she's definitely a nugget. My parents love the name too. So we're like, okay, it fits her. Our Little Nugget.
Little Nugget.
That's cute. Yep. But everybody's safe and sound. And that's a good story to end on there. All right. And that is what I have in the bizarre file for you. All right. Let's do the secret text word. We need a winner for that. So, Kathy, name a number caller, please.
5.
All right, we'll take the fifth caller, 215-263 WMMR. Up for grabs today, 4-pack of tickets to experience Tinseltown, the Holiday Spectacular. So let's take that caller, and we'll come back, get a winner, 215-263 WMMR. Back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Want to see something funny?
What you riding there?
It's an inspiring story, huh?
Inspiring story of a child who sought to be different. I'm going to ride my helmet and wear a bike. You're going to look like a jerk. Yeah, you're going to look like an idiot.
I don't care.
Hello, this is the Olympic Committee. We're interested in this new sport you've come up with.
Yes, it's time to find out who the biggest dick in the Delaware Valley is. We actually, you know what? I hats off to Casey Boy because it was his idea and to search for the biggest dick in the Delaware Valley. And you know, it's just you're given this name at birth, Richard, and either your parents. Either they thought it would be funny or they don't realize or, you know what I mean?
I want to find out the reasons because I do agree. And listen, technically it's a fine name. However, I know parents go through the arduous process of, okay, what are kids going to do with this?
Right.
What are they going to do with this? And Richard obviously will become Dick.
So, you ready, Dr. Mike?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's bring in the dicks. We're going to start with, we're going to go with the longest first. Dear God.
Yes, now we're talking.
He is huge. All right, so we've kept these guys separated. Do you still get Snickers at your name?
My freshman year in college, we were getting drunk, coming down the steps, and some guy was coming up with his girlfriend. So he yells with his girlfriend, he goes, yo, big dick. I never heard it before. I grabbed him, threw him up against the railing, and I said, yo, I thought I told you not to tell nobody.
That's good.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. So Dick is here for the length, the height version. So we're going to measure your height. How tall does that thing go, Dr. Mike? Is it over 7 feet? All right, let's bring in the next Dick. We have a very big Dick coming in here.
Yes.
This is Dick Super. Dick Super.
Yes.
How you doing, man?
Super Dick in the house.
Nice. See, I told you guys I had a friend named in high school. His name was Dave Super. His dad's name was Dick.
Oh, you're right. That is actually a great name.
Come on, Super. I mean, it's been the best.
It could be great for you.
Where are you from, by the way?
South Jersey.
So let's measure you, and let's see how you stack up against the other Dick. You're going to get some extra because of that hair of yours.
Yeah.
He's a hairy Dick.
Well,
man.
the level will come down right on the...
These sticks are so long, I have to get on a stool.
I noticed.
It's unbelievable.
I'll tell you what, this might be the best looking Dick we have in the studio all day.
It's a good looking Dick?
Yeah.
Marissa, bring in the next Dick, please. This is Dick Steinbeiser.
Dick Steinbeiser.
And it's another biggie, man. Where are you from, sir?
Harleysville.
You haven't seen this guy around town?
I haven't seen that Dick anywhere. Not anywhere in Harleysville. And there's a lot of Dicks in Harleysville.
There are.
Let's get the official number. We're gonna measure you, but we will not reveal. We're not going to reveal what that is until we get all 5 of you measured. So right now we're going for the length.
This Dick has a shaved head, basically. So
bald Dick. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, well, listen, thank you very much, Richard. We appreciate you can have a seat over here, and we'll get the final results in a moment. Richard or Dick Steinbeiser.
It's a smart Dick.
And after Kathy's getting in on it.
See, the one who hates this stuff is now participating.
Please, this is Dick Scholl.
Wow, another.
Yeah, another big one.
Yes.
So we've been asking some questions amongst you dicks. Does anybody ever call you Dick, or have they throughout your life?
My older brother kept trying to get my oldest nephew to call me Uncle Dick for the couple first years of my life. That didn't happen, but what did happen, fortunately for him, is that my nephew couldn't pronounce rich, and it came out with a B sound.
He called you bitch?
Yep.
Wow.
That was Uncle
All right, Dick, let's get you on the measuring device here.
All right.
And we'll get the official number.
All right, this one went a little faster than the last few measurements. Mike got this one down fast.
Yeah, quick, Dick.
Bring in the final Dick, please.
Another biggie.
Wow. Tell us about your life with the name Richard and being interchangeable with Dick.
It is pretty lackluster, I would probably say. I only really got it in high school. Kids on like my sports teams would be like, "Oh, we call you Big Dick now." And
Big Dick's actually, if you're on a team,
right?
It's pretty cool.
It's intimidating, and it's got a little,
It's got a little panache to it.
Absolutely.
I like it. All right, well, let's get you up on the measuring device and let's take a look. By the way, I love all our dicks.
They're excellent.
They're all great guys.
You guys a big Foo Fighters fans? Got a Foo Fighters shirt on? I'm enjoying the Dick Dale.
Thank you, Dick Dale, and we played Moby Dick, and Dr. Mike just
nearly
fell
bought it.
off the chair. Are you okay, Dr. Mike?
Noted TV personality Dr. Mike died in a bizarre dick measuring accident.
Tell you, Preston, in 25 years of practice, these are some of the biggest dicks I've ever seen.
Of course. You're a man of science.
It's a miracle of nature.
Yes.
All right, so please, if you could, first give us the number and the name of who our biggest dick in the Delaware Valley is, Nick.
At a whopping 82.5 inches, that's 6 feet, 10.5 inches tall, the biggest dick in the Delaware Valley by length, our first dick in the studio, Dick Barrett, everybody! Congratulations, Dick!
Come on over here, Dick Barrett.
Get over there. Come on.
6'10" and a half.
Big old dick.
Nick, did you say 6'10" and a half?
I sure did, Preston.
Damn, man. Hey,
almost 7 feet tall.
The moment when you walked in, I'm like, that's a huge dick.
But yet, when the other guys are coming in, I'm like, I'm wondering. I'll be curious to hear the other numbers. But yeah, you are a big dick.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right, so we got length out of the way. Time to get to girth. Let's bring in the biggies. We're going to do our first contestant for the biggest dick in the Delaware Valley. Please welcome Dick Zaleski.
Dick Zaleski. Dick, how are you?
You know, your history with the name, and a lot of guys got it in high school.
I had like one guy that thought he was funny in high school that would be like, Rick the Dick. And, but I actually got it from my friends later on that I'm kind of a jerk sometimes.
Okay, so you're sort of a
they'd
cut
be
up
like Rick the Dick, and so
Dick Zaleski, let's get you on the scale here. We're not going to reveal the number at all until we have weighed everyone, and then we will find out who the biggest dick in the Delaware Valley is by girth. By the way, yes, everyone will be even if your name is Rick, you're going by Dick today.
That's fine.
All right, thanks, man. Have a seat. We'll find out how you do. Thanks for being
big
here
guy.
this morning. Bring in our next Dick. This is Dick L. Coogan.
Yes.
Who we welcome. Coming over here to Nick. Has Dick been a joke from time to time for you, or do people actually call you that?
No, I basically come from a long line of dicks.
Oh, you do?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Are you Dick? Are you Little Dick or Dick Jr.?
I'm Dick the Third, actually.
Dick the Third.
Yeah, so my grandfather, my father, my son.
All right, well, let's have you jump on the scale here. Dr. Mike is going to do the official measuring.
While we have a second, I'd like to apologize to the two Dick Siemens who wanted to come in because they really wanted to be a part of this contest.
Yeah.
But we had enough dicks, and these guys just didn't qualify to be the biggest dicks in the Delaware Valley. But thank you guys for submitting.
We had to cut.
It was father and son named Dick Seaman.
Thank you for coming in this morning. We'll find out if you end up being our winner. As he grabs a seat, that's Dick L. Coogan, by the way. The next Dick, let's welcome Dick Mayberry to the studio. Mr. Mayberry is coming over here. Is there any history of Dicks in your family?
Yeah, I'm the third.
Okay.
My grandfather went by Dick.
Do you get any?
On the dance floor.
As far as Mayberry, your last name, you get any Andy Griffith throwbacks from that?
No, Dick maybe Harry. I have.
Dick maybe Harry.
I like it. Get on the scale, man. Let's see what you come in at. Dick
Awesome.
Mayberry. All right.
want 6 dicks, man.
I was saying sticks.
Sure you were.
Sticks. Let's bring in the next dick. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Dick Schmidt. And we welcome in. Any other dicks in your family?
My father. My father was he was another big dick.
Another big dick.
Yeah, about the same size as me.
All right, so we are doing the official measuring. Dr. Mike's going to get his number. He's waiting for the scale to settle. And when he settles on a number, he's got it. You can step back off of there, Dick. And let me see, who else we have?
Take a look at my face, Dick.
Well, let's bring in Dick Belcastro, our last Dick that we have. Come right over here to Nick, if you would, please. Anybody in your family call you Dick?
Not generally, no. My granddad went by Dick.
Okay.
Dad was Richard. I'm Richard. My brother's Peter.
Peter. There's clearly something going on.
Let's get you on the scale. Let's weigh you. Turn around. Dr. Micah's going to get a number.
Here we are. Step up.
All right. So how we doing,
Nick?
We've crunched the numbers over here in the entertainment division, and
you can announce our winner. Nick, give us the number and then our winner, if you would, please, for the biggest girth amongst our dicks.
Biggest dick in the Delaware Valley girth division goes to Dick number 2, Richard Zaleski.
Oh, you're kidding me!
The biggest dick. 397.6 pounds.
397.
Nearly 400 pounds a dick.
Actually, he was dick number 1 I have here on our list, which means both of our first dicks are our winners. Richard Zaleski, right?
Yes, I'm sorry. He was number 2 on my list, number 1 in the contest.
And
You're right,
number
Preston.
1 in your hearts,
Absolutely.
ladies and gentlemen. Dick Zaleski!
Yeah!
Police said 2 drivers on 95 were involved in a road rage incident that ended in gunfire Monday evening. It happened just before 5 o'clock while the 2 cars were exiting the highway on Route 413 in Bristol Township. The victim's car had 2 bullet holes from a .45 caliber semi-automatic handgun. Police said a man pulled up to the victim's car, told him to lower the window, and when he did, the man pointed a gun into the car.
Let's go.
I bet the shooter was from Delco, though. I mean, we'll see when they get him. We'll find out. One shot here's the right rear quarter.
Damn it all to hell. 93.3 WMMR. It's everything that rocks. It is, wow, it's almost 10:30 already.
Wow.
We haven't even gotten to...
Damn you.
Damn you. What's that? You still have that? I hate you.
All right.
Does he say damn you in that?
Yeah, something like that.
I hate you. Hang on, we played it earlier this morning. Here we go. I hate you. I hate you more than anything in this damn world. All right. We can get a winner now for the secret text word. We were looking for caller number 5, and that happens to be Paul. So we're going to go to Paul. Hey, Paul, good morning.
Good morning. Hey, guys.
All right, Paul, you're on the spot here, friend. If you give me the secret text word, we give you a prize. What is it?
Mug.
Mug. That is correct, sir. And you just hang on the line there, Paul, because we're going to set you up. We are going to give you a 4-pack of tickets to experience the magic of the season at the Tinseltown Holiday Spectacular. You can explore the larger-than-life illuminated sculptures at the Expo Center at Oaks. And tickets are on sale now at tinseltownholiday.com. We also got a random texter that we're going to give the same prize to, and that is Steve Gordon of Warminster.
Hey!
So, Steve, congratulations. And if you are going to purchase tickets to Tinseltown, use the code, I think it's Kathy20, Kathy20, and you get a special discount on prices. So make sure that you do that. When is that? Has that started yet?
Yes, they did open. And you know, that's a really good one. Like, you get the holiday lights in, you're outside. They brought in a new ice skating rink this year, so they had the synthetic ice. It's real ice this year.
Oh, that's awesome. Good, because I didn't want to say anything negative about it.
And they agreed.
And it's, that wasn't fun.
And if it's the same Santa, he was great last year. He was the real Santa. Okay. But they have a cool little workshop that the kids can walk through. So this is a really good one. And you should do it because there's no official information, but it might not actually be at that location next year.
Okay. All right. Yeah. I remember you telling us that. That's right. All right. So today we have a lesson question prize. And I'd said earlier that we were giving away for stupid question. I was wrong. It's lesson question, tickets for the winery dogs And that features Mike Portnoy, our buddy, our former buddy, of course. And also Billy Sheehan, one of the greatest bass players ever, and an amazing guitarist, Richie Kotzen. If you're not familiar with Winery Dogs, they're fantastic. They're going to be playing the Keswick Theater February 17th. The question is, Steve has officially made Acme Market's Dana Ward the ambassador to which country? 215-263-WMMR. Let's see if you know the answer to that. Steve officially made Acme Market's Dana Ward the ambassador to which country? 215-263-WMMR. Call now if you know the answer. And while you call, we will do the trash.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, let's get them stars. Steve, what's going on this morning?
Well, actress Keela McNeely says even though some people are upset over it, she is proud of her work in the Netflix Jeffrey Dahmer series. McNeely says there are some very useful takeaways from the series, like learning how to make a scrunchie out of a butthole.
Wow. Oh,
hey! WandaVision star Katherine Hahn and her husband Ethan Sandler have requested a legal name change for their 2 children, giving them both the second middle name of Hahn. Both Katherine and Ethan explained the decision, saying it was important for them to give their children something to tell their therapists.
Oh, my God.
And finally, Lady Anne Glenn Connor, who was a close friend of Queen Elizabeth, says she is refusing to watch The Crown because it's complete fantasy. Lady Anne says it's not just all the ridiculous made-up private conversations, but also the depiction of Queen Elizabeth as a cyborg.
Oh. No.
And that's your Hollywood trend.
I guess I didn't get to that episode yet.
Yeah, it's
All right,
wild.
So, lesson question we need to know from you. Steve officially made Acme Market's Dana Ward the ambassador of which country? 215-263-WMMR. We're going to go to John, see if we can get the answer. Hey, John, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys.
All right, buddy. So, according to Steve, he officially made Acme Market's Dana Ward the ambassador to which country?
The ambassador to Japan.
That's correct. Nice work, John. Hang on. I'm going to give you a pair of tickets to see the Winery Dogs featuring Mike Portnoy, Billy Sheehan, and Richie Kotzen on February 17th at the Keswick Theater. Tickets go on sale Friday, by the way, at 10 a.m. at KeswickTheater.com. All right, we shall do music news right now.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Yeah. All right, just a couple of things to run by you. We'll start with news about Fallout Boy. They've taken out newspaper ads to tease their upcoming album. The ad is featured in the Chicago Tribune, and it just has the words FOB8, followed by the phrase that says, if you build it, they will come, against a black background. So something's coming from that band.
Oh, yeah.
Be soon. The Offspring singer Brian Dexter Holland has confirmed that the band will be entering the studio to work on their new album in January. The album is due out next year. He said, in a funny way, I think that the pandemic break really energized us. Because it was a funny way?
It was a funny way.
It gave us time to let us finish the last record, and we got the band real tight. We've decided to keep on going. So when we're in between tours, we're working on new material. Holland added that he and his bandmates plan to ride the roller coaster for as long as they can. He said the nature of the music business is that you never know when your time is up. We're very fortunate to still be here, but as Jim Morrison once said, the future is uncertain and the end is always near. And it always seems like we can do this for a few more years. People are still coming to the shows, and we're still getting played on the radio. So for the time being, it seems okay. But beyond that, who knows? And then finally, Bret Michaels has rolled out his 2023 Party Gras North American Summer Tour dates with road regulars Night Ranger and Jefferson Starship.
Party Gras.
Joining the festivities at assorted stops throughout the dozen-city trek will be former Journey singer Stephen Aguirre and Sugar Ray's Mark McGrath. And they will be coming to our area July 23rd at the Freedom Mortgage Pavilion in Camden. And Bret said in a statement, it's unique, never quite been done before. I said I want to throw a party starting in the parking lot into the building, let fans have a chance to be on the side of the stage. They're doing the Dress Like Brett karaoke contest. It's like a carnival of fun and awesomeness, right? And the music we're playing in between, we've got DJs spinning. Everything is meant to be a party from the time you get there till you end.
That is pretty cool.
It's going to be a killer, all hits, no fillers. What are you looking for? And we'll have to talk to him again.
Yeah.
Such a great conversation.
He was great.
We were at the blood drive, and he had some stories about getting busted smoking pot around here, stuff like that. He's just a nice guy, so would love to chat with him again sometime. And that is what we have in music news. A quick one for you. All right, we have a final break to take. We'll come back in a second, wrap up the program.
Rubber trim stopped the round from hitting the person in the passenger
So
seat.
it wasn't shooting at the car, shooting at the person in the car.
Police said the driver was aggressive in the moments prior to the shooting. He kept flashing his high beams, and he followed the victim off of the highway, pacing the car, and then stopped at the traffic light with the victim.
Roll down your window. I want to shoot you.
Yeah. Hey, I have a completely unrelated question, Steve, because just now when you said roll down your window, I want to shoot you, you gestured like this.
Right, yeah.
You took his index finger and did a circling motion.
Still do,
You think young people know what that means?
Probably not.
Let me go to Marissa. Hi.
right, it's so
Does
funny.
that mean roll your window down to them?
I don't know, but last year, do you guys remember when we talked to Kate Beckinsale? This is like a total stretch. We talked to Kate Beckinsale, and it was the day that Joel Embiid had tweeted at her like the day before.
Yeah.
Or Instagrammed at her. I pull up on like 19th and Arch, and Joel Embiid is next to me that afternoon. And I look at him, and I like go wide-eyed, and I go, oh my God, roll down your window. And I'm doing the rolling motion, and he looks at me, and he had no idea what I was talking about. He's
Well,
like,
actually, that looks a little bit like manual stimulation.
Marissa, but you had your fist like this doing that.
I'm going to take care of you sexually.
Yes. Usually people go like this.
Right, roll
with
down
with
your
your
like,
index finger.
No.
It's like this.
It's like,
It's like-
Not like this.
Wait, I'm sorry. It's like
That means roll your window.
Roll down your window.
Nothing to do with your mouth.
Wait, Preston. Preston. Roll down your window.
Oh,
Turn around and show
You'd
you.
have to be watching our studio cams right now to get it. Yeah.
roll down your window. You guys are so inappropriate right now.
Casey's grabbing his ankles. He has his legs up in the air.
Roll down your window.
You need a whole fist to roll
Or
down
this.
the window, guys.
Roll down your
Hey, guys. Hang on a second. Let me get
I didn't understand. I wanted you to roll down your window.
Oh, there's a Daily Rush video right there.
Where's the dildo? You can smack that on your face. Roll down the window.
Sorry, Marissa.
So he didn't get that?
I think I eventually put down the window a little bit, and I told him, and he
all
kind
right.
of
It's
gave me
funny,
a
though,
smile and sped away.
Cars, this, if you go like this, a button pushing thing.
Yeah, no one's going to know what that is. Roll down your window.
Yeah. Interesting. Okay, sorry about that.
Okay. All right. Moving along.
Arm vaginas.
What does that mean?
Okay.
God, they finally did this.
There has been a slow but steady rise of removal surgery for arm vaginas.
So are they making arm vaginas for replacement vaginas?
No.
How exactly does this work?
This is actually armpit folds within where people have these issues, and they call it the arm vagina.
Oh, I never.
Yep.
I didn't know that's what it was called.
Yeah.
So explain a little bit of the laws here.
Like arm fat. It's like armpit fat that hangs over when you wear like a tube top.
Oh, that looks like a
camel toe. Looks like a camel toe, right?
Just extra like fat and skin. It's not.
There are some though that happen to fall into a very vagina-esque looking flap, and those are the ones you got to correct early.
You got to get rid of that.
You got to get rid of those early. Other ones just look like, hey, they're a little roll of fat and a little, popping fresh, but you never would do that to an arm vagina.
The vagina flap. The surgeries performed vary.
It sounds like a bad 50s dance. Everybody's doing the vagina flap now. Come on, baby, do the vagina flap now. Swing your big arms like you have two vaginas.
Come on, baby, do the vagina flap now.
a little bit of lotion, and he'll come right there.
We're done singing?
If you want to sing. I can't get that eye.
Yeah.
The surgeries performed vary depending on the cause and extent of an arm vagina.
When they have those drastic weight losses and people, I don't honestly know surgically how they can remove that without it killing the person. You see, like, there was one guy who had, it looked like he was melting how loose his skin was. If they talk about a tummy tuck as being invasive, how the hell do you do that?
They also use mini liposuction and the removal of excess skin. They are popular non-surgical methods.
Can you do the gentleman stitch on those?
Along with injections that are claimed to break down fat.
My chick's arms are so tight. Just saying.
So that's a new one apparently out there. The arm vagina.
My chick's arms are so tight. Just saying.
So that's a new one apparently out there. The arm vagina. This could go along actually with the connoisseur, believe it or not, because this is
the custodian, the connoissorian. He eats old food. Is this fresh?
No, this is the little known history.
The little known history
of fruit roll-ups.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, wow.
You guys are all on board now, aren't you?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but the first fruit roll-up was created by Ivan the Terrible.
No. But it's older than you think.
Is it older than Jesus?
No. The thin sheets of fruit treats known as fruit roll-ups have been a staple of supermarkets since 1983 when General Mills introduced the snack to satisfy the sweet tooth of kids everywhere. But
1983, so the Civil War had just ended.
Right. No, but the fruit roll-up has an origin that goes much further back, all the way to the turn of the 20th century, believe it or not. The small community of Syrian immigrants in New York in the early 1900s didn't have the packaging or the marketing power of General Mills, but they had the novel idea of offering an apricot-sourced fruit leather that they called Emmerdine.
Did you know that Frederick Douglass invented Razzles?
No. Wow.
Razzles.
All right.
That's the candy that becomes a gum.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you like Razzles?
I do. Yeah. As a kid, I used to like it. I would like, is this Razzle going to be a candy or a gum?
Yeah.
The world was at my feet.
And when it turns into a gum,
too late.
The flavor lasts like
right. The
10
flavor's
seconds.
pretty much gone.
Right,
yeah. When a trade publication detailed the family's process in the early 1970s, it opened the floodgates for other companies to begin making the distinctive treat. Sunkist was an early player, but when General Mills put their considerable advertising power behind their fruit roll-ups, they became synonymous with the snack.
What's your favorite fruit roll-up flavor?
I always just went for the strawberry, which was kind of the first one that came out.
To me, it sort of tasted like a Twizzler a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I tried like the healthier version of the fruit roll-up, and Jace was like, "I don't like these. Can we get those?" And it was,
you
the
don't like
traditional
Mommy's kale roll-ups.
It was like a little.
They're
more...
actually not that bad.
Are they?
Healthier version.
Are they? I've never had them.
But when you have the original, which, is delicious, he knows the difference now.
Yeah.
Joray is still in business, offering kosher roll-ups that rely more heavily on fruit than the more processed commercial versions.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but Joray is Superman's father, right?
No, that's Jor-El.
Oh.
But I thought you were going to say Geordi, and he's on Star Trek Next Generation. But the companies have one more important thing in common. They both have the sense not to refer their product as fruit leather anymore.
Yeah, fruit leather would not be as tasty.
But I was not aware of the history.
I always thought it was like a sort of chemical thing that they put together in the 80s, and here it's sort of fruit. Parents will be down with this.
Yep.
You've opened up my eyes, historian.
Thank you. Please welcome Mr. Brian Posehn.
Yeah.
To the show.
You were on Big Bang Theory last night, and your character on the show is hilarious. You're a geologist, and a
rock nerd.
A rock nerd, and and I was talking to you off air about that show. And originally when it came on, I was like, I don't know, and then it became clear that there is a strong geek base in the writers' room
for
there,
sure,
because
yeah.
they were getting it all right, and that's what brought me into it.
Yeah, no, there's giant nerds in that writing room.
Right.
For sure. Yeah, there's guys from Futurama and places like that, and they're really smart and very geeky.
Very geeky, and they actually
the cast isn't.
Really? So nobody on the show?
No,
with
because
all
I've
of
been
that-
there a lot, and like the first couple of times we'd be hanging out, and like there was a comic book store actually on the set.
Yeah.
And I'm, looking at everything in there, and I was asking a couple of the guys, I was like, "Do you like this stuff?" They're like, "No, we go to Comic-Con once a year, and that's it." I'm like, "Oh my God!"
They pull it off though. Who's ever writing the, again, you say the writers are geeks, so that makes a difference, but. On that comic book set, and much to my wife's chagrin, I will point to things. I have that piece. I have that piece.
Wow.
She's like, "Oh my God, shut up, nerd."
It's really bad. Yes,
There's a certain way you're supposed to read comics, and I don't know what that is. Are you supposed to look at the picture first? You're supposed to read the dialogue first? Can you do either
I
or?
cannot help you.
But I've
can't
heard
even
that.
figure it out.
I've heard that before.
I've never heard that.
Yeah,
it's confusing if you first pick it up, but if you start reading a few titles, about where the panels are and where the word bubbles are.
Oh, right, the way the storytelling.
I always find that my eye goes naturally to where it's supposed to go, especially if you're dealing with good writers and good illustrators.
If you read a few,
the normal flow will take you there.
There's some Deadpools I could recommend.
That you wrote.
How many did you write?
45.
Wow.
Yeah.
Your stuff is exceptionally good. I have to tell you, I love what you do with the character, and I know we talked about the first movie, and you were happy with the outcome.
I mean, I keep thinking at some point they're going to use one of our characters.
Once in a lifetime on 93.3 WMMR. It's everything that rocks. 10:48 Wednesday morning, coming to the end of our day, broadcast-wise, and a lousy day weather-wise. We're expecting rain for the majority of the day today. Warmer temperatures, but you really can't go outside and enjoy them that much, right? It's going to be about 60 degrees, but lots of rain. And then tomorrow, things, of course, clear up and we get ample sunshine, but it's going to be cold. 43 will be the high. It'll be breezy, too. Friday, 49 and sunshine. And then Saturday, back to 60, but rain. Yes. Ain't that nice? I don't even know what I've got going on this weekend. I haven't even thought about that.
I'm doing the Polar Express on Saturday.
Are you?
It's a wonderful train ride. Kathy's recommendation off of her
holiday activity list. Which we're going to get the updated version on Friday.
Friday, yeah.
I think we're going to do it, Casey said, around 8:20 because we got some things going on the other times of the day. So that'll be the time to tune in.
That is one you definitely want to get a jump on.
Colebrook, you're going to Colebrookdale.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Love it.
a lot of the train rides you have to book because, they sell the tickets, so they'll book out.
It is awesome.
You want to do Quizzo with me on Friday night?
No.
Okay.
I do.
No, actually, I am doing something Friday. I'm going to see a band.
Which band?
My youngest, I don't know. Somebody that goes to their school is in a band.
Oh, that's cool.
I'm going to go see the band.
That's pretty cool.
It'll be very cool. Man.
I got Ben's winter concert tonight. He plays saxophone. So I'm looking forward to that.
And he's good, right?
Yeah, dude, Steve, it's really impressive to see how, I mean, Ben's pretty good, but how much better the high school students are versus middle school and obviously elementary school.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a leap.
It's a big leap.
Yeah, and they're really talented musicians. So, Harriton has their winter concert tonight. So it's always a lot of fun. Last year, they covered, they did Live and Let Die from Vaughn.
I love that.
It was so fantastic.
Text my phone.
All right, so we all got stuff coming up. All right, I would like to thank our guest, Dana Ward from Acme.
Yeah!
And she gave us new totals from the Acme partnership with Camp Out for Hunger and the donations that were received at checkout. We had, at the time of the wrap-up of the Camp Out for Hunger, $613,000, but they kept it going through Wednesday, November 23rd, the day before Thanksgiving, and an extra $262,000 raised, which adds to the total, making it $875,000, and the grand total of all money raised now, $1,340,254, in addition to the 2.8 million pounds of food. So
that's astonishing.
Lots and lots and lots of love.
Thank you so much.
Yes, most definitely. Thank you to Acme, and thank you to you for being a part of that. And thank you to Brian Johnson.
Yay!
Brian Johnson of ACDC. He's got a book up called The Lives of Brian, and he was great. Just awesome.
He's Brian Johnson.
Awesome to talk to. Yeah. It's on sale now, so check it out when you get the opportunity. Oh, and I have one last giveaway, and it goes along with a thank you. I think we have one of these left, a $25 gift card for
I'm getting a yes.
Fireside Bar and Grill. Casey will be there tomorrow night. They brought by food today. We thank them so much. They've got great grub and a wonderful location for you to go to in Ambler. Casey will be there tomorrow night from 7 to 9. It's a Thursday night kickoff. And you can check out Fireside's new sister location, Penna's Italian Market in Lower Gwinnett. And they have the best prepared foods, full breakfast menu, hoagies, salads, imported and domestic meats and cheeses, Italian oils and vinegars, and more. So we thank them for being here today. But we'll take caller number 10, and you'll be our last giveaway of the day for that. So get on board, please. Looks like Pierre Robert is here. Hey, man.
Good day, then.
Nice to see you today.
Oh, it's Steve.
You came in from the great outdoors. It's a little rainy.
It's a little rainy. It's not cuddly weather out there.
No.
But it's okay.
You could cuddle with someone else inside while this weather.
Well, it is cuddly weather inside.
Right.
Yeah.
But it's not outside.
Weather outside is frightful.
I mean, I usually like to cuddle with street people.
Yes.
Right. And so it's not a street people cuddling day.
Okay. I got you. Just people you meet on the street?
Yeah. I mean, you know.
I don't know. You're on the radio.
Yeah. Would you like to spoon? Well, that's where I'm going to be in a couple of years.
Oh, yeah.
So save your cardboard for me now.
What was the audio you have? The drunk lady who thought you were Rob Zombie?
Yeah, right.
Okay.
You're Rob Zombie.
Yeah.
And I go, this is priceless. Wait a minute. I pull out my microphone. Yes, I am.
That was the best. That was the best. We need to get her together with it. I know. I listen to you every day. You're Pierre Robert. I know your name. That guy, we never have found that guy, have we?
No. I haven't found a lot of them, like the Jesus lady. You look like Jesus. No, I'm Pierre. Pierre?
I like the Muse guys. You play them when you do Workforce Blocks and Muse. They are...
Muse, bring it to America. What? Muse, bring it to America. I said, you need to enunciate. Repeat after me. 4-score-and-7. I don't know that one.
I don't know this one.
Oh, it's good.
Oh, man.
I don't think I've heard that either.
Was it two drunk guys at the Muse show?
Well, there were 3 drunk guys.
Okay.
There were the 2 Muse guys, and then the Muse Bring It to America.
Yeah.
Pancake, if you could find it really quick, it'd be fun. But if you can't, that's okay. Yeah, Muse Bring It to America.
Okay. All right, we'll look for
Muse
that.
Bring It to America. I'm sure they do.
Well, how about we get the letter of the day
Yes.
from you? All right, here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter
A as in August.
All right, and we got 2 more to go, and then we give away the Sony PlayStation 5 bundle, which is 5 of the top video games of the year. Gran Turismo, Horizon Forbidden West, God of War Ragnarok, Last of Us Part 1, and Uncharted Legacy of Thieves. Sony PlayStation 5's top video games are the of the year. Make for a great gift this holiday season. You can visit PlayStation.com for more details. Oh, we found it?
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Muse, Bring It to America.
Tonight, Pierre, me and my boys, we were the Knights of Sidonia. Enough said.
All right. What is a Knight of Sidonia?
Well, what we just heard tonight, with a little bit of that, and then the, and then the drums like, dum, 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 then there's like lasers going off and I mean, stuff like that is being a Knight of Sidonia. What's up, man? That was a hell of a show. Muse, bring it to America, right?
Muse what?
Muse, bring it to America.
Muse what?
Bring it to America.
Bring it to America?
Bring it to America.
All right, you know.
America.
Got it. Well, I didn't get it at first. I couldn't understand you. You weren't enunciating. So what you want to say? What?
I love America.
Good.
Muse.
Muse.
Knights of Sidonia.
Muse brings it to America.
They bring it to America.
That's what you've got to enunciate. So.
Enunciate. They bring it to America.
The rain in Spain. Say it.
That rain's back.
Falls mainly on the plain.
Falls mainly on the plain.
Yeah, you got it now. 4-7 years ago.
I don't know that part.
Do you know my name?
Rob.
Yes, I'm Rob.
You're Rob who?
Rob Jones.
Rob Jones?
I'm on television.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
I'm Steve.
Well, nice to meet you, Steve.
Nice to meet you, Rob.
So good.
That's phenomenal.
It's fairly priceless.
I love that one. What's on your program today?
Well, Rob Jones will have another pair of those 2-day Metallica passes, August 4th and 6th, up in northern New Jersey. Very cool stuff. We also will have workforce blocks for Billy Idol's birthday, Deep Purple, Collective Soul, and I will have announcement of the Killers returning to Atlantic City. And I believe I will have tickets for that.
It's a beautiful thing.
A beautiful thing. So I will bring it to America later today.
Please bring it to America. Brings it to America. All right, we'll take this moment to thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Dunkin'. The Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also, Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors, and let's see, Beachbound. Are you craving a beach vacation? Book your next getaway with Beachbound Vacations at beachbound.com. Tomorrow is a Thursday morning. We will be back with some entertaining things and stuff to give away, including the Christmas Miracle Passes, and as a guest, actor John Leguizamo on to talk about Violent Night, which looks awesome. So we'll see what else we can get into as well. That's it. We're done. Rage on. Have a great day, and we'll see you tomorrow, friend. Bye-bye.
Preston and Steve.